And welcome to this special meeting of the Long Beach Unified School District Board of Education. Thank you for being here, to those in person and also for those who are watching us live streaming. I will ask the board secretary to take roll to establish a quorum for the record.
Thank you. Member Benitez?
Here.
President Craighead?
Here.
Member Lopez?
Present.
Member Miller?
Here.
Member Otto? He's here. So we do have a quorum.
Thank you. And now we will have Mr. Miller lead us in the pledge.
Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And
let's see. Well, this would be the time for public comment, but I understand we don't have anybody who would like to speak, so we will move on to the adoption of the agenda.
Move to approve. Second.
And let's see, Mr. Otto?
Yes.
Well, is there any discussion, I should say, before we go on to a vote? No. Okay, hearing none, we will do a roll call vote. So, Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez?
aye.
And I vote aye. So the agenda is adopted. Right. So public testimony, we have no one for that. Okay, we are now at item 7.1 on the agenda, timeline and process for development of board education's goals and guardrails. Dr. Baker.
Thank you, President Craighead. So I have the pleasure of getting us started on this staff report, and I will be joined by Mr. Miller and Dr. Benitez. Today continues the discussion that is nearing its third anniversary on a shift in governance model. And so as I have shared, and the board has been working on a shift to student outcome focused governance. Just a few reminders before I pass to board members Benitez and Miller to lead a discussion around the board's goals and guardrails. So in our journey, let's see if I can make this work. Thank you. The question of why shift governance models, and we have long held this quote as something that allows the public an insight into why shift governance models, which is student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change, or said differently, when placed in the context of governing, patterns of behavior that are exhibited in the boardroom can reasonably be expected to be found paralleled in the classroom. Stated by our coach and the recent author of a book about student outcome focused governance. And so you'll see on this next slide, there are six actually, aspects of the governance model that we have been working on and nearing the completion of a process and progress toward the full implementation of this governance model. I'll be coming back to this in just a moment. So as this work has matured, we started in the fall of 2020. We did have AJ Crabell in the district along with a couple of his colleagues from the Council of Great City Schools. That led us into first a self-assessment, which you'll see again as Mr. Miller and Dr. Benitez talk this afternoon about board governance. And then you can see the progression. I won't name these because this is actually just review information that has been shared before, but a progression towards student outcome-focused governance. The second year was really around testing out ideas for how to share more and more data, specifically about our students who had been least successful in our district, and the continued training of board members to be leaders in the student outcome focused governance model. It also was a time last year when the board sought to seek the opinion of community members prior to our visioning work for our Vision 2035, which actually will be discussed this evening. But it's a time when the board was out in schools and pairs seeking input from the community about their vision for the work of the board in Long Beach Unified. That then was also part of our Vision 2035. The board has been updated and participated in all different ways around Vision 2035, which has given another opportunity to really hear from our community. So in this past year, a revision of our board handbook, which included additional bylaws and work that the board had commissioned over the prior year, and a focus on having a monitoring calendar that allowed the board to hear reports and to interact with both our research office, our supervising offices, and the rest of the senior team about student success and student challenges. And so where we are in the spring of 2023 is returning to the final stage of the board developing its goals and guardrails. We'll have the incoming installation of a strategic plan, and then the continuation of both coaching for board members by AJ and his colleagues from Council of Great City Schools, as well as the opportunity for Dr. Benitez to be trained in student outcome governance. And I won't spend a lot of time about next year, but you'll be able to see just the continuation of this year's work that will allow for the full implementation of some of the things that will be talked about today in terms of board goals and guardrails. As I mentioned, this comes at a time when the district has invested huge effort in community engagement, and I will not say anything about that because you're going to get a full display with Viva Mogi and team tonight when you are presented with the vision. But this is at a time when we are looking at a new graduate portrait, a new adult portrait, a system portrait, and all that we want in terms of the shifts for our students and who surrounds them, and then identification of the district's core values. So today's discussion is really, and I'll go back and forth with two slides around the work of the board in terms of its goals and its guardrails, which are different than the district's or the system's goals and guardrails. So I know that Dr. Benitez and Mr. Miller, on behalf of the Board of Education, have been doing some work as a subcommittee, and it is a great opportunity for that to be discussed tonight and to interact with the board at large and public as you move forward with your drafting and your work on behalf of the board. So, Mr. Miller, I believe I'm turning it to you for the next stage of conversation.
Yes, I just wanted to give the community kind of a quick update on what our process is going to be in moving forward with our board goals here. And we've really broken it down into three main categories. First, it's going to be the process of drafting our goals. And this is in conjunction with Juan and myself. Obviously, we'll work together with community input that we've received thus far, and we'll obviously take those draft goals and bring them to the board for review and discussion. From there, we'll build our timeline, no different than what Jill has presented today in regards to community outreach and really getting the community input that we're looking for. And then third, not least, it's attached to what I just spoke to, is the community input piece. We want to make sure that these board goals that we're setting forth are in alignment with what the community would like to see in our graduate portrait, our adult portrait, et cetera.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I think for me, the work extends further back than Mr. Miller and I actually initiating the draft board goal process, and extends beyond us just adopting goals. So as Dr. Baker shared, this will provide to us a monitoring calendar of our adopted goals for the next 3 years at least, with opportunities to modify, but not substantially deviate from the vision around student success that our community has laid out for us. So again, for me, I'm just going to highlight the process of drafting goals is based on the original community visioning that we conducted as a board. So we have that data. We've looked at that data. We haven't done anything with it in terms of drafting goals, though. We have the data as it was. We have all of the input and feedback from our strategic planning and community visioning attached to strategic planning. So there will be clear priorities that will be outlined for us today and moving forward that naturally align with what we heard from our community visioning sessions. In addition, we continue to receive and hear very intently to our public comment. All right, so this is part of us accounting for what community priorities are being brought before our board. whether that be through our LCAP engagement process, through our budget engagement process, to our standing committees, CAC recommendations, DLAC, DCAC. All of these things are formal spaces that are opportunities for our community members, thought exchange. I mean, I can go on and on, that guide the board areas that Mr. Miller and I are considering board goals in. The last piece I want to highlight is over the last 12 to 18 months, we've also been presenting a lot of data, that align with our district priorities and our superintendent's priorities on an ongoing basis. So that has also informed sort of how we're approaching the goals. There are areas that we obviously see growth and opportunity in, and there are areas that we see that we've been very successful in. So all of those things are being taken into account. So what Mr. Miller and I will come back to our board next month with is some proposed initial draft goals. Our goal is that we spend next month in open session along with one-on-one and group check-ins with our outside consultant, AJ, to sort of fine-tune what we want those goals to include. And then the last step, as Mr. Miller pointed to, is then sharing those draft goals with our community and provide them with an opportunity for input and feedback. I do want to highlight the board goals are not the end-all, be-all. These are goals that our board is going to use to think strategically about what we want to see in our meeting agendas, how we want to think about those goals in relation to our superintendent's goals and evaluation, and how they fit within the broader context of our broad strategic goals that will be included in our strategic planning. So we don't want for a community to feel like, why didn't we, have this goal in lieu of this other goal? Our goals are for us to monitor ourselves, hold ourselves accountable, and then, again, think through how those align with the superintendent's goals and with our broader district, strategic goals. On the other hand, you shouldn't be surprised that you would see some element of these goals in one of those three processes that I just described. So this isn't also going to be like a standalone that you've never seen or heard of before. So I just appreciate that our colleagues are on board with this. I'm looking forward to our conversations next month. Shouldn't be any surprises here. We know what data has been shared with us the last 12 to 18 months. We've heard from communities what their priorities are. This is a way for us to codify and advance how we want to hold our board accountable moving forward.
Do you want to, before you turn over for discussion, just share briefly, especially with the public, what guardrails are, Dr. Benitez?
Yes. So guardrails are the values that we want reflected, upheld, based on the community's vision around values, through the advancing of our respective goals. So as an example, if we want equity to be at the center of all of our goals, then we should expect to find some guardrails that then guide the superintendent and our board around things to ensure that in achieving the goals, we uphold and reflect the value around equity. So the guardrails are there to accompany the goals. In some ways, they're what not to do, right? If we're going to achieve these goals, as an example, it shouldn't be at the cost of one subgroup of students succeeding, but not others, right? So those guardrails are there to make sure that along the way of advancing or reaching our goals, that we uphold those values. The other way to think about the guardrails is these goals are year to year. The superintendent, based on those goals, will develop interim goals, right, to ensure that we don't wait a year to find out whether we're attaining or achieving the goal, but also to provide the team, under the direction of our superintendent, flexibility to pivot when either things are working well and we want to do more of that, or where things aren't going quite the way we're envisioning them. So those guardrails are there to ensure that when and if we pivot, that we don't pivot at the cost of some of the values that we want upheld throughout the process. Thank you for the question, Dr. Baker.
Do you want to open up for discussion or questions that?
So that was for you, Madam Chair. President Craig had asked for some guidelines, a roadmap, and instructions, and I think we're sort of sharing this to hold ourselves accountable to what we all want to do, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. So just to clarify, it's our subcommittee on the goals and guardrails that will meet next month, or will that committee be sharing out next month?
So Mr. Miller and I have been meeting, and we've actually checked in with our superintendent. We'll also be checking in with AJ before we present draft goals to the board as a whole next month
Okay,
for consideration.
okay. So you'll be presenting next month. I just wanted to be clear on that part of it.
Yes.
and-
Yes. Do we know what agenda next month those will be on?
So
Dr.
we're
Baker?
holding time on the July 26th workshop agenda for governance discussion, and actually AJ Crabhill from the council is hoping to be able to be here and actually committed to seeing if he could rearrange his schedule to be here in person with us. In the meantime, what's also been provided that will be a part of the final phase is doing a board self-assessment, which from a community perspective, this is something we can post with our materials on our website. You can also Google Student Outcome Focused Governance, Council of Great City Schools, and actually find the tool that all of you are holding in front of you. There's an image of it here. There are about 10 areas that the board actually does a reflection on, collectively discusses and rates themselves, so that you can also track your own progress in sticking to the areas that the research and are the foundation of a student outcome focused governance model. The idea is that you do like a pre-test or a self-assessment at the beginning of the year, and then annually, at least annually, there's an opportunity for the board to reflect on prior self-ratings, do a discussion around areas of growth, areas that maybe have been strengthened, and areas that need more attention, determine whether there's a need for additional facilitation or for AJ or a member of his team to come back in and be supportive, so that the governance team grows towards the most highly rated area, which is mastering student outcome focused governance in all of the areas that are self-assessed.
The premise, thank you, Dr. Baker. The premise is the rationale when we ask the question, why do school boards exist? They exist to improve student outcomes, right? So this is a tool for us to determine whether we are effective, efficient, and to what extent we are improving student outcomes based on the community's vision for what those student outcomes should look like.
And to that end, I'm glad to hear that we're going to be revisiting this on an annual basis, so it's not a one and done, check that box, we did it. This is something that will frame our work in an ongoing way.
And then I would also say on the front end, that additional support that we're going to get from AJ, which I'm looking forward to as well, in regards to helping us craft very strong draft goals, I think is going to be really important as well.
Okay, so do we have any questions or further discussion? Mr. Otto.
Yeah, thanks. So I've heard a lot of talk about goals. Are we next month also going to talk about guardrails?
Yes, Mr. Otto, that's the plan. And again, just to provide some additional background to the document that Dr. Baker referenced and that is available for the public, that document actually has the tool, the actual tool that we'll be considering for assessing ourselves. But in addition, the document also has definitions. We often talk about SMART goals. Well, what is a SMART goal? What is a guardrail, as Dr. Baker just asked? So there are very accessible definitions. And lastly, there are resources there, Mr. Otto, not just for our board to draw from and use and reference, but for our community, right, to understand the context in which these goals are being developed. It's safe to say that they're not being developed in the abstract or in a vacuum. Here that there's a long literature and research that suggests that when boards are successful, they reflect the things that we're looking for in this self-assessment that Dr. Baker referenced. So guardrails are a part of the conversation next week. We just want to make sure that as a board, we're on the same page in terms of what we're thinking about, how we're understanding and defining things like goals and guardrails, but that we're also having that conversation with community, right? So that when we go back to our community members and ask for their consideration on the goals that were drafted, that there's also a common understanding of what we're talking about when we say SMART goals, guardrails, community engagement, things that we often reference here during our board meetings.
Okay.
If there's, Mr. Otto, did you have any other comments or questions? I know this is an area you went to the Student Outcome Focused Governance Institute as well, so you may have additional insight or something you'd like to add.
Well, yeah, it was a 9-month process involving. It was pretty rigorous, and not only did you get an education in student outcomes as a focus for boards, but there were a lot of exercises that went along with it. And Megan Kurd was the first to go through that process, and I think I was the second one. And conference in Northern California, conference in Florida, a lot of reading to do, a lot of exercises to complete to get well grounded in student outcomes focused governance. And I became a convert. I think it's a very impressive and important way for boards to make sure that their focus remains on student outcomes and doesn't get sidetracked into lots of things that boards do that don't really lead in that direction. So I thought it was very helpful to go through that process. It changed my way of thinking about the way boards work and the way boards should work. So that's my addition.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Otto. Also, just want to express, as a participant in the governance team, want to express my appreciation for Mr. Miller and Dr. Benitez on behalf of the board. The amount of studying of different goals and guardrails from multiple districts across the country, both from your program and what Mr. Otto experienced, but also of recent, and really looking at how different districts have approached this from across the country, I think is going to lead itself into a really a good set of goals and guardrails for our board.
Dr. Baker, just one technical question. I'm looking at Mr. Otto on our screen. What view does Mr. Otto have of us? So how do you see us, Doug, through, or Mr. Itzen, actually, that might be a question. What camera should we be looking at, Mr. Itzen, when we're...
Doesn't matter, we have lots of cameras doing lots of things.
Okay, good answer. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I guess that means we can look anywhere we want. All right, so any other discussion or questions? No? We're all good on that one? Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Miller, Dr. Benitez, for doing this work and getting us to where we need to be. It's been a long process, and we've all gone along for the ride because we know that when we do better, the kids do better, and that's what we want ultimately. So we will move along on the agenda to our English learner progress. I should have had my glasses on. Anyhow, Angie, start us off on this
All
one.
right. I would like to just introduce to you Angelica Gonzalez, our director in OCIPD, along with Alma Black, our curriculum leader for the Multilingual Learners Office. They're going to talk a little bit about progress monitoring, new courses to support English learners, achievement and reclassification data, and then new programs and support structures.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kell, and good afternoon. Hope everybody is well on this afternoon. It's a little strange to meet in the afternoon, but I'm happy to be here. There are always lots to share when it comes to multilingual learners and the multilingual office, so thank you. As Dr. Kell said, I'm joined here with Alma Black, the multilingual office curriculum leader, but we are representing the work of several district offices and several OCIPD offices as well. So before we begin, let's start by taking a quick look at who our English learners are, or our multilinguals in Long Beach. So as of date of print, we have 10,388 English learners in LBUSD. Of those, 552 are newcomers. 3,592 of those, or a third of those, are long-term English learners, meaning they have been in our system as an English learner for 6 or more years. And then a third category are at risk of being a long-term English learner. We have almost 2,000, and those are students who have been English learners in our system for 4 to 5 years. When looking at the languages that they speak, a vast majority, as we know, of our students speak Spanish as their primary language. That's 92% of our English learners, followed by 4% that speak Kamai, 1.3% Tagalog, and then 3% a joined combination of lots of other languages. I believe it's about 90 other languages make up that 3%. Thinking about where our English learners sit in the grade levels, our vast majority, most of them, about 6,000 of them, are in elementary school, followed by high school, and then middle school, our smallest group. When we think about progress monitoring as a district initiative and district priority, there are several ways that we can progress monitor our students towards that goal that we've set for them. We've set a goal that English learners succeed at high levels across multiple measures in order for them to meet those 4 reclassification criteria. Each of those reclassification criterions we can now monitor through the Elevation platform, the LPAC results, SBAC results, iReady, and then grades and Optel. Optel is a new tool that will be approved. This is slated to be approved by the State Board of Ed in December. That will replace the teacher recommendation. It's a much more standardized way to observe a student and then recommend them for reclassification. So stay tuned for that. Then we also progress monitor students using other platforms. Coming to support our newcomers is a new program titled Lexia English. We'll present that to you for approval sometime this summer. Social emotional through our pulse survey, and then of course attendance. So one way we use those multiple data points is to establish levels of support for our secondary EL students. So I'll start by speaking of secondary. We'll touch on elementary as well, but much of our work this year has been focused on supporting our secondary English learners. So one way is by establishing levels of support in order to develop appropriate designated ELD courses that match the level of needed support. So we've come up with 4 levels: intensive support, significant support, moderate support, and embedded support, using multiple pieces of data. This is ongoing work. As we've shared with you in a previous presentation, this year we implemented a redesigned CCR ELD class in middle school. CCR stands for College and Career Ready. And this ELD class is an additional ELA class for students needing significant and moderate support, as you can see on the slide. We're going to share a little bit more about how that course has begun to make significant impact in just a minute. Today, as part of the instruction report, you're going to see 4 additional new ELD courses coming to both middle school and high school. First is a redesign of Beginning ELD and Beginning ELD Workshop using a brand new curriculum and a brand new instructional design. And then the second one is Advanced ELD, which is a course for high school that we've submitted to the UCOP for A through G approval that we hope is going to support students, accompanied by an ELD workshop class as well. In a bit, Alma will also share more about the launch of a new program planned for middle school students needing intensive language support. So let's go back to that middle school CCR class we told you about. We introduced to you earlier in this year, and that class was redesigned around small group instruction, differentiation based on LPAC level, a focus on language production, and high interest text. And there's a picture of we wanted to honor our redesign team, which is a cross collaboration of, you'll see folks from the multilingual office there, you'll see folks from the secondary ELA group, office there, as well as our special ed and inclusion, because our special ed students also participate in CCR ELD. In addition to redesigning, we ensured that ELs needing significant amount of support were in fact enrolled in these courses, and we used that using Elevation. This new year we designed new dashboards, so it'll make it super simple for sites to know exactly which students need to be in which classes. So let's hear from 2 CCR teachers who will share their experience with the course and the impact they are beginning to see in students.
I think that this style of using the small groups helps students tremendously.
So let's reread paragraph 8, hey, just in case.
We have some, they're ready to go every single time, to the point where I'm doing whole class instruction, I have to say, I'm sorry, man, I gotta push someone else. Whereas in the small group instruction, it's more of their moment, and I'm able to give them the attention that they need and the attention that they deserve.
If you're working in a large group, it's very easy for multilingual learners to avoid sharing or participating verbally. Since I've started, I have seen a lot more growth and confidence.
Some of them have grown in different ways, some of them socially, because we have some that are very hesitant to speak out loud, which is understandable. But in that small group instruction, they start to say, hey, it's just us, I think I can talk to this teacher a bit.
I have seen so much improvement, and I see how much it helps the kids.
Thank you to Mr. Itzen and his team who helped us produce that video. There's a much longer version of that video available on YouTube, on the LBUSD channel. Just want to show you a short clip. So Mr. Itzen, you get me back on there we go. All right, so we heard from teachers. Now let's look at student outcome data. So students, every single English learner in the state takes the LPAC once a year. It's an annual assessment measuring progress towards English proficiency. So what we're looking at here is a comparison between LPAC scores from 2021-22 to 22-23. There are 4 levels that can be achieved on the LPAC. The first, on the left, is minimally developed, so a score of a 1. The second, somewhat developed, is a score of a 2. Moderately developed, score of 3. And then well-developed is a score of 4. In order for the reclassification process to begin or to meet the first reclassification criteria, students must score a 4 on the LPAC, which is a pretty rigorous test. So what do we find here? From last year to this year, these are preliminary results. My friend Kevin from the research office wanted to remind you, these are preliminary results and really only include grades 3 through 12. Because those K2 scores take a lot longer to process as they're hand scored, and so this is preliminary data for 3rd through 12th. But what we find here is an outstanding 65% growth in scores of 4. So what does this mean? This means that our reclassification eligibility has increased by 65% based on this measure alone. So pretty exciting stuff. Now let's look at by grade level, because we want to measure impact. We have focused our efforts on middle school ELD. So let's look across the grade levels. Grade 3, there's been a 25.3% increase in scores of 4. These are only looking at well-developed scores of a 4. In 4th grade, we have a 50.5% increase. In 5th grade, 56.2% increase. 6th grade, 91.7% increase. 7th grade had a weird year because last year they were pretty high. So we didn't see an increase in 7th grade. But back to 8th grade, 73.3%. And then you can follow along in the 30s for 9th, 10th, 11th, and our 12th graders declined a bit. So I think you're seeing what I'm seeing. And that's the greatest growth occurred in grades 6 through 8th, where the focus of our ELD work was this year. So if we're focusing next year on high school, I'm hoping Dr. Camarino isn't here, but I'm hoping we are going to see, oh, he is here on cue. He is here. We're hoping to see the same gains in high school, Dr. Camarino, as we have in middle school.
It's all on you, Jay. Angie just called you out.
Yeah, he's been a great supporter of getting those courses built into the master schedules, communicating with the principals and the counselors, because that in itself, as you know, a master schedule is not an easy thing to infiltrate. Oh, I was supposed to click, Alma. Is that what you were telling me, Alma? Oh, Alma was telling me I was supposed to click so you could see all those percents. So there are the percents. Okay. All right, so iReady, I know you shared, this isn't a presentation on iReady, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. You've seen iReady diagnostic results before, and you'll continue to see them as we get iReady Diagnostic 3 data in. But we wanted to share this with you with this additional group or additional category of students. So the first at the very bottom you see are our English learners. Those are those 10,388 students we talked about. The second group is a little known group called EverEL. So EverEL, once an EL, always an EL. I know you say it for other things. Once a jackrabbit, always a Once an EL, you are truly an EverEL. Meaning if you reclassify, you get lumped into this group of EverEL along with other current EL students. So I just wanted to present that to you in a different way. And then the last one, the top bar, represents our English-only students, as well as our IFEP students. So IFEP students, I think I've shared this with you. I'm on slide 8. Are you guys on slide 8? You got it? Okay. That group represents EOs and IFEP. IFEP students are students whose parents said, yeah, my student learned Spanish first or Kamai first, but when they took the initial LPAC, they scored a 4, and they immediately became IFEP. So they're not part of the EverEL club. So reclassification, we said, is the ultimate goal for ELs, right? To receive the support they need to meet reclassification criteria and eventually become reclassified. So we've seen some increase from last year, and we are certain we're going to see even greater increase with those LPAC results of this year. The English learner reclassification rate in Long Beach increased from 4.4% to 5.7% from last year to this year. We did open up after those LPAC scores came in, we did open up the reclassification window a little bit more because we had a couple counselors at middle school who called us and said, hey, we've got a group of kids who just met reclassification criteria by scoring a 4 on the LPAC. Could you open that up? I really want to get them reclassified before they go on to high school. And we said, absolutely. So we supported them through that. So folks are talking about it. Folks understand the process. Folks understand the support needed. And we are starting to see those results. All right, I'm now going to pass on to Alma.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to present our new middle school newcomer program, Engaging Newcomers in Language and Content Education, ENLACE for short, and would like to take the time to acknowledge the work of the planning team, which consisted of Marta Esbinger from the Multilingual Services Office, as well as Sal Madrigal and Nora Valdez from the Middle School and K-8 office. In Spanish, enlace means connection, link, or bond, which captures our goal to connect with our newcomer students and their families. Just a little disclaimer, we borrowed the name from a high school program for newcomers in Lawrence, Massachusetts, and we don't plan on giving it back because we really like it. So ENLACE is a 1-year program designed to provide students with academic supports to develop their language and content knowledge in a nurturing environment. So I'm going to share a little bit more about the ENLACE program. The program will be offered at Hamilton, Franklin, Marshall, and Washington. Throughout the district, we projected 94 newcomers to middle school that ENLACE will be able to serve. Program features include providing students with a supportive environment to help them grow academically while offering opportunities for them to make cross-language and cultural connections. Students will participate in a 6-period day as seen on this sample schedule, spending 3 periods with their ELD humanities teacher and moving as a cohort into math and science classes where they will receive primary language support. And students and families will also receive additional services and supports in the form of counseling, community resources, and parent workshops. So, in addition to the designated supports outlined earlier, the LBUSD expectation is that all EL students experience daily designated ELD focused on language needs. So the Designated ELD is delivered in small group instruction to ensure access to the content and connect it to the language skills and functions across other content core areas, as well as integrated ELD, which occurs across the curriculum and consists of strategies that ensure access to both the content and language of the content. So to support teachers with this expectation, the following PD and supports have been put in place for elementary teachers both this year and next year. Elevation training on the data dashboard and strategies was delivered this year to all teachers, ILT members, IICs, literacy teachers, and counselors. Getting Reading Right PD was provided to interventionists this year and will be provided to TK2 teachers this upcoming year with a focus on reading and literacy instruction. This year, special education teachers received PD in support of dually identified students on how to use LPAC results, the ELD standards, and universal supports to write linguistically appropriate IEP goals. And next year, our 2-session QCI, our Quality Core Instruction PD, will include designated and integrated ELD. At the secondary level, elevation training on the data dashboard and strategies was also delivered to all secondary teachers, ILT members, IICs, and counselors, including members of the Student Success Initiative team. The CCR ELD teachers, which included SDC teachers, received PD on using LPAC student data to differentiate instruction and on using strategies to meet the different learning needs of EL students. Next year, we will be meeting with every designated ELD teacher, including the new courses Angie described earlier, to support their instruction. Similarly to elementary, the secondary special education teachers also received PD on how to use LPAC results and the ELD standards and universal supports to write linguistically appropriate IEP goals. And next year, secondary teachers will also participate in our 2-session Quality Core Instruction PD that will include integrated ELD across the content areas. So as you know, the State Seal of Biliteracy is awarded to high school graduates who demonstrate proficiency in speaking, reading, and writing one or more languages in addition to English. This year, our focus has been on increasing the monitoring of eligible students and regularly providing lists of eligible students to counselors and world language department heads. We also provided communication tools for schools to use in advertising the State Seal of Biliteracy to all students, and providing site support in delivering the oral proficiency exam. If you take a look at the slide, it reflects how students must show proficiency in English and a language other than English. So oftentimes, it is not the language other than English that represents a barrier to the State Seal of Biliteracy, but in fact, it is the English proficient requirements that stop students from attaining the seal, because they have to make sure that they are proficient in all ELA courses, passing them with a grade of 2.0 or higher, as well as passing the ELA portion of the CASP assessment. So those are pretty rigorous requirements. So fortunately, to address this challenge, there is an English proficiency assembly bill currently moving along the assembly floor that seeks to expand the way students can demonstrate English proficiency. And we have some more good news. As of May 31st, there are 787 students that met the criteria for the Seal of Biliteracy. This number includes students that need to take the oral proficiency exam, have passed it, or need to have their scores recorded. Of these 787 students, so far, 758 have passed the oral proficiency exam and will be receiving their seal. This growing number of students represents a significant increase over the 541 seals awarded during the 22-21, 22-22 school year. So it's more like around 217 more seals this year than last. Next year, in collaboration with the high school office, we will be embarking on a larger scale biliteracy campaign beyond the seal of biliteracy, working with high schools to ensure we are providing opportunities for bilingual students to grow their language assets into true biliteracy.
Lots of pressure on Dr. Camarino next year. And we're sure that next year's numbers are going to be far higher than that with the support of the HSO office. Okay, before we end today, we wanted to share a few updates and progress as well as reshare some of the key program descriptions related to Kamai language. So the first of 3 programs I'm going to highlight today is the Heritage Language and Culture program. It's offered as an after-school enrichment. It requires a Kamai speaking teacher with some support from the community, but no real authorization is needed. It currently is an elementary program and currently only at Whittier, but we've heard from the community a request to expand to middle school in the following year. So we'll be recruiting teachers to help support us in providing the program at possibly the 2 highest or the two middle schools with the highest number of Kamai students. So more on that next year. The second is a class that we currently offer, which is a world language class, Kamai for Kamai speakers. So this is another example of a heritage world language class. The title itself tells you that the students that enroll in the class must be Kamai speaking students. We've expanded it a little bit to students who understand spoken Kamai. So beyond not just Kamai speaking, Kamai, students that comprehend Kamai. It meets the world language A through G and graduation requirements. And this course, because it's a high school world language course, does require a single subject credential in Kamai. So a single subject credential in Kamai, we all remember we have one person in the entire state of California with a single subject credential in Kamai. We have one other person who we are shepherding along with the help of Mr. Zaid and the HR office who has met most of his requirements. So hopefully next year I can tell you that we have 2. And both hired by LBUSD is our hope, but we're not there yet.
So you're saying growth by 100%.
That is exactly what we're saying. This year we are, you also see on the instruction report, this year is a world language textbook adoption year. You will see a Kamai language, world language text, a series of texts, 4 texts, 1 for each of the levels of the Spanish, of the Kamai for Kamai speakers. That in itself, finding a Kamai literacy text or a textbook was quite an adventure. That adventure took us all the way to Cambodia, where we are purchasing textbooks from the Cambodian Ministry of Education. And with a university partnership that we'll tell you a little bit more about at Cal State Fullerton, that partner, which is Natalie Tran at Cal State Fullerton, is actually making the trip to Cambodia to meet with the minister, pick up our books, put them in a suitcase, and bring them over. Luckily, they're not that big of a textbook. So, interesting story there. We are currently offering Kamai for Kamai speakers at Wilson with our 1 teacher, but we are exploring the feasibility of offering it Poly. We received a request, or several requests, a handful of requests to add the course to Poly. And even though the request came in after the deadline of November 15, remember with Prop 58, we established criteria and a deadline. We have began a feasibility study to explore if we can offer the course next year. The only way, because it's so late in the year, that we could offer a course next year without it being disruptive to the master schedule is to do that during 7th or 8th period. So if we offered any other time of the day, it would be disruptive, and our 1 Kamai teacher teaches in the morning at Wilson. So the only way we could do it is during 7th or 8th period. So what we did is we sent a survey to every Kamai Poly family. And as of yesterday, 40 students have responded to that survey. 25% of those respondents are not candidates because they don't speak nor understand Kamai. So of those 30 that do speak and understand Kamai, they've all indicated that yes, they would be interested in taking that course. However, we asked them, would you be interested in taking that course next year during 7th or 8th period? And this represents, students understand what that represents. It represents an additional course, or it represents they have to give something up in order to take that course. So out of those 30, 9 have responded that they are willing to take the course 7th or 8th period. So we had Daro in the research office send out a reminder. We will keep the survey open to Friday, and hopefully we'll have some more results. We did ask the kids, so the rest of the kids said maybe. So yes, no, or maybe. So Alma herself will be reaching out to each of those maybes and asking a little bit more about what would convince you, or talking through some scenarios. So that number might increase after we talk to that group of students. Okay, any questions about that? All right, yes.
So how many students would we need to offer a class at Poly?
Yeah, I suspected that question might be asked. So this is not coming out of Poly's FTE. This is a teacher, this is our teacher, Mr. Ong, who would be teaching it. We would be giving him up from the multilingual office. So there's no additional cost attached to it. Somebody will pick up the brunt of his work that he does for the multilingual office, but it's not an additional cost. So we're thinking, Dr. Kell, help me out here. What number did we throw out there earlier this week?
Well, let's just put it this way. We hope for more than 9, and the reason why is we know there's always attrition. So students will sign up for the course, but our experience is that we will lose a certain percentage of students for a variety of reasons. So we're gonna work hard to see if we can get it on the schedule. I don't want to give a hard number because there's a lot of factors for us to consider.
Something we also have to consider is this: if a student is taking a world language course, it has to be a 2-year series of courses because they need to take 2 courses of the same language in order to receive that world language graduation requirement. So if we offer it with 9 and we end up with 4, the next year we're offering that other course, the Kamai for Kamai speakers 3-4 or 5-6, whatever it is, for 4 kids. And so we're looking for a larger number. So Alma knows her job is to get some information from the maybes and turn those into some yeses. If we can offer it next year, we know that period 7-8 is what's causing kids to say maybe or say no, then this is something that we can work into the master schedule for the following year, because it takes some time to do that. So next year, fall of next year, it's a maybe. We can absolutely do it for the following year, especially if we've got an additional Kamai teacher on staff. Okay. All right, and our final program, which you're all familiar with, is dual language immersion. In this program model, we need at least 50% of the instruction to be in Kamai, and those instructional materials also to be in Kamai. We cannot go to Cambodia to buy these materials because they're not Common Core aligned, they're not aligned to our California frameworks. These are materials that we would have to write and design with our one teacher. So a constraint there. We would need interest of 60 students per year, per grade, to keep this program afloat and sustainable. It does require a multiple subject credential teacher with Kamai bilingual authorization, and we need a minimum of 2 teachers a year. So I've shared with you that we currently have just a handful, I believe it's 2, maybe 3 teachers with a Kamai bilingual authorization, but that same partner at Cal State Fullerton, and with the help of a $5 million state-funded grant that's focusing on teaching Asian languages, we are super excited to finally launch and present the Kamai Bilingual Authorization Program that we are leading with Cal State Fullerton. Again, topped by, guess who? Our one Kamai teacher. So Dareth is Mr. Ung is a busy guy. He will also be teaching this course at Fullerton. He also teaches at Cal State Long Beach. So we're asking a lot of one person when we make these requests.
And you didn't mention that he's the one that went to Cambodia to get the textbooks.
No, he's not. He will not be going to Cambodia. I think he'll be busy teaching these courses. Do you have a question?
I do. Do we have any administrators that speak Kamai?
That is
So if we have a
great-
dual immersion program with Kamai, someone supervising those teachers to give them feedback, do we have anyone on staff?
Do we? Level office friends? I can't say, not a principal yet. Maybe there's an assistant principal? Not? TBD. We will definitely ask ourselves that question. So we have begun recruiting our local teachers. So we might not have a Kamai speaking principal on staff, but we do have Kamai speaking teachers. And so we have recruited those teachers in several ways. Some received a direct email saying, do you happen to speak Kamai? And if so, are you interested? We also posted this advertisement on several of our websites, including the Multilingual Office website, in hopes of recruiting our local teachers and providing them the access, and we're actually funding their bilingual certification in Kamai with support of Cal State Fullerton. So as of today, we have 12 teachers interested, right? 12 teachers interested who have signed up for an informational Zoom that Alma is leading along with Dr. Tran at Fullerton. Not all will qualify for the program. You have to have a pretty high level of not just speaking and understanding. It's not like Kamai for Kamai speakers. It's truly, you have to be biliterate. So they have to have a pretty high proficiency level in reading and writing of Kamai in order to be able to pass this certification program. But we will prepare them as best we can, and we'll keep you posted on how we do with that.
And can you give us an idea of a timeline? Because I imagine this is a process that can't happen overnight.
Absolutely. So I don't know I think Alma might have a better idea of the teacher's proficiency. So depending on how proficient the teachers are in reading and writing is how long it's going to take us to get them there. So Fullerton will provide the coursework. We will provide part of the funding for it. So if there's teachers on staff that are reading and writing in Kamai, they'll be able to take, a semester's worth of preparation classes and then pass the bilingual authorization exam. If they aren't as proficient, it'll take a little bit longer. So at the earliest, maybe in next year is 23, 24? 24, 25, we may have several more teachers, hopefully, with a bilingual authorization.
So 24, 25, we may have more teachers with the single subject authorization to teach Kamai. Where do we stand on the curriculum? Because we can't have teachers without teaching materials.
And we can't have materials without Kamai speaking teachers to write those materials.
So
that following year we would need to utilize those teachers that are with new bilingual authorizations. And I just want to clarify, it's a multiple subject, so elementary teachers with a bilingual authorization in Kamai. So Dareth is a secondary teacher, so he teaches in high school and middle school, so that requires a single subject, Kamai.
Okay, so it's different at the elementary level than it is at the secondary level.
Correct.
And for the curriculum, so we would be waiting for the new teachers to be developing the curriculum, and so that's going to take us another while. Okay, I'm getting an idea of the timeline.
So Mr. Ung doesn't have an elementary background, nor does he have a multiple subject. So his preparation has been around Kamai language. And so we can't ask him to, it's like asking a high school, CT teacher to write elementary curriculum. Just because they speak the language doesn't mean they can write the curriculum. And unfortunately, as you know, there is no other district that has a dual language program in Kamai, so it's not like we can borrow stuff from other people. publishers do not publish curriculum materials in Kamai. And the materials from Cambodia, we can buy readers from Cambodia, literacy books for the Kamai language arts block, but we can't buy it for math, for science, for history that follows the California framework and California state standards, Common Core standards.
And I think it's good to note that you've been looking.
We've been looking. And to get this program started, it's been years of knocking. We've been knocking and knocking on doors, and they just didn't have the funding. That's $5 million landed on their lap just earlier this year. And so they themselves didn't have the funding or the people to teach the program. It's an all-around very difficult process. We are making steps. They might not be visible steps, but the steps are being made. Okay. I think in addition to, since we're on the topic of dual language, next year we have an additional administrator joining the multilingual office, and I thank you all for making that happen. So Martha Alba Gonzalez will be leading this work next year. She's super excited to jump in where Alma has left off in the dual language world, and so she's ready and pumped as well. Okay, so to end, we know that we can't do this important work. We've talked a little bit about that. We can't do this work alone. So for that reason, we've worked this year to really develop and strengthen our partnerships in support of multilingual students. And I wanted to give just a brief overview of those partnerships. The first one is with Doctora Mora Flores. Dr. Mora Flores is from USC. Yes, fight on, Dr. Benitez. Yeah. Oh, now I have to also, I'm sorry, Board Member Lopez. Now I can't just tease Dr. Benitez. Dr. Mora Flores is an expert in ELD, authored lots of books, but most importantly, she's a Long Beach Unified parent. So we're super excited to have her as an official partner in this work. She'll be helping us with those newcomer centers that Alma talked about with Enlace, training up our teachers this summer, and training up our OCIPD staff on integrated ELD so we can support all content areas. That contract is also on the board for approval today. We also have strengthened our relationship with LACO, and they've been real true partners in this. And one way is LACO is funding training for our dual language teachers and administrators this summer. We have a 2-day institute presented by CABE, but funded by LACO, so I wanted to put both of their names up there. And then you've heard already about LACO's program Getting Reading Right in elementary. We're also offering it in secondary school. We're excited about that and reintroducing structured literacy. And then we talked about our Fullerton partnership, but I also want to include Cal State Long Beach. So we don't just have a shortage of bilingual Kamai teachers. We have a true shortage of, and Mr. Zaid will agree with me, of Spanish bilingual teachers for our Spanish dual language programs. And so we are working with Cal State Long Beach to do something similar that we're doing with Fullerton, is recruiting our own Spanish bilingual teachers to get them the support they need for that bilingual authorization through a program with Cal State Long Beach. So that is what we have for you today. We'll end with a thank you and any questions you might have.
Any questions? Dr. Benitez.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez and Ms. Black. By the way, brown bears, Bruin bears are native to California, not in the Mediterranean somewhere. So Ms. Black, Enlace we also use at our center at Cal State Long Beach to use for the term engagement. So el Centro de Enlaces Comunitarios, right? Because there isn't a good, easy translation of community engagement in Spanish. So I love the play on Enlace here. So thank you for the presentation. I particularly appreciate the updates on our seal of biliteracy and our strengthening and expansion of our Kamai offerings. As we know, for years, members of our Cambodian community have been advocating, in some cases pushing in a good way, for us to further expand and strengthen our Kamai language offerings, whether that be our heritage language program and or, in this case, work toward a dual immersion program. So I think it's an important update for our community as well, right? And to show that although from some perspective the dual immersion isn't happening as fast as we would like or envision. I'm so appreciative that you spoke to some of the structural challenges, right? System challenges, state challenges in terms of how we approve curriculum and how we certify teachers. But I also understand the sense of urgency, given that we also have in our community right now the development of a Cambodian Cultural Center conversation going on, and that we have other important endeavors that our Cambodian community is helping to advance. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
I also had an opportunity to meet with our Long Beach Education Connection folks. Some of them are here tonight, and they raised concerns around our English language work and English language challenges that we've been having with our emerging bilinguals. So I'm glad you had an opportunity to speak to some of the pivotal changes ramping up, everything from how we're using Elevate to our reimagining of our reclassification, to our very strategic thinking in terms of that work that we did in 6-8, right? So I think it's important to note that. One of the things that I want to highlight from that conversation, and it's included in some of the LCAP input that we've received, is the component of parent engagement when it comes to our emerging bilinguals. So it's not something that I know that you highlighted here in the presentation, but I do think there's some work there and some opportunities for us. And I'll use myself as an example, right, as English not being my first language. My own daughter was IFEP'd in kindergarten because I put down that she spoke a language other than English.
Right.
At home. And I think oftentimes, I'll speak to you, Ms. Black, since you were just in the Franklin sort of school community. Oftentimes our families and parents don't understand the nuances and intricacies of what it means to be classified as an EL, of what some of the implications of long-term English learners are, how important it is to have a parent engagement component aligned with this work. So I'm hoping to hear maybe at a next presentation or intermittently, some of the updates on how we're working to not just engage our parents, but to also build capacity as parents, as co-educators and allies, particularly if we're trying to lift up multilingualism, multiculturalism, that not yet knowing English proficiently is not a deficit.
No.
Right? Because many of our families, particularly Spanish-speaking families, Spanish is not their first language either. When we talk about newcomers, Ms. Black, they may be speaking Zapoteco or Mixtec or another indigenous language, so Spanish is their second or third language. So they're also coming from an environment in their home communities, countries of origin, where they were in the same juxtaposing that their native language was not the language that they learned in school, and then they come to our school system, and then there's an additional sort of structural challenge. So even in translation, right, even when we talk about Spanish interpretation and translation, I have personally, been in spaces where the Spanish that I'm speaking is not as familiar Spanish to our family. So again, if we're lifting up and celebrating multiculturalism, the seal of biliteracy, multilingualism, that I think the parent engagement component and particularly what I heard from our Long Beach Education Connection folks, that there's still some structural barriers there at the school site level. So beautiful presentation that sets the tone district-wide. I think the way that sort of we think through how do we operationalize some of this thinking and some of this reimagination from a cultural wealth model, right, is important to highlight, particularly as we think about our long-term English learners, which, according to the data, a third right now of our emerging bilinguals are in that 5th, 6th, 7th year or beyond. The last I would end with a question. So I am still not clear when we include this number that we started off with, 10,000, I believe on the very first slide, that some of those are disaggregated as newcomers, some of those are disaggregated as long-term English learners, some of those are disaggregated at the risk of being long-term English learners. So it leaves roughly 4,000 to 5,000 that my presumption is are not yet classified and or are some other group of students that I'm not sure.
So there's
right?
somewhere between the 18-month mark, which is a newcomer is 18 months or less.
Yeah.
They're between the 18-month and the 4 years. So they're somewhere in between there.
And so when subgroup EL data is shared with us, I see Dr. Lund and Dr. Brown here. Sometimes to me it's confusing who we're talking about when we're calling a subgroup EL, right? So when subgroup data is presented to us about ELs, and I'll point to a recent example, the data that we received showed that ELs were struggling academically, all right, particularly in comparison to other subgroups. And I may have erroneously deduced who that included in terms of our ELs. So ever English learners, I mean, I don't know. So I think it would be important to sort of, one, share when we're talking about ELs, who does that mean? But also, again, I'm thinking about myself and other community members. I don't always understand the nuances of why sometimes long-term English learners are included for one data point, but then for another data point, we include other subgroups of ELs. And then in some cases, those ELs are preferred language at home is Spanish. Other times it may be, like in this case, Kamai or Tagalog or Vietnamese. I know those populations are relatively smaller, but I'm still, it's not clear to me sometimes when EL subgroup data is presented who that is from this 10,388 and sort of what our thinking and rationale is for why we include students that have already reclassified with that number, all right? So not for today, Ms. Gonzalez, but this data point got me thinking again because the subgroups within the EL are clear to me. It's that other 4,000 to 5,000, right, that are still not as clear. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I thought we had a question from Mr. Otto, but I don't see him on the screen. So in the interest of time, we're going to move on. If we have questions, we will let you know.
You know where to find me.
We know where to find you, but we're on a tight schedule this afternoon into the evening. So we will now move on to our Black Student Achievement Initiative.
Thank you, President Craighead. I'm really super pleased to introduce Alyssa Taylor Stewart, who is here to speak on behalf of the Black Student Achievement Initiative. We also have many members of BSAI present in the audience. We're so grateful to you. As she's coming up to the podium, I just wanted to really acknowledge that the work of BSAI has been about connection, engagement, information, and celebration. And those four components have really provided a springboard for us to move work forward. But we really want to acknowledge that we have much more work to do, and that the greatest celebration of all will happen for us when the outcomes and experiences of our Black students match the amazing abilities that we know our students hold. So with that, I want to thank you, Ms. Taylor Stewart, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brown. Good afternoon, Board President Craighead, school board members, Superintendent Baker, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Brown, and senior team members. I'm excited to be with you today, and on behalf of Dr. Lucy Salazar and the Black Student Achievement Initiative Advisory Committee and the students, parents, guardians, and caregivers in our village, I thank you for this opportunity. Today's presentation will be a review of Black Student Achievement Initiative Year 1 and 2, as well as a look forward to the journey ahead. The foundational work of the Black Student Achievement Initiative over the last 2 years has been focused on informing, uplifting, and engaging with the Black community in LBUSD. Throughout this presentation, you'll hear about the programs, events, experiences over the last 2 years, and you'll also hear personal testimonies from several of our village members and how BSAI has directly impacted them. By all accounts, we've had a very productive and successful first 2 years. However, we recognize there is still so much more work to do, especially work that directly impacts the academic experiences of our Black students in LBUSD. Now, last year I had Mr. Grayson up here helping me with this clicker thing, and this year I don't, so we're gonna see. There you go. You're still with me, Mr. Grayson, though, thank you. This year, the Black Student Achievement Initiative adopted the principles of Sankofa in the very important work we are doing with parents, students, staff, and community members. You hear the word Sankofa a lot, and you may or may not know, so I'll share. Sankofa is a word from the Akan tribe of Ghana, West Africa, that loosely translates to go back and get it. Sankofa teaches us that we must go back to our roots in order to move forward. We should reach back and gather the best of what our past has taught us so that we can achieve our full potential as we move forward together. The wisdom from the past becomes a guide to a better and stronger future. There we go. As a reminder, in the 2021-2022 Learning Acceleration and Support Plan, Dr. Baker took a bold step and announced plans to allocate $750,000 to develop and engage a Black Student Achievement Initiative Advisory Committee in order to recommend additional support for Black students. Eventually, the BSAI Advisory Committee was formed, and it's currently composed of 19 passionate and committed parents, staff, and community members. This year, we've seen growth in the committee, which has brought a wide array of knowledge and expertise and a deeper commitment to this work. And now I'd like to introduce the BSAI Advisory Committee members. If you're here, please stand when your name is called. And because of the time change, and we understand why it had to happen, many of our members are still at work and so forth, so they're with us in spirit today. Our subcommittee leads are Amy Love, Chandler Taylor, and Dr. Pam Lovett. Our committee members, April Parker, Akila Tabiti, Dominique Dillard, Dr. Dewana Bradley, Elizabeth Williams, Erica May, Jerlene Tatum, Kenneth Duckworth, Dr. Kim Tabari, Lori Andrews, Marissa Reese, Melissa Morgan, Dr. Monica Cole Jackson, Renisha Brown, Rashika Henry, and Shavonna Anderson Bird. Please stand and be recognized. Thank you. One of my roles in year one was to assume the lead of the Coalition of Involved African American Parents, known as CAP, sometimes CIAAP. We continued with the monthly meetings and parent engagement sessions, sharing information, engaging with parents via Zoom during year one. We also held our first historically Black colleges and universities discussion panel, which included many LBUSD staff proudly representing their HBCU. When you go to an HBCU, it's with you forever. And so trust and believe, if we had Amy in here, she'd be shouting, HU, HU, but she's back there shouting it. We also held a virtual Black History celebration with 20 students participating in grades pre-K through high school. You'll actually hear from a couple of them today who participated in our virtual Black History celebration. We began our direct outreach to school sites with a BSA-sponsored trip to the Los Angeles Black College Expo. We took 4 buses of high school students, and that was done in collaboration with the high school office. And in April, we held our first Black Student Achievement Initiative Symposium, which has since become our yearly signature event. Our first year culminated with the groundbreaking Sankofa Summer Academy, an innovative academic summer program for incoming 3rd through 5th grade Black students to receive culturally responsive learning experiences, restorative community building, and enrichment, all centered on Black excellence and Black joy. Our phenomenal curriculum writers are Dr. Pam Lovett, Amy Love, and Chandler Taylor. Lastly, in year one, the BSAI LCAP recommendations were adopted for the upcoming school year. Year two was pivotal for BSAI. We embarked on many LBUSD firsts. In the first quarter of the year, we launched Sankofa Parent Village, a community of care and support for parents, guardians, caregivers of Black children. Sankofa Parent Village grew from what was known as CAP, or the Coalition of Involved African American Parents. It centers our Black families and embraces the spirit of Sankofa, providing a space for two-way communication and engagement with Black parents in a way that honors and affirms the gifts of our culture and community. Each month, an average of about 60 parents, guardians, caregivers, and community members gather together in a supportive and loving space to learn together and uplift each other as advocates for Black students. Sankofa Parent Village is supported by the Parent Empowerment Project at UCLA, Center X, which is led by our very own Shavonna Anderson Bird. Shavonna, stand up. Be recognized. Shavonna is moving on to, I don't want to say bigger and better things, but she's moving on, but she's going to always be part of Sankofa Parent Village. She has brought a wealth of resources from UCLA to support our parents and our students, and I'm just so very grateful for you, Shavonna. Thank you. I've learned a lot from you. We continue on our outreach to school sites by allocating $1,500 to each Black Student Union, Young Black Scholars Program, and other Black student groups at both high schools and middle schools. And as soon as our elementary schools get on board, we're going to support them as well. These funds were provided to help support their programs and activities. I know recently Lindbergh had a career day and invited the Black parents out, and so, you know, we want to partner with our school sites. We don't want this work to live at Houghton Park. We want this work to live at the school sites. Last November, we took 40 high school students on an HBCU tour to Louisiana and Texas, and I'm excited to share that several of our seniors are now on their way to HBCUs, including Hampton, Howard, Southern, and Grambling. Give it up for our students. Yes. Where's Melissa? Melissa Morgan's daughter, President, is going to Howard University next year. All right, Prez. This is what really brings me great joy, to know that this work is directly impacting our children. During the Christmas break, we partnered with Project Optimism on the Power of Giving toy drive at Houghton Park. We provided over 500 families with toys for Christmas. In February, we held our first celebration of Black teachers, honoring more than 50 teachers. All were invited, but only 50 came, and part of it is many folks don't know about the work. Let's just be honest. They're like, well, am I getting invited to a celebration? What's this all about? And as we grow and connect and engage and build coalition, they'll get to know and will be more comfortable with the work. But the 50 that came were honored and celebrated. In many ways, this was a beautiful event. But one of my takeaways was that many of our Black educators don't know each other. They've never met, even those who've been in the district for over 2 decades. That's not acceptable. Just like our students, our Black educators need and deserve an environment where their identity is affirmed and collaboration is possible with other educators of similar backgrounds and experiences. So we look forward to supporting more affinity groups for our Black staff. I know Mr. Zaid is working on some things, and he's allowed me to be in conversation with him. So this is not my work. This is just not the advisory committee work. This is all of our work, right? And so I encourage all of us to get on board, because our Black educators, many of them are hurting. Many of them are isolated. Many of them feel alone. And we heard from them, and so we're going to do what we can do to support. Also in February, we had our first all-district Black History Month celebration at J-Town, with students from across the district sharing the gifts and talents in celebration of Black excellence. And all I can say, if you didn't attend, you missed a very, very special event. I moved the slide already? Okay, good. In March, we collaborated with Shields for Families and hosted The Bounce Back, a Black-centered wellness event led by several Black mental health professionals from the greater Long Beach area. During the spring quarter, we collaborated with the Kiris Rogers Foundation on a Women's History Month event, The Impact of Colorism on Black Girls. This was a panel discussion and an audience participation experience centering the psychosocial impact of skin color on our Black girls. And when I tell you they're impacted by colorism still, something I experienced as a young girl many years ago, and it's still something that's very, very prevalent. And these are things we need to be aware of. Even if you're not in the Black community, these are things we need to be aware of, especially when it comes to our children. Colorism is still impacting. It is at sometimes the foundation of squabbles and arguments between students, low self-esteem and so forth. So this conversation was very powerful, and I think it really helped to heal some hurt. But we need to support it ongoing. In March, we partnered with Adams principal Tracy Fiala, who's very near and dear to my heart because she's also my principal mentor in the leadership program that I'm in with Miss Kelly Ahn. She took a bold step with me and said, I'm right here with you with Sankofa Saturdays, an enrichment program for Black students in kindergarten through 5th grades focused on transformational social emotional learning skills and academic achievement. Sankofa Saturdays is supported by my right-hand counselor, Akila Tabi. Stand up, Akila. This one right here is everything to me. And we have several amazing Long Beach teachers. Some of them are here with us. If you're with Sankofa Saturdays, please stand up and be recognized. There you go. Thank you. These glasses are ready for the garbage guys, so that's why I'm messing with them. I'm sorry. I bought some new ones, but they're not doing the job, so. Okay. We had our first 7-week session at Sankofa Saturdays, and we had over 75 students enrolled. So, just the beginning, but we're growing steadily, right? In April, the 2nd annual BSAI Symposium happened again at J-Town. We love J-Town. We're staying at J-Town. We love J-Town. I don't know, Jolene might not allow us to stay at J-Town. But anyway, we do love J-Town. Keisha and her group, they've been very supportive of us, and we know we probably have to expand, but they've been good to us over the last 2 years. We had almost 400 students, staff, parents, guardians, and community members in attendance at our symposium. I was just amazed. I was awestruck by the participation. And this year we added an educators workshop, which received very, very, very positive feedback from attendees. And we're really excited because when we go to Clark Atlanta on our HBCU tour, guess who's going to give us our tour? Dr. Akua. All right. In May, something very special happened. A father's voice was born. What is a father's voice? A father's voice is an arm of Sankofa Parent Village. It's a community of care and support for fathers and male guardians of Black children. This new group offers an opportunity for participants to learn together, socialize, and uplift each other in collective support of Black children in Long Beach. And you're going to hear more about that in a few minutes. If you are here from a father's voice, please stand and be recognized. Everyone here from a father's voice. Give it up for our dad. Also in May, we held a special Sankofa Parent Village meeting. Many of you were in attendance. Our district leaders spent time engaging with our parents, listening to their concerns and answering questions. Our parents were so grateful and so appreciative for that opportunity. I heard from many of them. And they're looking forward to many more opportunities like this. They need to know. I was telling Dr. Brown the other day, we know many of you because like Dr. Brown's been on, our YouTube and during the pandemic, but many of our parents have never met you and seen you, and they don't know you as people, and they want to know you as people. They want to partner with you in this work, and so we hope that you'll visit us more and hang out with us some more and then, listen to some ideas that they may have. You never know. It might be something that might help to move the needle. This month, we hold a steering committee meeting of the Long Beach chapter of the National Alliance of Black School Educators, NABC. The formal launch of this affinity group will occur at the beginning of the 2023 school year. And on June 26th, Sankofa Summer Academy 2023 will open. This year we expanded to include 6th graders, so we're really excited about that. And we'll have a total of 8 classrooms at Longfellow Elementary School. And in July, God willing, we're flying out with 47 students and 7 staff members on our 2nd HBCU tour. This time we're traveling to Georgia and Alabama. The tour will take us to Clark Atlanta University, Spelman College, Morehouse College, Morris Brown, Emory University, all those in the Atlanta area, and also Alabama State and Alabama A&M and Tuskegee. In addition, we're going to visit the King Center for Nonviolent Social Change, the Legacy Museum, the Marshall Space Center in Huntsville, and we will take a walk together across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, an important historical site of the Civil Rights Movement. The first LBUSD Black graduation celebration and Kente ceremony happened on May 31st. 250 beautiful Black students participating in a packed Jordan auditorium full of families and staff. This was one of those you had to be there experiences to truly appreciate and understand the awesomeness in the room. And I just want to thank you, Dr. Baker, for your vision, to your support. I told someone the other day, you could say no and you never do. This work is possible because of your leadership, and we're so grateful. And Dr. Brown as well, and all of you, because I know you all are a team. But I have colleagues across this country who are not involved in this work, and so we're grateful. This is Long Beach, and this is becoming the Long Beach way, so we're really, really grateful for that. So Mr. Issen's gonna play a short video clip for us of the Black grad for those of you that weren't able to join us, so sit back for a second, enjoy.
Tonight is a super exciting night where we're celebrating our Black graduates for the first time in this way in Long Beach Unified. Tonight's a celebration of culture as well as achievements and the recognition that there's so much good to come for our students. So we're here to celebrate them.
This is a big one for us because when you think about this class in particular, they had 3 stages of the pandemic. They had the actual shutdown, they had the recovery, and then they had the return to campus. So I'm so excited that we're getting to celebrate these young people and their families, and today should be a historic day.
So as you take part in today's celebration, draped in kente cloth, the colors and the wisdom of our ancestors, know that they are proud of you as well as we are.
It's time to go. It's time to live. It's time to experience. It's time to shine.
Give it up for our grads. And we have a full-length video available. It's about 2 hours long, but it will be available if you're interested with your popcorn. We know it takes a village to do this work, right? And so here are some of the community partners who have supported BSAI programs over the last 2 years. So we have One Shine Youth, a youth mentoring program and performing arts and leadership program, 100 Black Men of Long Beach, Bridge Builders Foundation, a mentoring program, Cal State University Long Beach, City of Long Beach, the Black Health Equity Initiative, Hisabu Circle, Dr. Kadwa Soiree, the Karis Rogers Foundation, Los Angeles County, Delete the Divide, providing access to technology and job training to jobs in the tech industry. We're going to be embarking with them on something this coming year. Project Optimism, which is a youth development organization, Shields for Families, a social service organization, UCLA Center X, and Village Life Education, led by Dr. Kirkwood. So those are some of the partners that have supported our work. So if you'll indulge me, I know we have a hard stop at 5, but if you'll indulge me, we have some people here, some folks here who want to share their personal experiences with you, and then we'll wrap it up with a little bit about the journey forward. So I'm going to leave my paper here, and we're going to take a few minutes, and we'll kind of just wrap around, okay? Thank you.
All right, good evening. Yeah, it's about to be good evening real soon. My name is Melvin Jones. I'm a teacher in Long Beach Unified School District. I'm a former student of Long Beach Unified School District, and I'm also a parent in Long Beach Unified School District. I was asked to participate in a Father's Voice a couple of months ago, and I was kind of skeptical because it's like, why, right? But then I realized that as I'm interacting at work with students and parent participation has always been the problem. And how can I talk about parent participation where I'm at and I'm not participating with the school, especially for my kids? So I took the leap of faith and joined Lisa and all the other fathers and realized this was something that I need to be part of. I realized that interacting with fathers, you begin to learn different things that you didn't know as a father, but you also have to share things with other fathers who might be younger than you or might be, I won't say less educated, but less experienced in certain things. And the last 2 times we met has been a good impact on my life. It helped me look at when I go back to the classroom and I'm searching for those kids who, father, just need that extra push And that's something that I'm learning that this outreach is helping for me personally, and also for me to be more of a presence and help change the narrative that's been out there about Black fathers. Not to say that mothers are not important, but Black fathers are also important in the movement of trying to, I guess, decrease the achievement gap that we all speak about when we're in our classrooms and you guys having your meetings. A lot of times it doesn't take place in the classroom. It takes place in the community and at the home. So if we could bridge both the community and the schools together, that's a good pathway towards decreasing the achievement gap and making it not a norm for the difference or the disparity into a student's achievement, but more so try to highlight their potential. So I like you guys. Thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
Sometimes it feels like somebody's watching me. My name is Yobins Benoit, and I'm a parent of 2 middle school kids and elementary school kid. And so I'm a homebody. I like to be home, chilling. But one of the things that will take me out is my kids. If I have to do something for my kids, I'll go out and do that. And so I want to thank Miss Alicia for creating Sankofa Village, but also Father's Voice. One of the things that happens as a parent, or let me speak for myself, one of the things that happens is you take it personal. You get stuff that happens with your kids, and it's like, what's wrong with me? But going to the Father's Voice and seeing other fathers interact with their kids, it's like, okay, this is how it is. And so one of the great things about this community is being able to see yourself in other people and understanding, like, okay, I'm not broken. It's a process and figuring it out. Being with people that, like he said, has more experience than you to help, and then you being around people that have less experience and you can help them. So it's a beautiful experience, and I thank you guys for allowing Alicia to start this process, and I'm grateful for it, and I'm looking forward to seeing what ends up happening in the future. Thank you.
How you guys doing? Thank you so much for your time. My name is Jeremiah. I'm a parent of the two little kids in the back playing on YouTube, so forgive me if the sound get loud. When I first, Ms. Taylor had invited me out to the Father's Voice, like the brother said, I was a little skeptical, but as I went in, it kind of became a lot more than barbershop talk, where now I'm learning as a parent that, we all got kids as teenagers, and mine is 12, and they start to get a little attitude, so I gotta adjust my attitude as far as teaching her, but also, it's more than barbershop talk. It kind of gave me a chance to actually talk to fathers who has 20-year-old daughters, 30-year-old daughters. Like, yo, this is a part of it that you have to grow through. And it's been a huge motivation, not only for me, but for my family and for the community. Because now I'm inviting other fathers to come down and get the tip, hints, and cheats that maybe a lot of it was hidden from us, or the parents didn't have time to teach us. So now we can pass it on to the next generation. And thank you.
Good evening. I'm Leslie Lewis, and I'm a parent and a teacher with the district. The Blacks, not in the mic? Okay. Oh, you're trying to say I'm sure. Okay. The Black Student Achievement Initiative has meant a lot to me over this past year. I have attended almost every Sankofa Parent Village because I found a village of parents who give sound advice and that can relate to me. The meetings offer practical resources. I go for the free daycare, the food, and the friendships, all of which nourish me. My children were two of the many talented Black children who had an opportunity to shine at the first annual Black History Show. They worked hard, practiced, and then enjoyed the community's collective congratulations after they left the stage. The BSAI 2023 symposium was excellent. I went to one workshop as a parent and was helped with navigating the nuances of being a Black parent in LBUSD. And then another workshop I went to as a teacher, amongst other teachers being challenged to shift my perspective and meet my students where they are. Last summer, I took my children to Sankofa Summer School, and for 5 days in the summertime, each day my children were excited about going to school. And that spoke volumes to me about how much they enjoyed it. Last Saturday was the final Sankofa Saturday school, and I was able to experience that not only as a parent on the outside, but as a teacher on the inside. It was extremely significant for me. I saw students learn and laugh together. They made friendships easily and shared openly. One Saturday, while standing together in a circle, we discussed bullying and name-calling, and the children were vulnerable enough to share some pretty heavy insults that they've heard. Once they shared, they realized that they were not alone, that they were not the only ones, and then they supported each other. Finally, this year, I attended the BSAI Black graduation, not as a parent or as a teacher, but as a member of the community, a villager. I wanted to applaud and figuratively take my hat off to all of the graduates. I don't know truly what they went through, but I can imagine that it took a lot to get through whatever they had to in order to accomplish graduating this year. It was beautiful to see them on the stage basking in the limelight as they were draped with the kente cloth pattern stoles that a speaker told them what each color represented. They walked tall and posed and smiled and looked like they knew how much it mattered to take that step in order to take the next step that they're going to need to take. I was wrong. I was at the Black grad as a parent and a teacher too, because I'm always a parent, I'm always a teacher, I'm always a community member, and I'm always a villager. And I know what I think we all know is that it does take a village. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Akila Benson. I am a family nurse practitioner for our Long Beach community in family practice, addiction medicine, and behavioral health. And I am here on behalf of Sankofa Parent Village. Sankofa Parent Village has provided me with an unparalleled sense of community and support. As the sole provider of a first-year elementary student, it was very helpful for us to have monthly meetings to voice our concerns that were oftentimes similar to parents of students at different schools across the district. These monthly meetings served as community support groups, as well as a platform for our student issues to be heard and addressed. And having gone to all of them this year, maybe with the exception of one, just because I'm not perfect, I just don't remember which one I may not have been at, I actually seen it transformed from us going to like getting to know one another to actually being able to voice our concerns and actually seeing a lot of you there at the later meetings throughout the year. So that's really awesome to actually know that we're being heard. Sankofa Parent Village offers us external resources as well, such as Black therapists for our children. And my daughter has an appointment coming up after she comes back in the summer. And this was found out through our meetings at Sankofa. This is important as cultural competence, awareness, and understanding is imperative when addressing traumas that we often share as a community. At the same time, my daughter looked forward to meeting with her peers on a monthly basis, as these sessions offered her opportunities to embrace shared cultural perspectives and values, helping to fill the cultural identity gap often missed daily during school hours. It offered her affirmation. During the spring, Sankofa Saturdays offered my daughter this same opportunity with additional education and arts specific to our African ancestry. Lifting as we climb, building as we grow is a line I often reference from a poem that I learned as a teenager. And I am blessed to say that Sankofa Parent Village provides this and more to our underrepresented Black students and parents of the Long Beach Unified School District. In closing, my daughter and I have met two of our closest friends, a mother and a daughter as well, by way of this organization, which is priceless for us as Cincinnati natives and recent transplants of San Diego, California, just over 1 year ago. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eugene Na. I'm a teacher at Stanford Middle School, but I have been attending the Sankofa Parent Village meetings regularly this school year in the capacity of a parent. I'm the adopted father of my black son, doing my best to learn how to raise him in a transracial family. I found the Sankofa Parent Village meetings helpful in providing an avenue to share funds of knowledge and form community. The meetings have addressed issues affecting the academic success of black children, from HBCU tours to hearing from black student testimonials to providing feedback on school and district plans to address the needs of black children. My wife and I have met and formed relationships with other parents of black children and discussed their educational experiences. The meetings have also provided a forum for the district to hear feedback regarding the education of black children. As an educator myself, I have benefited from hearing concerns from this community about how their children are regarded and treated by school staff. I am grateful that the district has provided this avenue to hear feedback and respond to needs, as well as for the black community to share knowledge and to uplift each other. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Harper Jones, and I am in the 3rd grade at Burbank Elementary School. The reason I love Sankofa Saturday School is because in Saturday Sankofa School, I get to learn about my culture and the black people that came before me. I learned about new things that they did not teach me about in regular school. That is why Sankofa Saturday School is amazing. Last summer, I went to Sankofa Summer School, and the reason I like Sankofa Summer School is because I get to share my feelings about slavery. Also, nobody talked about my hair. They didn't pull on it or ask me questions either. Some of my new friends said, "Your hair is cute." Then I said, "Thank you." I like learning about my culture. I really like seeing people that look like me. I enjoyed that a lot. I did STEM activities and had fun. That is why I like Sankofa Summer School and Sankofa all together.
Hi, my name is Noble Jones. I'm a 5th grader at Burbank Elementary, and the reason I love Sankofa Summer School is because I get to learn about my history, have fun, and hang with my friends. I also went to Sankofa Saturday School, and the reason I love that so much is that we learned about black artists, architects, and other amazing people. My 2 favorite activities were great. In the first one, we put nails into styrofoam and attached rubber bands to make different shapes. This mimics patterns in art and architecture. In another activity I did, I got to use straws and pipe cleaners to make bubble blowers. I ended up making over 100 bubbles. I love science, and when I get to do it with my friends, it's even better. Thank you.
Too fast these days, but one more minute, we'll wrap up. Thank you all so much for sharing your stories, especially our babies. Okay. In the spirit of Sankofa, the BSAI will draw from the past 2 years in order to address the inequities in the educational outcomes for black students. We look forward to building out a more intentional pathway to academic success and social emotional well-being for our students, one that will lead to improved scores in high-stakes testing, a greater sense of identity and belonging, increased A through G completion rates, and college and career readiness for our graduates. By building partnerships with black parents through culturally responsive engagement experiences, supporting black student groups, and building coalition with community members and staff, BSAI looks forward to a future where our black students are not just surviving, but thriving. So some of the planned and in progress work we have includes We're going to use data, community feedback to strengthen existing projects and programs. We've contracted with Bridge Builders. They're going to start a mentoring program at Lakewood High School and Wilson High School this fall. We're going to be working with Dr. Kirkwood and Dr. Kagwa Soiree to start a math literacy program at Sankofa Parent Village during the monthly meetings as well as on our Saturdays. And lastly, in response to an ongoing request from parents, we also look forward to supporting the growth of Sankofa Parent Villages throughout the school district at sites. So we're going to be working with parents to develop site-based parent groups. Well, anyway, as the work continues to expand and the touch points increase, the need for a BSAI department becomes much more evident. In conversations with district leadership about a BSAI department, I am often reminded that a department build-out will take some time and require a strategic plan. I get that. While we plan, we like to center the following recommendations for consideration to support the programs that we already have in place and the ones that are on the horizon. The BSAI Advisory Committee would like to recommend hiring additional staff under the BSAI umbrella. Oh, thank you. Including a COSA and a TOSA at each grade level. This is very important, identifying and compensating designated staff at each school site to serve as a much needed communication and support arm of BSAI. You cannot imagine how many times I hear, I didn't know about that. When did that start? The black grad? I just got an email, I think yesterday, from a principal. No principal, no teacher, no parent in this district should be unaware of. And I know many folks think these are just events, these are just programs, but in the spirit of Dr. Aaron Simon, this work is social emotional wellness work. This is identity and belonging work. This might not be teaching and instruction, but we're not one-dimensional. People are not. I mean, black folks engage. When we get into a crowd of other black folks, we feel good. We feel happy. We want to learn. That's the way we learn. That's the way we grow. That's the way we engage. That's our community. And so please know that having folks at the site is hugely important. I remember when Siobhan and I were driving around trying to pass out flyers. I think it was a symposium. We just want one person at the school site with some type of compensation, and we know that we can have maybe a monthly meeting. Hey, this is what's going on. This is what we like for you to do. Okay. Boldly, I'd like to ask for you guys to consider, to open a Black Parent Resource Center located in the community, which will provide resources for Black parents, guardians, and caregivers, a space for workshops specific to the needs of Black families, as well as a safe space for parent collaboration and support of Black students. I would love to be housed off-site, to be a support for our families, to be available, to work in the evening, to work on Saturdays. I get emails, I get calls, I get text messages, a place where Dr. Brown and Dr. Baker can come hang out and have coffee and grow and build relationships. And as we said, Dr. Brown, build trusting relationships with our community. This is low-hanging fruit. I mean, with all due respect, this is low-hanging fruit. This is something I hope you all will consider. We have a plan in place. Maybe not the way you would see it, but we definitely have a plan in place. Lastly, in response to an ongoing request from parents for easily accessible and updated information, including information related to academic support, college and career readiness, HBCUs, BSAI programs, events, etc., we recommend the addition of a Black Student Achievement Initiative webpage on the LBUSD website. In closing, we encourage and invite all parents, guardians, caregivers, as well as staff and community members to join the Black Student Achievement Initiative on the journey ahead. As we say in the village, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for being here, sharing your stories, letting us know what's been happening, what the possibilities are. Alyssa, I don't know how you did it, but you did it. We have a 5 o'clock hard stop. I imagine it's been challenging for our interpreters, but in light of the fact that we have a meeting that is due to start now, we will take a 10-minute recess because we've been sitting here since 3 o'clock or before. So at 5,
Do you mind if I say something about the Black Student Achievement Initiative?
And actually, I was
Yeah.
going to make a request pending legal here. Ms. Craighead, I thought that was a super powerful presentation.
Yeah.
Very
I think it
powerful.
deserves some time from us, so not just.
Okay.
So if, again, pending legal, if we can push back our 5 o'clock hard stop so that we can give the folks here respect, right, for the time that they've taken and for the presentation that we've made, and so that we can all have an opportunity to comment and have a conversation.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, you can do that. I think it might be a nice idea to let the folks outside know that we're running about 10 minutes late. We can do that.
Okay. All right. Well, first off, thanks, Wayne, for ironing that piece out for us. And thank you, Dr. Benitez, for putting a little bit more tact in what I really wanted to say. As a man who grew up in this community, obviously experiencing some of the good and some of the bad of the Long Beach Unified School District as an African-American student, for a second, I felt a little slighted if we would not have given this space to recognize their accomplishments. It's due. So I wanted to thank everybody on the board as well for giving us this time. And I'm going to say this without tearing up here. I've just been quite impressed and humbled at the great work that Alyssa's been doing with the team that she's been working with. If you've ever had to do something hard, like change a culture, you know that you're going to do it with a lot of pushback. You're going to do it with some frustrations being occurring even within some of your own social groups. And it has been impressive to watch from afar and just from some of our personal conversations, the way that Alyssa has had to move a little bit in the dark, but also with the tact and poise needed to lead this work. And so we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge you and all the hard work that you've done and all of the great influence you've had on these young people and helping them who've, as I said in the video, these are students who have seen 3 phases of this pandemic, to give them a sense of identity post-pandemic. And so, Alyssa, you're my friend. So I don't know if it's even fair for me to speak in such reverence, but the work that you've done has just been very, very impressive. And I wanted to ask all of us to give her a big standing ovation for her work. Now on to the synopsis that you've given us thus far. There were a couple of components that I felt were important for us to highlight as I too felt and recognized some of the things that were brought up. One, you talked about, I will call it our Black Student Achievement Symposium event, where we celebrated the talents of our young students in the district. I've spoke to it before, but oh my gosh, if you weren't there and you couldn't, nobody in that room could say that they didn't feel the power and impact of those young students. I think it was also a beautiful come together for our parents as well. Outside of all of the other large meetings that have occurred through Sankofa and et cetera. And so I just was really appreciative of that piece. And I feel like that when I wanted to make sure that I highlighted this, because I felt that it was important, that from a cultural and identity component, I think that when we talk about our students within the district in particular, this was a space as a young man gone through the district that I felt was shortchanged and slighted. So to create that space, Dr. Baker and the team, I think was very much important, and I'm glad that this was a part of this work, and I wanted to thank you for putting that together. The second, and once again was a heck of an event, was the Black Grad. I'll share a little bit of my story and why it was important to me. I was a young man who grew up in the neighborhood. Let's just say I have my fair share of African-American outings, to say the least. But sadly, a lot of my gatherings are centered around sad moments. And sadly, that is often what happens in the Black community, where they're centered around funerals. They're centered around some form of a shortcoming, and I don't want to go into those details. But sadly, there aren't enough celebratory spaces for African-American families that aren't well-to-do, in all honesty. But by creating this space to celebrate a young man's or young woman's perseverance through a pandemic, to their perseverance of 12 years, to celebrate their accolades, and to put it in an environment where they can also find that sense of cultural identity, was huge for us. And I think that's the piece on why that component was so important. And so once again, thank you for giving our families within the Long Beach Unified School District an opportunity to convene and celebrate the successes of our Black students. One of the things that you brought up in regards to the next steps, which I too want to highlight and emphasize as we take this program to the next level, is making sure that we can statistically back all of the great identity work that we're doing here. And so as we continue to work on this space and improving the quality of education for our Black students in particular, I think that it is important for us to capsulize the impact of our efforts. As we continue the quality work, I think the quantitative data is going to be just as important. And so I would be remiss if I didn't recognize that as well. Once again, I want to just thank everybody for coming. Alyssa already highlighted that we had to make some changes on the agenda today to make we had to make some changes on the agenda. It is what it is. But all things considered, to have this many families still show up and support, that's exactly what this has been about in regards to the village supporting one another. And so I wanted to thank you all. My dad sitting in the front row with those two amazing young people. Oh my goodness, that young man reminded me of myself and my love for science. That's how I ended up being an architect, brother. So you might got a little architect there. But I was just very much impressed with everybody coming out today, and I wanted to thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. So just building on Mr. Miller's comments. So I was not able to attend the event at Jordan, but I think I got a glimpse of the Jordan vibe at the event that I was able to attend, which was the Black Student Celebration at Wilson with Ms. Caverly there last week. And so I echo the sentiments of the importance of not just the symbolic space, but the concrete impact that our intentions sort of get reflected in action, right? So to me, Ms. Taylor, the most important thing about your presentation today, which I wholeheartedly appreciate and echo the sentiments of Mr. Miller, are the data points that are not in any of the slides. It's the testimony that we heard from the fathers first, the fathers' voices, right? It's the testimony that we heard from the students today, from you, from our teachers. To me, that's what anchors this work. So let me start by saying, that's just my premise here. I love the requests that you've made for us to consider. All right, that's action. All right, to me, if we talk about policy, if we talk about budget considerations, Yes, we need the data, absolutely, to support this. But to me, the data is also in what's not included in these slides, Ms. Taylor. You shared a few comments before, I believe the second to the last slide, and you shared three things. You shared the correlation between the impact of this work, and it's work, right? Parents showing up to a meeting, students showing up to a meeting, you and the team setting up and doing all the preparation for this meeting, along with our community members, is work. And it's work that, unfortunately, our district has not done for Black students. And so the intentionality behind this work is anchored in our promise of equity, right? So to me, you highlighted three things, and if it's more, what I'd like to see is that incorporated into additional slide, Ms. Taylor, highlighting what everyone here echoed. It's the correlation between this work, the data that Mr. Miller just emphasized, and you talked about eliminating educational disparities. You talked about increasing A through G completion. All right. You talked about a student's sense of belonging. We can measure that. Right. These are data points for us that are critical, not just in understanding what's working, but in doubling down with these requests for us to consider. So I really, really would like to see, and this is plenty for us to go on, how this request consideration translates into what is the impact of this work, not instead of what we heard here today, but as a part of what we heard here today, because all of this really is minimized if we can't correlate it to the impact that it's having around student success, community empowerment, all the educational indicators that our system functions on. We started our first presentation today with a reminder that the reason school boards exist is to improve student outcomes. The whole reason that we're up here, that we got elected, that our team functions day to day, is to improve student outcomes, particularly for those students that has not benefited from the promise of public education. And here I'm talking about our Black students, right? So really I would love for our brain trust here that's in the audience and at home to think about the way you hold us accountable is to ensure that what we fund, what we prioritize, what we present on correlates to the outcomes that we want for our students, our families, our neighborhoods, and that includes everything you mentioned, Ms. Taylor. Student sense of belonging is an indicator to student academic success, whether that's A through G completion, whether that's our literacy rates, whether that's our college and career readiness. That's where I think the anchor is. So I so applaud your efforts, but recognizing that the way you hold us accountable is to make sure that that work translates into improving student outcomes. So thank you.
Back to the drawing board. Thank you, Mr. Benitez.
And I'll just be brief. I agree with Dr. Benitez. So just want to say outstanding work that merits much recognition. The lives that you touched in 2 years and your work is commendable, and I think you've done a whole lot more than maybe the institution has done in many years. So thank you for your work, and I am hopeful that our budget will reflect that we are continuing to support programs like the one that we have with you. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I will just reiterate, thank you. Thank you for everybody who's been here sharing your stories. And unless there's anything else, and I don't see a question from Mr. Otto, but we will adjourn this part of the meeting. We will take a 10-minute recess and then start the next meeting at 5:25. Yeah. Thank you. For being here for those in person and those who are watching us live streaming. I will ask our board secretary to take roll and establish a quorum.
Thank you. Member Benitez?
Present.
President Craighead?
Here.
Member Lopez?
Present.
Member Miller?
Here.
And Member Otto?
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
And now we will have Tamia lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Tamia. A little bit later on in the meeting, we'll have a chance to get to know you a little bit better. Let's see. For those of you present in the room, the board appreciates and supports community input at our meetings. During the meeting, there will be time for the public to comment on matters on the agenda and matters not on the agenda. For those who have not already submitted a request, we have provided forms by our board secretary over here. So if you'd like to speak during the meeting, please fill out a form now indicating your name and the agenda item you wish to address. The board has been meeting in closed session regarding matters listed on today's agenda. The board took action on the following items. Regarding item 4.1, confidential student matters pursuant to California Education Code Section 35146, the board voted to expel 2 students, ID numbers 4466 and 8432, in compliance with Education Code Section 48915C3. The students will not be eligible to apply for readmission until after January 26, 2024. The vote was 5-0. In item 4.2, the board voted 4-0, with Ms. Lopez abstaining, to approve certain administrative appointments. I will turn it over to Mr. Brian Moskowitz to begin the announcements of the names and job titles involved. Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, President Craighead. Yes, so tonight we're going to announce the promotions that have been approved, and then all of the other lateral positions will be posted later. Mr. Zaid will speak to that. So we'll all take turns here in sharing some of the various promotions. So at the early learning and elementary schools level, it's my pleasure to announce Chris Damon, Assistant Director of Early Learning and Elementary Schools, to Principal of Educare. Juan Gonzalez, Administrative Assistant in the Early Learning and Elementary Office, to Principal at Mark Twain. Angel Michaele, Assistant Principal at Whittier, to Principal at Whittier. Danielle Chung, Teacher on Special Assignment at Fremont, to Assistant Principal at Roosevelt. And then in our Expanded Learning Opportunities Office, 2 promotions. Jennifer Prager, Teacher on Special Assignment, Office of School Support Services, to Program Specialist, Expanded Learning Opportunities. And Jasmine Willis-Thomas, Teacher on Special Assignment, Office of School Support Services, to Program Specialist, Expanded Learning Opportunities. And I'll hand it over to Dr. Lund.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to announce the following promotions at the middle and K-8 schools level. First, a new hire, Daniel Chidas, who's here in the audience with us, coming to the position of Assistant Principal of Operations at Avalon K-12 School. Scott Bastian, a new hire, who will be the new Assistant Principal at Nelson Academy. Brooke Hogan Primus, the Assistant Principal at Lindsay, to the Principal position at Cubberley K-8 School. Rebecca No, Assistant Principal at Hamilton Middle School, to the Principal position at Robinson K-8 School. Eric Kabakungan, Assistant Principal at Jefferson Leadership Academy, to the Principal position at Stevens Middle School. Jason West, current Program Facilitator at Lindbergh Middle School, to the Assistant Principal position at Hamilton Middle School. Michelle Gallagher, who was previously in the Program Facilitator position at Washington, but is in the Acting Assistant Principal position at at Hughes, will be in the Assistant Principal position at Hughes in a permanent status. Yumi Kim, who's the Program Facilitator at Bancroft Middle School, to the assistant principal position at Hughes Middle School. Rochelle Martin, our program specialist in the Office of OCIPD, to the assistant principal position at Jefferson Leadership Academy. Elizabeth Boyne-Rostro, teacher on special assignment at Nelson, to the assistant principal position at Nelson. And I'll pass it to Dr. Camarino for the high school assignments.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Lund. It's my pleasure to announce Nok Win, assistant principal from Wilson, who's in the audience, to be principal at Cabrillo High School. Congratulations. Kelly Hodge, who is assistant principal at CAMS, to vice principal at Milliken High School. Julie Sparks, assistant principal at Poly, to vice principal at Poly. Sherilyn Walker, who is a teacher on special assignment in our high school office, to assistant principal at Lakewood. Donald Williams, teacher on special assignment in the high school office, to assistant principal at Poly. Matt Brown, vice principal at Poly Powell, to assistant principal at Milliken. And Desiree Safotu will be a head counselor to be announced at a later time.
Thank you. I believe, we have more announcements.
I just want to add that for those who are interested in all the administrative transfers, and in some cases they're wondering where their principal is going or coming, those are currently posted on the front page of our website, and they can be accessed by clicking on the administrative assignments link.
Thank you. I noticed that we have at least some of the above-mentioned people in our audience. So if your name was just mentioned, meaning that you have received a promotion, please stand so we can acknowledge you. Thank you. We welcome you to stay for as long as you can this evening. If not, we won't judge you. Let's see. Next on the agenda, we have the adoption of the agenda. Let's just go to that.
Move to approve. Second.
Any discussion or changes? Okay. We will have our board secretary take a roll call vote.
Member Benitez?
Aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Miller?
Aye.
And Member Otto?
Aye.
Thank you. That passes 5-0.
Thank you. And now a fun part. We get to hear from Tamia Morris, Lakewood High School. And just to let you know, this is a highlight for us, so we're happy to have you.
All right, so hi, my name is, got it. All right, hi, my name is Tamia Morris. I am a soon-to-be graduate of Lakewood High School on June 13th, along with my other amazing class of 2023 peers in the fall. I will be attending UC San Diego, studying clinical psychology and further broadening my understanding of mental health. I have been on student council for all 4 years of my high school career, and I am Lakewood High School's 2023 ASB president, and I'd love to share some accomplishments we've had this year. We have had events including a pop-up shop to support our student business owners. We have had a cultural fair to celebrate our diversity thanks to our Student Ambassadors program, and we have also had several successful senior events including Senior Spirit Week, Decision Day for our colleges, Career Day, Senior Sunrise, and upcoming Senior Sunset this Friday to informally close out our high school year. And last but not least, I am proud to announce that the class of 2023 has earned $37,179,446 in scholarships and grants. Lakewood High School has taught me so, yes. Lakewood High School has taught me so much about myself, and I can't wait to hear about the great things that will continue after I leave. Thank you.
Is there anybody here in the audience you'd like to acknowledge?
Yes, so my activities director, Mr. Booth, is here in the back. He's so super amazing, and he's been just an amazing figure for me, and I really look up to him, and I hope that we stay in contact after I go to college.
That's wonderful. You're welcome to stay with us. It's still a school night. You still have a few days. So we understand if you need to leave and stay on top of your schoolwork and academics. But very nice to have you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have another fun thing. Hold on. Photo. Let's do a photo with the student. Okay, thank you for your patience, everyone. We do have another fun thing. We have a few recognitions tonight, so what we'll do is wait until the end of all our recognitions to do photos, so with the retiree, and just so you know. Okay, because I do rely on pretty much everybody else to make sure we're on track. Okay, so tonight, our retiree is Agnes, and so I'm going to ask Agnes to come to the podium. Agnes, Agnes Amores, and so you have given us 27 years of service. You are retiring as a first grade teacher at Signal Hill Elementary School. You are being praised for spending most of your years as a special education teacher, enhancing the lives of many hundreds of students across multiple locations in the district. Your calm demeanor and professional approach, which motivated, calm, did you see that entrance? Leaving it all behind. Which motivated students to be the best version of themselves. As a general education teacher at Signal Hill, being a respected colleague who helped fellow teachers when students presented academic and emotional challenges, and always lending your support with a friendly smile. So please accept this certificate for your 27 years of dedicated service to the Long Beach Unified School District and your lasting contributions to the lives of thousands of students. So if you'd like to say a few words, we'd love to hear from you.
And now it's time for a permanent recess duty for myself. Thank you. Agnes, come back. Come back. We'd love to shake your hand, starting with Dr. Lund. Please come around. And Agnes, please feel free to stay through our recognitions and come back up and take pictures in a few minutes when we get through our other recognitions and awards.
Great, and I'm going to ask everybody to dance up from now on. That's going to be the protocol. We're just going to have everybody dance up. Next, let's see. Dr. Simon, yes. I'm referring to my notes. Yes, Dr. Simon, we have a recognition.
All right, good evening, President Craighead, board members, Dr. Baker, and the Long Beach Unified School District community, our guests here today. Thank you all for being here. On May 23rd, 2023, at the second annual Office of School Support Services Student Support Services Symposium, 3 staff members were honored as Student Support Services Staff Members of the Year. During the ceremony, the following script was read by our very own Dr. Sosa Valderrama, who is our Director of Student Support Services. School psychologists, counselors, and social workers all do so much for our students, for staff, and for families. Their work is often thankless and difficult at times. Students, teachers, administrators, and families seek them for support during difficult times. But fortunately, they also get to be a part of some very happy occasions when they get to see the fruits of their efforts, when students succeed at a task, meet a goal, graduate, or celebrate something academically or personally. Our student support staff provide unique contributions within LBUSD schools, such as conducting suicide assessments, conducting home visits, one of my favorite, canvassing communities, holding attendance review meetings and parent meetings, providing lessons on bullying prevention, counseling students in need, and connecting students and their families with necessary resources. They provide the support services that students need to help them access the educational program. The small token of appreciation that was presented at the symposium was a way for LBUSD to recognize the ways that school psychologists, our social workers, and our counselors demonstrate excellence within our system. Student Support Services received nearly 200 nominations for such positions. The stories and reasons given were uplifting and also tear-wrenching. It was very hard to pick just one category. However, the winners had not only multiple nominations, but also had very compelling stories with clear examples of what equity and excellence looks like in practice. The individuals that will be honored again today exhibited work performance that went above and beyond in support of students. And I will now call the names of our awardees. I'll ask their principals to stand beside me as well, and read also the excerpts from their principals too. Mr. Jonathan Evans, please come on up. Suzanne Caravelli. Now, Mr. Jonathan Evans was our counselor of our year, is the counselor of the year, And an excerpt from Ms. Rebecca Suzanne Caravelli reads as follows. Mr. Jonathan Evans is a relentless advocate for students at Wilson. On top of his counseling duties, through which he diligently ensures students are set up for success. Mr. Evans manages the Young Black Scholars Club. The Young Black Scholar movement at Wilson has not only changed the Black student experience at Wilson, but it has also improved our whole school community. Give it up for Mr. Evans. Next up is Ms. Gabriella Tutson. Please come on up, ma'am. Also Damon Jesperson. And she is our Psychologist of the Year from Whittier Elementary. This young lady right here has been a vital member of our Whittier Elementary School team that has been instrumental, according to Principal Jesperson, in developing and coordinating our site MTSSS model. Her support and wellness efforts for students, family, and staff is exceptional. Although she is a consummate professional when it comes to fulfilling her district-allocated responsibilities, it is the work she does beyond that scope that truly sets her apart. Her direct service to students through consultation, through therapy, and group work has proved to fill the needs for our most at-promise students and families. Simply put, she is dedicated to doing whatever it takes to support our school community. Give it up for her. And next and last, we have Mr. Juan Rodriguez with Dr. Connie McGee joining his side. Please come on up. And Mr. Juan Rodriguez is our Social Worker of the Year. Mr. Juan Rodriguez is an amazing social worker, right, according to Dr. McGee and many others, who makes a positive impact on students, parents, and staff. He is always looking for new ways to connect with students, and he takes the initiative in developing these ideas. Juan has shown us the power and possibility of social work at Jefferson. We are so appreciative of his hard work and his dedication. Give it up for Mr. Rodriguez. And again, just one more time, just thank each of our awardees. Please stand up one more time. These folks do amazing work for our system, and not just that, prioritizing our student needs, and we are so appreciative of all they do for our LBUSD students. Thank you so much again. Thank you.
Honorees, please stay for photos as well. The board will take photos in just a few minutes with all of you, so stay here for a few more minutes.
Thank you. And next we have recognition of our Classified Employee of the Year. So I will have Mr. Ken Kato come to the podium.
Good afternoon. President Craighead, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Baker, and members of senior staff. We recognize that our classified employees are quote-unquote out of this world with a sci-fi space theme that we had on May 19th at the TRC for our 22nd classified employee celebration. This year we had 570 employees attend the event, which was higher than last year, and we also had numerous volunteers and donations from contributors around the community and fellow managers and administrators, which include some people in this room. On behalf of the committee who organized this event, I wanted to thank all of you and those Long Beach businesses and organizations for everyone's participation, because we actually could not afford to do this event without you. I wanted to give a moment to recognize our personnel commissioners who also wanted to be here to support the Classified Employee of the Year, Vice Chairperson Cheryl Bender, and also member Terry Yulashevsky. Three dimensions are used in determining the Employee of the Year. They are how much the employee supports the educational mission of the district by contributing to the classroom support and or business operations of the district, that the employee demonstrates a commitment to being a team player and a positive role models for others, and that the employee goes above and beyond in his or her performance. This year, we received 32 nominations for 18 employees of this award, and there were 5 finalists. There is a committee of employees who were on the selection committee, and we carefully review every nomination, including myself. They are Chris Eftichu from the Public Information Office, and I understand this is his last year. He's actually been on the committee for since 2002, so he selected every single Classified Employee of the Year. And then we have Taya Felder from CSEA. I would like to mention the 4 other finalists who stood out among the nominees. They were Melissa Lisa Brown, a Human Resources Technician at Nutrition Services, Kimberly Frederick, Instructional Aid Special at Madison, Kehalani Fujikami, Business Development and Marketing Specialist at Equity Engagement and Partnerships, and Yadira Tellez, Recreation Aid at Stevenson Middle School. Our winner today is an Instructional Aid Special at Cabrillo High School. She is described by her coworkers as being a great team player that supported the efforts to educate students. This employee takes the time to welcome new staff members and make everyone she meets feel comfortable. If she had a trademark to her, it would be for an infectious smile that brightens a person's day. There are stories of how she makes banners, flags, and other materials to decorate the site for the students, or how this employee supported a school science fair by making all the decorations, invitations, and treats. The unique accomplishment of this employee is something that can really grow on you. Ms. Jenkins has the green thumb of the school and voluntarily works on a school garden on her time off. She uses the resulting produce from this garden to engage students in the school's special day program in discussions of the smell of herbs and explaining how plants grow. This employee also decorates the garden for various themes, including Black history and autism awareness. We should be lucky enough to have somebody on our staff that helps us grow and help others. So I would like to present to you Martha Jenkins, the Instructional Aid Special at Cabrillo High School, who is our 2023 Classified Employee of the Year.
Thank you. Oh, is it on? I do thank you for this award. I'd probably say the two people I would like to very much thank for this, and neither one of them are at Cabrillo right now, is Shelley Favre. She was the one that started me on it with the Special Olympics, when I got the thing to make it a celebration. And that was just something we just started. Then COVID hit and it kind of went out the window. And Miss Gabrielle Hashimoto, she's the one started me on the garden. And that's how we went forward on it. She's no longer there, but we keep the garden going, and I think the kids enjoy it, and I enjoy it. And it's something to do. I thank my two sons for putting up with it, because when I'm making stuff or need stuff to go for the garden, or when I needed it for the Special Olympics, they were the ones that I said, oh, pack the car, just put the stuff in the car, just come on, we're gonna go. And so it's a real treat that I do the things I do, and I do think it's because I'm retired, and this is my second thing to do. So I retired from the government for 34 years, and then I started working at Cabrillo. So I always tell people you have a different mindset when you're doing this, more of a passion that you do these things than a job or a career, because you're past that part of it. So that's what makes it very much, you can look past all the other things that are going on at the school and say, I'm doing it for the kids. This is what I want to do this for. Yesterday we had our garden party and everyone's happy. I gave all the kids a little pot, some dirt, and some seeds, and told them to plant me something for the summer. So they all got those things, so they were all excited, and I enjoy and wait for next year for a new principal. So, and I want to thank you again so much for this award. That's all.
Thank you so much. Next, we have a recognition for the Teacher Librarian of the Year. So I'll invite up Ms. Glenda Culberton. It's nice to see librarians in the audience in the regular spot.
We do have a lot tonight. All right. Good evening, Superintendent Baker, executive staff, and members of the board. My name is Angie Patterson. I was here this time last year on the public comments, I believe. But I'm here officially on the agenda. So I'm the teacher librarian at Jordan High School, and I'm president of LBSLA. And it's my pleasure to introduce this year's Teacher Librarian of the Year, which is Melanie Highland Hubbard. For 26 years, Melody has been an elementary teacher librarian, serving at least 8 schools throughout her career. She said that's all she can really remember. Most of her career has consisted of multiple schools at one time. Despite all the changes in her assignments and library budget cuts throughout the years, Melanie has persevered. At Webster and Barton Elementary Schools, she implemented an extensive parent checkout program for families. And as a brand new librarian, I experienced this firsthand when I replaced Melody at Webster. Every day after school, there was a core group of dedicated parents that came to get library books for their children. Melanie taught many great skills and supported her school communities in a variety of ways, including but not limited to implementing research questions of the week, as well as teaching science inquiry lessons to help support her students during their science fair projects. She also hosted Pajama Jam literacy nights and library Scrabble clubs in the library. In addition, Melanie served as parent involvement on parent involvement committees, school site council, and ELAC. Perhaps one of her most inspiring accomplishments is that of a mentor. Melody's former elementary students, Diana and Wendy Rosales, are sisters that she continues to mentor into adulthood. So I'm going to finish with, word for word, her email to me about her message about Mrs. Hubbard. So these are just her words. I just put them, copied and pasted them right into here. I met Mrs. Hubbard a little over 20 years ago when my siblings and I transferred from Whittier Elementary to Webster Elementary. Mrs. Hubbard was one of the first people we met and the most welcoming. She allowed students to come in before and after school and sometimes during lunch. Finding out Mrs. Hubbard permitted students to help her in the library, my siblings and I volunteered. Through volunteering, we got to know Mrs. Hubbard, and in return, she got to know us. As a teacher librarian, Mrs. Hubbard focused on making the library an enjoyable and comfortable learning environment for students. She introduced us to poetry through her poetry cubes. Students would be selected to roll one of the cubes with a different poem on each side, and whichever poem it landed on would be that one read out loud. She also held Scrabble days, where students could come in at their lunch, play a game with their peers. In addition, she provided students with lessons about historical people or events through her lectures, readings, and activities. Over the years, I have been fortunate to have Mrs. Hubbard as a mentor and as a friend. Mrs. Hubbard has immensely contributed to my passion for libraries, books, and learning, propelling me into the library profession. Since I first mentioned Mrs. Hubbard that I was interested in becoming a librarian, she has given me her full support and encouragement. Every hurdle I have faced and continue to face in becoming a librarian has been alleviated by her endless optimism. When in doubt of my abilities or knowledge, she always has the right words to say to raise my confidence. Every question or concern I have posted to her both as a child and as an adult has been graciously answered, and for that I'm forever grateful. Mrs. Hubbard has tirelessly dedicated herself to her profession, striving to foster a love for knowledge in every child. She's approached her work with a mindset that every child is a scholar, every child has the potential to succeed. This is something she did not have to put into words, for it could always be seen and felt. So Melody, we will deeply miss you as colleagues, and we're extremely happy for you and your new adventures. And it's her birthday, too. So now you officially get the award. So we actually made a little award for her. It's a glass star. So there you go. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I was fabulous until I heard what Wendy wrote. Diana is right here. Wendy and Vicki are in the overflow room with Vicki's children because there wasn't room for everyone to sit out here. Thank you so much, Angie, for your kind words, and the time and research you put into your remarks are much appreciated. Good evening, Dr. Baker, school board members, and executive staff. Thank you for this recognition. It has been an honor and a privilege serving the students, teachers, and parents of Long Beach Unified as a teacher librarian for the past 26 years. A lifelong reader and bibliophile, my love of books started early when my mom would read to my sister in the blue, myself, and my little brother every night. Libraries have always been one of my favorite places to be. In an academic setting, the library is the heart of the school. School libraries provide a sanctuary for students that may not feel comfortable on the playground during recess and lunch. They also provide instruction in critical thinking, research, reading, evaluation of sources, as well as resources, both print and digital. Librarians light the spark that results in a love of reading. My greatest joy as a teacher librarian has been watching students who initially did not like reading become lifelong readers. As librarians know, the child who doesn't like to read hasn't found the right book yet. Just as school libraries provide access to all students, so too do public libraries. Public libraries are the cornerstone of democracy.
Whether you are Bill Gates or homeless, you have access to the same information in a public library. It is my hope that LBUSD will provide additional funding for school libraries in the future so that all students have equitable access to resources, both print and digital. At one of my sites, for example, Barton, many of my children do not have resources, print and digital, at home. And that's part of the reason that I've had a parent checkout program all these years. I would like to thank my family, my former students, my friends, and all of my teacher librarian colleagues, present and retired, for attending this evening to see me receive this award. To my current and future former students who may see this, remember, the more you read, the better you read. The better you read, the more choices you have when you grow up. Thank you.
Well, congratulations and happy birthday. Next, we have a recognition for our National Board Certified Teachers. Mr. Ung.
And I'm going to introduce Ryan Ung is our Teacher Development Program Coordinator, and so we are very excited to honor our National Board Certified Teachers. So he's going to share some information and a video with you tonight.
Okay, good evening, board members, Board President Craighead, senior staff, and Superintendent Dr. Baker. As I get the pleasure tonight to honor and celebrate our amazing best of the best teachers in accomplishing the highest certification in the land for teachers, National Board. And each one of these teachers that we're going to feature in a video has gone through their own personal journey and personal quest to really reflect on their own practice, challenge themselves to become practitioners, and just being an exemplar of the continuous professional development and professional growth in themselves. So without further ado, I want to show you a video to highlight and feature all of our new National Board Certified Teachers for this year, but also our National Board Certified Teachers who have gone the extra mile to maintain their certification, which extends their certification for 5 additional years. Okay, so without further ado. National Board Certification is a process designed for teachers to demonstrate through standard-based evidence the positive impact they have on student learning. It is a public assurance that teachers have met the profession's highest standards of accomplished practice. It is grounded in their 5 core propositions that describe what teachers should know and be able to do. Teachers have a commitment to student learning. They know the subjects they teach and how to teach those subjects to students. They are responsible for managing and monitoring student learning. They think systematically through their practice and learn from experience. Teachers are members of learning communities. The certification process is designed to collect standard-based evidence of accomplished practice and is divided into 4 components: content knowledge, differentiation in instruction, teaching practice and learning environment, and being an effective and reflective practitioner. In Long Beach Unify, we offer support to teachers in different stages of their National Board certification journey. We currently have 26 teachers in a pre-candidate program, 30 in our candidate program, and 181 teachers who have received their National Board certification. Now, we would like to take this opportunity to recognize our teachers who have achieved their National Board certification during the 2022-2023 academic year. Achieving National Board certification is a great accomplishment and demonstrates their hard work and commitment to continue their growth as educators. As in other professions, certification requires periodic demonstration of current knowledge and skills. It signifies that teachers are up to date on the knowledge and best practice in their certificate area. Let's take a moment to acknowledge our NBCTs who have maintained their board certification this year, which extends their certificate by 5 years from their current certificate expiration date.
Okay, so we will take a brief break for pictures. So for our honorees, come forward. Board members will step out here and take care of that.
And the rest of us.
Thank you, everyone. It's so nice to recognize those that make such wonderful contributions to our kids, to our district. We have a lot of business to get to, so we're going to jump right in. Next on the agenda, we have public hearings. We have 2 public hearings tonight. The first one is for the budget and local control and accountability plan. I announce that this public hearing is now open. Each person wishing to speak will have 3 minutes. I do have a list of speakers. So let's see.
We have 5, the yellow ones and some green ones. Yeah, those are
Yes.
for the public hearing.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and have our speakers for the public hearing now, and we'll start with Lori Peacock.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Lori Peacock, and I'm here as a concerned parent and community member. I'm actually a product of Long Beach Unified School District. I went to Cubberley, Mark Twain, and Hughes back when it was still a junior high. And I would have gone to Poly for the PACE program, but my life was uprooted, and I ended up going to the Bay Area and graduating from school up there. But I always loved Long Beach, and I came back down for college and went to Long Beach State. And I was a classroom teacher. I went to UCLA for my master's in education and my credential, and I became a classroom teacher. And as a teacher, I understood how important it was to connect with my students, to help them grow academically. And I did home visits. I did everything I could way before there was any kind of curriculum to help me out with that. And I wish there had been something for social emotional learning, something for mental health. If there had been when I was teaching, I might still be a classroom teacher today. But instead, I moved into working in educational technology, and now I work with districts helping them find solutions to help all students. I'm also the proud parent of 2 fantastic boys who have gone through the Long Beach system, first at Minigant, then at Stanford, and now they're at Millikan. One's in 10th grade, one's a graduating senior who'll be going off to Long Beach State in the fall. And all along the way, we've had a wonderful, wonderful experience, and I just want to thank all of you for the work that you have done over the years for my children and for all of our children. But there is still much more work to be done for a very large population of students that we heard about tonight. Our Black student population is struggling significantly, not only in this district, but in districts across the country. And it breaks my heart when I see that only a quarter, maybe 25% of our Black students are on or above grade level. That means 3/4, 75% are not. And when we think about proportionality and disproportionality, our African American students are often the ones that are most often disciplined and the ones that are most often suspended and expelled. And this has to change. And I know all of you are here because you care about our students, you care about making a difference, you want to help them. And I am here asking that when you are doing your LCAP and you are making your decisions and you are budgeting for different programs, that you do seriously consider our African American students with all of our students. But it's not just about the kids, it's about the adults that engage with them and interact with them. And every adult that interacts with students and families should have sensitivity training, should look at implicit bias, should be thinking about mental health and accountability. So there's lots of resources available for you. I would love to talk more with you about my personal experiences and my children and what they've gone through in the district, and also what we can do to help other students in the district as well. I love this district, and I'm proud to have been a parent and a community member for all these years, and I thank you for your work, and I hope we continue to do so. Thank you for giving me your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Kim Tabari.
Superintendent Baker, Deputy Superintendent Brown, and staff. I'm providing comments on the budget and local control and accountability plan. So I'm here as a parent serving on the Long Beach Education Connection, a coalition of parents, guardians, community-based and advocacy-based organizations working on budget and system-wide changes to improve school for all students. And I'm also a member of the Black Student Achievement Initiative committee. So we're very familiar with the requirements of the LCAP. Many parents couldn't get here early to make comments, so I'm speaking on their behalf as well. So today I just want to share 3 areas of concern that we have in the LCAP, specifically pages 3, 9, and 47, because I'm specific. And of course we have recommendations. Page 3 of the LCAP talks about centering Black students, which we applaud the leadership of Dr. Baker and her team on these efforts. We are, however, curious why the increase in A through G completion is set at 5%, given that only 100 to 120 out of 800 Black students are college ready. I'm not even going to repeat that number. On that same page, there is a mention of middle and high school level principals having Black students progress monitoring goal. However, there is no specifics in the LCAP requiring any kind of accountability of what that looks like. What are the ways schools are expected to monitor Black student progress? Can examples be added to the document? Page 9 talks about additional counselors and social workers. Since the LCAP is about accountability and we know there are different ratios for counselors, social workers, and psychologists, currently the number of mental health practitioners to student ratio in Long Beach are counselors 596 to 1 student. Their recommended amount is 250 to 1. Social workers are about 1,800 to 1. The recommended amount is 250 to 1. And psychologists are 912 to 1. The recommendation is 500 to 1. So the way it's currently stated in the LCAP is misleading on these numbers, and it should be more transparent. And the last concern on page 47, Action 3.0 of the LCAP talks about school-based student support, allocating over $10 million to schools, including school site councils. Parents like myself were elected to serve on school site councils, and we request that their specifics, again, be added to the LCAP, like a school site counseling audit, district-wide training for parents in August of every year, since elections happen in September. So board members, please exercise your power and your leadership and truly make this an accountability document. To the families listening online, I urge you to get involved at your school site and ask questions. These are your tax dollars, our tax dollars at work, and our students need academic support. And as our partners from Californians for Justice advocate for relationship-centered schools where students have a stronger sense of belonging. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jerlene.
Good evening, Jerlene Tatum, LBUSD parent, also a BSAI committee member. I don't really have my notes because your Wi-Fi is not working so great today. So I scribbled something down the best I could. LCAP, in the presentation in the previous meeting, you all saw the outcomes or the conversation about the Black Student Achievement Initiative. And one amount that had been mentioned was the $750,000, and that is the allocation that was granted in 2021 and has been going to the 3rd year. So my ask is that can we please increase that amount and utilize a rollover? Because in the 2021-2022 school year, less than $100,000 of that $750,000 was used. So I don't know what it looks like this year. I know a lot of more activities have taken place. Also would like to request that there be, back to the previous speaker, on the more specific items that are actually going to address student achievement. Yes, we need the empowerment and the engagement process, but we also need things that are going to truly speak to the well-being of our students. I have a 9th grader, and I've seen firsthand some of the struggles that he is having as a Black student in a class, and has multiple classes where he is the only Black student in a class, which I did not realize it was an issue until I learned that one of the topic matters was talking about Black people. So can you, when you're building the LCAP out and the specifics that go along with that, can you please keep that in mind? Also, engagement around the LCAP starts with our local elected. So I would like to ask or remind some of our elected officials, it is your job to have conversations with community about it and not to tell us that you can't talk to us about it, because without the LCAP engagement and conversation around that, we will not know or understand. So thank you, and we want more than $750,000.
Thank you. Next, we have Lilia Ocampo. Oh, there you are.
Good evening. My name is Lilia Ocampo, and I am here to, first of all, thank you for all the efforts you are making to put together this LCAP, and I'm just here hoping that everything that our students need, it is included on it, especially long-term English learners that had been with the district for more than 7 years, 8, 9, or maybe 12, or more than that, if we can Head Start, an early Head Start. Also special education students, they need support, and also hoping that something it is in there for them, as well as just mainstream students that are having a hard time adapting to after the pandemic, and then are showing signs of being affected more than ever, especially students from our more poor areas, schools that are schools that are in Central Long Beach, West, North, that have a major population of students that need even more support with that, because they're showing that they're in pain with fights and other stuff that also get in the way of their learning, or they're taking advantage of whatever it is disponible at this time. And since they have been tested by iReady and then Elevation, so we're supposed to have a good idea where they stand right now, and please provide what they need, because there is no excuses. You know where exactly everyone is, and what are their needs, specific needs for those, all those groups that I mentioned before. And also, when it comes to parent involvement, it is important to have to parents to feel really welcome on the school sites. I don't mean the district, because yes, we have interpretation in 2 different other languages than English, and that's good. I'm grateful for that. But in the school sites is where there is more needed. Parents don't feel welcome because they cannot express what they feel. Well, I'm struggling here trying to say what I think, because my English is limited in my vocabulary. So same thing with the parents that are even less, they don't understand even Spanish as their second language. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Michael Ball.
Hi, good evening, LBUSD Board, Superintendent Baker, Assistant Superintendent Brown, LBUSD staff. Good evening, my name is Michael Ball, and I'm here with Children's Defense Fund in support of Long Beach Education Connection today. Thank you all for your continuous work with us, to listen to us, meet with us through the year, and work towards our recommendations earnestly. We do appreciate the changes you have made over the past 3 drafts, including targeted universalism, the addition of the Kamai students, or Kamai speakers course, and LASE, school site support for academics, being more specific with the academics, family engagement, SEL commitment, even noting the differences between counselors, social workers, and psychologists. As Kim mentioned, those are different positions with different counseling ratios that are all important in supporting the student. However, I'm here to lift up and some asks that still have not been met yet. Engagement, for one, family engagement. We have all seen the impact of increased community engagement and the nuance that comes with integrating more voices into our processes. You can look towards the Vision 2035 process or today's meeting. You have a lot of people in the back room waiting to speak. The state's rules on the LCAP only require 2 parent groups to be included, to have their input included in the LCAP. However, LBUSD is one of the most diverse school districts in the state of California, and it would be important to include voices from Sankofa Village, Pacific Islanders Education Voyage, educational opportunities for Native Americans, and beyond. All parents groups should receive LCAP briefings and have their input included in the final draft. For example, Jerlene and Kim's presentation for the LCAP to the Sankofa Village was very helpful in engaging parents in a space that has not had required input in the LCAP document. For tutoring specifically, we're asking for more targeted tutoring to support English language learners and Black students. Both groups have had declining academic scores, as seen on page 35 on 3.1 of the third draft, which shows the measuring and reporting results for the academics. And over the past few years, those scores have gone down, but they have high desired outcomes for 2023 to 2024. It just seems really unlikely that those groups will meet those outcomes without targeted intervention, given that they have moved farther away from their goal over the past 2 years. In addition, tutoring in its current form is not creating the impact that was originally thought. The idea is great, but there needs to be more flexibilities for families, from options to scheduling. In addition, support for multilingual learners, bilingual family liaisons at every school site, at least at school sites with high populations of English language learners. The school site is often the one-stop shop. It's the primary point of contact for a lot of families, and having somebody there who is dedicated with a familiar face that knows their students' situation specifically will help their families with great detail, In addition, finally, just some enrichment programs. Those are very well received throughout the district. In fact, so much so that a lot of families are not able to sign up because they've already been taking up so many spots. It fills up quickly. Parents don't always know where it is or what's available at their school site. So doing an audit of all the programs that exist, evaluating their effectiveness, both on academic, social, emotional learning, and everything else that comes with the student's experience at school, as well as providing a public forum for parents to understand where it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your involvement and engagement. The second public hearing is for the Special Education Annual Budget and Service Plan. I announce that this public hearing is now open, but we have no speakers on that.
That is correct.
Can I say something? There's actually a handful of parents and community members outside trying to come in to speak. So I think it would be a good idea, maybe if they can be allowed in to speak so that we can listen to them.
Do we have more people in the overflow room?
Yes, there's more people there, but no one else filled out a form to speak, other than the regular agenda and non-agenda items.
And are people allowed to come in to get a form even though we don't, or earlier when we didn't have seats, were people allowed to come in and get a form?
Yes, the forms
So we
were
have
available.
forms for everybody who would like to speak?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I was told that at the break time that we do have individuals outside again who didn't get the opportunity to get the forms and wanted to speak, and it is my understanding that we have them out there. I think it would be a good idea just to check.
Okay, we'll have them check on that. But at this point, we don't have any speakers for our second public hearing, but I will wait.
There's nobody out here that was not allowed. There's just a group of, it looks like counselors just chit-chatting over here.
Okay. Thank you for checking. Okay. So we are now at public testimony on agenda items. So we will start with items listed on the agenda, and we have two. So our first one is Terrence Booth.
Good evening. I'm here. I just wanted to address, and I know a previous parent also addressed on the LCAP, the draft 3. There was just some concerns with page 9 regarding the ratios, the way it's worded, here, where it has the counselors, psychologists, and social workers all lumped together, and then based on that, it shows that there's a 280-to-1 ratio, whereas counselors are the only group that actually has an assigned caseload. We have our psychologists and our social workers. Yes, they do work with students, in a different capacity, but when we're looking at that, I mean, it really, and we see the 280-to-1 ratio, that's a little bit misleading, when we take a look at the number of counselors, and when we do the math, when we just look at the counselors, the numbers are they're like double almost. We're looking at almost a 555-to-1 ratio. So they are still high, and we just would like you to consider, as you're considering how to use the funds for the for LCAP funding. We're just asking you to consider that there is still a need to help to lower the caseload, especially for our K-8 and our our middle schools, where there's one counselor and some of them have upwards of maybe 700-800 plus students at these sites. And so we're just asking you to consider providing additional support, at these sites, where they will be able to lower their caseloads and be able to effectively meet the social emotional needs of our students. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next, we have Darlene.
Good evening. My name is Darlene Lee Wong, and I am a school counselor, a community member, and a product of LBUSD. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you all today. 3 months ago, I spoke to you about the challenges of working as a school counselor with high student-to-counselor ratios, inappropriate duties, and the increasing concerns of students' mental health, behavioral health, and suicidal ideation. Not much has changed since, yet I am hopeful. I am hopeful for all of the encouraging words and support from colleagues, teachers, parents, students, community members, and my family. I am hopeful because of school counselors like Diana Hernandez, who earned the support, time, and respect from her administrator so that she can prioritize counseling students rather than doing other administrative duties. I am hopeful for the Counselor of the Year, Jonathan Evans, who showed us the incredible impact that school counselors can have on students and the entire school by forming safe and engaging spaces like Young Black Scholars Club. I am hopeful because of all the students, families, and school counselors that showed up to this meeting today, and those watching because they believe that we can do better. We need more school counselors that have the skills and professional training to provide counseling and multi-tiered interventions, not sell TOSAs or facilitators or other staff to do our work. I'm hopeful for the work for the person that I am today, who's come a long way from being a shy and timid student who didn't realize her potential until a school counselor helped her unlock the possibilities. I'm hopeful that we can reimagine school counseling in LBUSD together and give all students a quality, comprehensive school counseling program that supports their academic, social, emotional, and career development so that they can be better prepared for the challenges of the 21st century and in life. Lastly, I'm hopeful for all of you. I hope you see me, that you hear me, and you do something to make these hopes a reality for our students before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. So I noticed that we had people coming in from the overflow room. We have seats available up front. If anybody would like these seats, I can see at least 6 or so seats up front. And also, anybody coming in, did you have an opportunity to get a form if you wanted to speak on items listed on the agenda?
They wouldn't give it, they said they only have 20 and that only 20 people can speak, and that's not acceptable.
For,
You had us in the overflow, well, there's like empty seats here. And the officer said, if there's, we have to be here between 4 and 4:45, which is not listed on your website, that we're supposed to be here to fill out a form during those times. So you are out of code. You know, you need to let all those people in that are in the overflow session. And let
well,
everybody that is
okay.
here, that took time to come and speak to you, an opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. This is our meeting. If you have a suggestion, you can let us know, but we're going to conduct the business of this meeting. So we are now going to go to public comment on items not listed on the agenda, and we have 30 minutes. So we have a 30-minute total. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes. And we will start with Alani Moss.
Hello, Board of Education and LBUSD executive staff. I am Alani Moss, a senior at Long Beach Poly in the CIC program and one of many students still waiting on support from district and asking for help from the Board of Education. As you already know, CIC is a magnet program that is a well-rounded general education pathway like many others of its kind. For students like me, it gives us educational liberty to make decisions for ourselves and not feel confined to a career plan at the ripe age of 12 years old when you choose your high schools. And let me clarify, there's nothing wrong with knowing what you want to do with your life. I had a multitude of big dreams and didn't know which one to zone in on, and magnet programs helped me with that. Without it, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. That's just my story though. Specialized programs work for some and not for others, and there's nothing wrong with that. But that's also the importance of magnet programs and why we should not go unsupported. Some of you don't hesitate to jump in for a photo op when our programs excel. We are the first applauded and the last supported. How is that okay? As the Board of Education and the district as a whole, you all pride yourself in excellence and equity. The definition of equity is fairness. An equitable system acknowledges that people start in different places and provides help based on that to get everyone to the exact same levels of success. How is it equitable that students, parents, teachers, please go unrecognized and ignored? And when they come to speak and ask the district for help, as we all are here today, you talk amongst yourselves while we're trying to talk to you. We all see you, you know. How is it equitable that schools that you represent have locked bathrooms and no toilet paper? How is it equitable that the district has numbers, examples, and stories of segregated districts and environments, and no steps have been made to combat that? With that, how is it equitable that more and black and brown students are struggling to make their way to their first choices for high schools more than their white and Asian counterparts? I'm Filipino and black, by the way, Filipino pride. How is it equitable that decisions made on behalf of students, teachers, and parents without them being consulted or asked about anything? How is it equitable that people who have had barely any time in classrooms or not at all any time in classrooms are making decisions about those exact same classrooms? You are all sitting here this evening because you were put into a place to support and maintain Long Beach's students and their education. And I'm here this evening as a student asking for assistance and support in my education and those who follow me. This is our job. This is your job, a way to make money and a way to support your families. Magnet programs paved my future, our future, our stepping stone to make money, our stepping stone to support our families. So stop stealing the stones from underneath us and do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Jason Moss. Jason Moss. Okay, then we will go on to Mike.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board. I'm Mike Guillen, a destined graduate from Long Beach Polytechnic High School and from the PACE Magnet Program. Before I begin, let me read a policy. If a member of the community during public comment raises an issue that a board member would like to be placed on a subsequent agenda, the board member may make a motion to do so. If there is a second and a majority of the board votes to add an item to the subsequent agenda, such an item will be added to the agenda within the next 3 meetings. On June 14th, my peers and I will be embarking on a new chapter in our lives, which entails pursuing higher education, entering the workforce, or fighting for this country. However, our futures were destined even before we entered high school. School of choice contributes to a significant factor in developing our interests, passions, and futures. Previously noted by Dr. Benitez, we have a segregated school district by geography, and it ends up impacting where students end up going and which students want to go to a school, which was later affirmed by Mr. Otto's comment of, "It is de facto segregation." As a student, I personally agree with the statement. Racism is built into the DNA of America, and although we may be living in a progressive era, we continue to do its impact. In the beginning, we fought to bring back shadow days because we prioritized the importance of dismantling false perceptions developed by decades of ignorance. To speak truthfully, parents are concerned about their child's their safety before their future. They're concerned about their safety. So due to the accumulation of ignorance, a white student living in Belmont Shores will not even consider Cabrillo, even if their interest is in engineering. Not due to the quality of the program, but the reputation the school has, and vice versa. Many students of color are disencouraged to attend Millikan or Wilson because of the lack of diversity, and oftentimes due to their parents' past experiences of discrimination. Additionally, feeder schools are also another problem we face. Hoover is a feeder to Lakewood, Hughes to Poly, Rogers to Wilson, Marshall and Stanford to Millikan. With feeder schools, it emboldens and encourages a segregated district. This is why we're asking for more support and outreach to properly invest in students' education and future. And we are asking for a motion to add school of choice to be added on the subsequent agenda because this discussion is not over and there are topics that haven't been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kirsten Chun.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Buenos noches y good evening. My name is Kirsten Chun. I'm a parent at a dual immersion elementary school in Long Beach. Thank you for hearing me out. Thank you very much, Superintendent Dr. Jill Baker, President Craig Hood, Mr. Otto, esteemed board members Lopez, Miller, Dr. Benitez, and Ms. Lopez. It's my pleasure to be here. I wanted to briefly mention 3 things, but focus my attention on the first. The 3 things are, I'd like to express my support as a parent for the teacher librarians and speak against the replacement of the teacher librarians with immediate assistance. Second, it's come to my attention that the school counselors are rallying to reduce the student to school counselor ratio from something like 1 to 800 to still quite a heavy caseload, in my opinion, 1 to 250. And thirdly, as of yesterday, I heard that the LAUSD school board is making efforts, especially in light of the North Hollywood school incident, to actually enforce the FAIR Act, which is, I understand, state law since 2011, and I would encourage this body to do the same and show similar support for LGBT parents and children. But if I may, I'll focus my attention on the teacher librarian issue. We were recently informed as parents that the teacher librarian at our school was being replaced by a media assistant next year. And unfortunately, we hear about these sorts of things on the parent Facebook groups. We don't normally hear about it from the district. I'm sure you've made an effort to tell us these things, but we get so many flyers about the after-school basketball camps and the golf camps that we don't really hear about these substantive matters, and we would like to have input on that much sooner before the budgets are passed. The teacher librarians do a lot to support and enhance the curriculum for the teachers in terms of teaching even our youngest students how to access research, and if there's a cultural history month, helping them to supply resources and extra books for that. Secondly, for children who come from particularly underserved backgrounds, sometimes it's their first time in a library with free books. What an amazing thing. And to inspire a love of learning and a love of research in our youngest children, that's so important. And we as parents would like greater transparency and communication. I know that resources are very limited and you have to make very hard decisions about where to put those dollars, but we would just like to know what is more important than investing in the human capital of our teachers, our teacher librarians, the staff, the school counselors. in an era when there's a mass exodus of educators from this field, we want to know why the budgets are being balanced on their backs. And we don't want our children to suffer. And particularly, we don't want our children who are already underserved to suffer further, because they will bear a disproportionate impact of that. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your attention to these matters. And I'd also like to express my support for the speakers who spoke before me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Heidi Stoika.
Good evening, board members and executive staff. My name is Heidi Stoika. I'm a proud parent of a fourth grader at Prisk. I'm also the school psychologist both at Bircham Elementary School and McBride High School. I've been a school psychologist with LBUSD for 23 years. Since COVID, we are witnessing a second pandemic for our adolescents who are desperately trying to navigate their lives. We've experienced loss and tragedy this year at McBride. Many of our students are haunted by grief, loneliness, and trauma. Many more struggle with anxiety and depression on a daily basis. We're seeing these behaviors being played out on our campuses throughout the district. These are mental health struggles and also school safety concerns. School psychologists and school counselors are often the first responders to help prevent threat by self-harm, harm to others, and provide thorough responses to say something tips from concerned anonymous sources. We have received many tips this school year at McBride. A response can easily take over the entire workday. Researchers estimate that about 1/3 of all adolescents experience mental health challenges. Our schools will be impacted for years to come. As the leading mental health professionals in the schools, school psychologists and school counselors are uniquely positioned to help connect our students to supports. However, many of our school psychologists and counselors are assigned to multiple sites, where the ratio of students to counselor or psychologist can become untenable. At McBride, we have over 700 students. I'm only assigned there 3 days a week. Last year, we had 1 full-time counselor and 1 half-time counselor. This year, we have only 1 full-time counselor for more than 700 students. We are not afforded the valuable time to connect with each of the students on our campus in order to provide them with the necessary social emotional supports they need. The ratios of students to school counselors and school psychologists in LBUSDs are far beyond the ratios recommended by our state and national professional associations. Wellness centers have been a welcome resource for our students. However, there's an immediate need to implement proactive and preventative mental health safety strategies that school psychologists and school counselors are uniquely trained to provide. We must act on behalf of our students to help keep them safe. Access to school counselors and psychologists is not a luxury or a convenience, it's a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Viola May.
Good evening, Board President, Board, Jill Baker, and the rest of the staff. My name is Viola May Bledsoe. I am a para-educator with the district, para, alongside of teachers. Several of these people were talking about equity, fairness. This district has refused to call us para-educators. They call us aides. We have been called para-educators, para-professionals by the federal, states, and education committees for over 30 years, but this district still does not want to treat us with the respect that we deserve to have that name. There is a para-educator conference every year that has been going on for close to 30 years, and I have attended about 17 of them, and it's valuable information. I also want to address one of the things this young lady said about the bathrooms being locked. Now, I understand there's smoking and other things that go on in the restrooms that make them inoperable. But when you have a kid that is out of the classroom for 17 minutes because they can't find a bathroom on the campus the size of Cabrillo open to go to the bathroom, or they're all trying to use the bathroom in the nurse's office, something's got to give on that. But I want to get back to treating the classified employees of this district with the respect that they deserve. Today, we received our retro check 3 weeks after the board approved it. When did management and certificated get theirs? 1 week after the board approved it. And this has been going on for years, that the classified employees get their raises, their retro checks, weeks after the board approved them, and they don't approve them at the same time management and the teachers get theirs approved. We are approved later. But the wait time from when the Board of Education gets theirs approved to when we get ours approved and get it is quite unbelievable. Another thing where we're not being treated with respect is there's going around where some of the campus security are being moved, and with summer school assignments, both of these items should be done by seniority, and it is not. I am number 2 on the seniority list. I put in for a summer school assignment at a high school level, and I got a middle school one-on-one position with a student in a wheelchair. Not what I asked for. So if they can't prove that there was only one high school assignment, I should be re-looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tasia.
Hello, my name is Tasia Jim. I'm a junior at Milliken High School, and today I'm speaking about the need for more counselors. Let me begin with why the lack of support for students is overwhelming and harmful. I'm a junior this year, so as most juniors, I had the task of college prep. I personally felt really behind everyone else. I had no idea what colleges to even look into, what to look for in them, scholarships, how to apply, you name it. I tried to talk to my counselor's substitute for help, but I couldn't get a hold of her. She was never in her office. She was always on yard duty or out. I didn't know her email or name, and nobody else in the office knew how to get a hold of her, so I had to track her down on campus and talk to her while she walked. While we did talk, she was anything but helpful. I told her I wanted to go to college, but I didn't know where to start, and she told me college isn't for everyone, and if I wanted to not go, that could be something to talk about. I'm not saying she isn't right for other people, but I wish that I had an easier, more accessible way to talk to someone who understood me and how to help me better. It's nothing personal to her, but we need more counselors with different viewpoints and more accessibility. There was another time while I was trying to figure out dual enrollment. Again, I didn't know where to start, but when I went to ask my counselor's next substitute, she made it overcomplicated, and I left the office very confused and even more lost. Thankfully, I had a friend to help me out. But we need counselors that are better trained and equipped for students that don't know where to start. Students should be able to walk in and say, I'm lost, but this is my goal, and be given proper direction. My counselor, or at least the many substitutes that we've had for her, have all been very sweet. But that leads me to my next point. My counselor has been out for years. We constantly have a new substitute for her, and nobody in the office knows the new names or how to get a hold of them or make an appointment. If we had more counselors provided, I don't think that would be a problem. I don't think we would have to make an appointment to talk to a counselor or have so many inconsistent substitutes that nobody knows how to get a hold of them. It creates stability when we have more counselors, and as hormone-filled high schoolers, I feel like that's a really important thing to have. Not having enough counselors can be discouraging to students, impossible for them to accomplish things, misleading, etc. And if we don't have enough counselors to be there during school hours, to some people that means not having a counselor at all. If we don't have counselors available at all times, there's no point for counselors at all because there's no equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lily.
Hello, Long Beach District Board members. My name is Liliana Gear, and I attend Milliken High School, and I'm enrolled in the Compass Pathway. I plan to go to California State Long Beach, and I'm here to talk about the lack of counselors provided. Counselors are supposed to be there for every student when you need to talk or have a question. That's supposed to happen, but it's not. The reality is when you're having a panic attack and you ask the person at the front desk, where's my counselor? They respond saying back, oh, they're out right now, but you could leave a note and they'll get back to you. When an experience like that happens again and again, it's hard for students like me to get in contact with a counselor to talk or ask a question. One of the most important things for students that are in middle and high school is that they need support. 6th through 12th graders are going through changes and finding who they are, and when their school doesn't provide enough people to support them, it gets hard and frustrating because it's a part of a counselor's job to give support and answers when needed. I am personally frustrated with the lack of communication and support I've gotten from counselors at Millikan High. When I've gone to a counselor, I feel like I don't have a relationship with them and they don't value me as a student. It's always just get to the question, move on, and get out of their office. But what I really never had is having a conversation with them. It's always ask, get out, and then answer. Now, I don't blame counselors or teachers. I blame the district for the lack of counselors offered for each school. When I go up to see them, I see that they're stressed out and they have a lot that they're dealing with, and therefore if that affects the students. Other students, and I think that there should be more counselors provided for support for students like me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Maria.
Hi, I'm Maria Angel Alvarez, and I'm here today to talk to all of you from the heart. I honestly do not have a speech because this kind of just happened out of nowhere. But I go to Cam's High School, and I will graduate tomorrow, so that's fun. That's good. And as a senior, you may think, well, with what I'm about to discuss, you may think, why does this person care? This won't be affecting their daily life from now on. And what this issue is that, I don't know if it's you guys who did it or whoever decided, but this man here today, I see him like a guardian. See him, everybody at Cam's knows him, and everybody loves him. And apparently, they decided to move him to Jordan. He will be moved to Jordan because he's good at his job. I don't understand this motive. If he's good at his job, then why is he getting moved away? He genuinely loves each and every one of us. He is the campus staff assistant, and he be doing stuff he's not even supposed to do, not even in his job description. He goes to our soccer games, or he goes to different events, takes care of us. He be some people's personal therapist. He does all this stuff that he doesn't have to do, and he probably don't even get paid for half the stuff he does. But still, he does it for us. He genuinely cares about us, and I care about him. And I genuinely appreciate all of you listening, and I hope that this decision can be changed. So, yeah, Mr. Miguel is somebody that, with me personally, he's helped me through some rough times. I've gone through some mental health issues that, even little things like him saying hello or just being part of my day on a daily basis. Mr. Miguel has been there, in any shape, way, form possible. And I can't imagine camps without him. And I will be visiting a lot, so that's good. But I can't imagine visiting in the future and not seeing Mr. Miguel there. He's the glue of our school. Every single person knows Mr. Miguel. Can't imagine what it would be like without him. Genuinely care about him, and I hope the decision changes, and Mr. Miguel as well really wants to stay. So many staff members, so many students are upset, so please reconsider this decision and have him stay as part of our family. Thank you.
Thank you. Lily Palmer.
Hello, LBUSD Board. My name is Lily Palmer. I am a junior at Millikan High School and a member of the Long Beach Green Schools campaign. I bet you thought you'd seen The Last of Us. I'm here today to bring to your attention a new project that we're interested in collaborating with the district on. We would like to expand climate-related curriculum and education within the district. At Millikan High School, our AP Environmental Science teacher, Mr. Cruz Cardenas, recently taught a 2-week course developed by the Citizens Climate Lobby. This course focuses on climate activism and how students can take action on issues that are important to them. We felt that teaching this curriculum after AP Environmental Science was fitting, as it provides an outlet for students to make a difference after learning about climate issues the world is facing. I wanted to connect this to the current discussion about providing more counselors for schools. Mental health is a huge problem for high schoolers, especially in the wake of the pandemic, and climate anxiety and anxiety about other global issues that we're facing is a really big part of that. So equipping students with the ability to make a difference in their own lives and actually see that change take place is super important. Teachers and students at Millikan, Pauley, Wilson, and Lakewood High Schools have expressed interest and motivation to expand this curriculum. Additionally, this curriculum has been tested at LBUSD middle schools thanks to the work of teachers like Ms. Weinstein and Ms. Vandevort. Students who went through this program were empowered and equipped with the skills to further improve the environment. This curriculum can be easily adapted to teach students how to properly recycle and manage their waste, which complies with Board Policy 3510's commitment to implement better waste management programs. We just had a wonderful conversation with Mr. Rising regarding updates on the task force, and he actually mentioned new plans for a climate literacy program. We hope to combine these enterprises to expand climate education within LBUSD. Thank you for allowing us to introduce this project to you. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Joy.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Corey Umamoto, and I am a sophomore at CAMS. As an officer of many clubs and extracurriculars, as well as an LBUSD student board member finalist, I am well integrated into our school's community, student body, and staff. So I stand here today to address the repositioning of Mr. Miguel, our school's CSA, from CAMS to Jordan, which I wholeheartedly oppose. Mr. Miguel is one of the most kind and approachable staff members at CAMS, and his departure would be an extreme detriment. With all of my extracurriculars, I have been able to work with him, whether it's unlocking our storage closet to access the sound system, staying late after school for our movie nights, or all the more he does for us. But he goes beyond his responsibilities. Mr. Miguel is well known at our school for his ability to connect with students and raise school morale. We all appreciate him so much, such as the time where we were able to surprise him for his birthday and get the whole school to sing happy birthday to him. As a CAM student, I can safely say that his departure would devastate the student body and leave this feeling of an empty piece to an intricate puzzle. So I humbly ask you that you reconsider his repositioning to Jordan and allow him to continue to serve at CAMS so that we can maintain the excitement that he brings. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Do we have Joy, either Pates, Patel?
Good evening. My name is Joy Pates, and my son attends kindergarten CCT at Riley Elementary. My concerns should already be familiar to you, as I always email both the school and the school district. My son was injured 3 times by the same violent student. He was stabbed in the neck with a sharp pencil. He was pushed off the stairs as he was leaving the cafeteria. And just last Wednesday, May 31st, 3 Jenga wood pieces were thrown at his face as he was drawing, causing facial abrasions and bruising on the side of his face. I attached pictures of my son's facial abrasions along with my email after that incident. All 3 incidents when my son was harmed were all unprovoked, and it is not fair for a 6-year-old to experience it. These incidents could have been easily prevented had the school or the district provided adequate support for the violent student. I am very frustrated and disappointed that both the school and school district failed to provide a safe learning environment for my son and his classmates. How was it that upon the other parents' complaints against the principal, where 75 families signed a letter of no confidence, the school district was quick to provide a coach for him whereas the violent student who is exhibiting harmful and dangerous behaviors wasn't given a one-on-one support, thus putting more students' safety at risk. No preventive measure was enacted to ensure the other students' safety. Sorry, while the school determined the right placement for the violent student. Instead, she was just allowed to keep on harming other students, as what she had done since the beginning of the school year, subjecting my son's class to violence, trauma, and anxiety. I have thought long and hard prior to speaking here, as I was afraid of retaliation against myself and my son, because this is what this principal is known for. But at what cost? My son's safety? There is only so much we can take, and all this inaction from the school made us feel helpless and really desperate for a resolution. This violent student instilled so much fear in my son. We had to call the police to make a report on the negligence of the school, because the principal really made us feel that we have no other choice. He never displayed empathy. He also refused to arrange a parent meeting with the violent student's parents. I have attended both meetings with Mr. Moskovitz and Ms. Weber in regards to the principal's non-leadership. Obviously, this is further proof that he has no hope for improvement. To me, the fact alone that the school district has to provide a coach for him is in a way an admission of incompetence. With 6 days left of school, an RBD was finally assigned to Riley. Why now, when the damage has already been done to students? They are traumatized, and all this could have been avoided. We no longer feel the leadership will support us when we have concerns unless we go to the police or the district, which is why so many families are leaving Riley Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jack. Jack Pryor.
Hello, my name is Jack Pryor, and I'm here to talk about the reduction of the PACE magnet program at Poly and Shadow Days. I've been a student in Poly PACE for the past 4 years, and next year I'm attending UC Berkeley to study ecosystem management and forestry. PACE has been very important to me and has introduced me to many people and experiences I would have never expected. For one, PACE has introduced me to my future major through the AP Environmental Science, which freshmen take as their science class. As a student in the PACE program, I've been challenged by the curriculum and encouraged by my peers. I've been supported by my teachers, and I've become a member of the energetic and diverse student population at Poly. I've connected with clubs like Model UN, CSF, Serial Club, and others. With encouragement from my music teacher, I also continue playing bass in the orchestra, and I also play 2 sports. All of this is with the support of the PACE teachers. They always want us to succeed. To me, that is the biggest attribute of PACE. You're always encouraged to try new things. Hard, unusual, new, doesn't matter. PACE has been a good fit for me, and I wouldn't have known that for sure without the opportunity to shadow for a school day. Shadowing is a very important element of the choice process. It helps 8th graders experience the teachers, students, and classes, which are very unique to their own schools. As an 8th grader at Rogers Middle School, I met the teachers and experienced the community of PACE. This shadow day convinced me to put PACE at the top of my list, which I would have never considered coming from Rogers, and I couldn't imagine myself anywhere else. Please don't reduce the size of PACE. It's a small program, and reducing the size would only decrease the amount of people, classes, and opportunities that students can connect with. Also, please reconsider Shadow Days. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Melissa Morgan.
I know you all are here late. Man, I'm getting hungry. Hello, I'm Melissa Morgan. I'm a member of the Equity Leadership Team and the Black Student Achievement Initiative Advisory Group. And most importantly, I'm a mom of 2 beautiful black girls here in Long Beach. One's about to graduate, and thanks to the BSAI, she found her HBCU school, Howard University. So mom is the hat that I'm wearing right now. I'm here to talk about more, M-O-R-E, more when it comes to our equity policy and our Black Student Achievement Initiative. First, I want to appreciate the leadership, Dr. Baker, Dr. Brown, Alyssa Stewart, her colleagues, engaged black parents and students. And I want to say we need more. We need more of all of the successes from BSAI. We need more of that next year. And we need more funding for a full department and fully funded staff in that office as well as on campuses. I'm here to also share concerns and ask for more. And I have some questions for you to consider. And I'm here to invite the community to do more and expect more for each of our 8,000 plus black students in the district. Why more? Because we need to make Black Lives Matter in schools more. Anti-blackness is a real and pervasive sickness that exists actually in all of us, really, and here in the school district. We need to transform school climate to support black students more. All black students deserve to gain an enriching, nurturing, equitable K-12 education and school experience. My question, who is monitoring the school black student equity plans? Question, why do we still have emotionally disturbed programs, and are they really all in North Long Beach, and are they really full with black kids? Question, what will the school district do to ensure our black students' ELA and math abilities are at or above grade level? It's disgusting what's happening. Our students, how are we going to ensure that our students achieve those A to G requirements, which somehow till today I'd never read one of your slides about it, Jerlene. Insane. Why do we continue to harm students that our system has repeatedly failed? How in 2023 are school administrators allowed to establish harmful policies that are ableist, racist, inequitable, inclusionary, like the end of the year activities policy at Stevens Middle School? These policies make it clear that our students are not welcome here. How in 2023 school year are we allowing black kindergartners to be suspended from kindergarten like at Mini Gant this year? We need more. This district needs to do more to meet black students' needs. You need to do more to make sure our equity policy that we put blood, sweat, and tears into is actually enacted, not just a pretty policy. Community, we need more around that. What are school administrators doing to build relationships with parents of black students, black community, black organizations, and nonprofits? You need more relationships. What are you willing to do differently to fully fund our BSA program? Why wasn't the Sankofa family group included in the LCAP prep? We need more. You need to hear from us more. What can you do to compensate school site black champions through the BSAI? We need more. What is the current enrollment of black students in CDC programs, Educare, and Head Start? What outreach are you doing to bring them into schools and make them feel welcome? We need more. What will you do to ensure that our educators embrace equity? We need more. What will you do to ensure that our staff and educators who are black are highly supported, seen, heard, hired, and promoted? We need more, and we want to know more.
Thank you. So that concludes the 30 minutes that we have dedicated for public comment on items not listed on the agenda.
Can I motion to extend public comment another 15 minutes?
Even if we extend for 15 minutes, we won't get to all the comments.
How many more comments do we have, Madam Chair?
We have 10 more.
So it is June, it's budget season, it's LCAP season. We have folks here, and it's always good to hear from students. I would second a suggestion to extend public comment.
But the motion is to extend it 15 minutes. That will not cover all the speakers.
I say if we have 10 speakers left, let's hear 10 speakers. This may be the only time in June to hear
So
from folks.
do you want to?
So I'll motion to extend public time to give every speaker the opportunity to speak. That
would be 30 minutes. So extended 30 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
I'll second that.
It was already seconded.
Okay.
Yeah. So unless there's any further discussion, we will have our board secretary take a roll call vote.
Member Benitez?
Aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Miller?
Aye.
And Member Otto?
Aye.
That passes 5-0 then.
Okay, so next we have Rocio.
Extending that. Hello, my name is Rocio Torres. I am a board member of AOC 7, and I have a couple shout outs. It's positive, guys. First of all, big shout out to Dr. Benitez for reading to our children at our 9th annual literacy fair and sponsoring our 9th annual literacy fair. Thank you so much for engaging the community.
Lupita's first dance.
Lupita's first dance, yes.
Let's add 5 seconds to Rocio's.
Yes. I would also like to give kudos to 3 Long Beach teams: the Bethune Homeless Team, the Foster Youth Team, and the Community Engagement Team. These teams also joined ALC 7 organization at our 9th annual literacy fair, where we gave out over 20,000 books to help students create their own home libraries and foster the love of reading at an early age. This is true community engagement. Thank you so much for doing it. Let's make this the norm and not the exception. But I'm also here to advocate for a comprehensive school counseling program to ensure all schools, especially the schools that have historically been underserved in our communities, to have the support to create a safer, healthier environment for all students. The American School Counselor Association developed the national model of school counseling programs as a framework for comprehensive, data-driven school counseling programs. Comprehensive school counseling programs are developed, delivered, and maintained to promote student achievement in academic, career, personal, and social domains. 80% of the program is achieved through the delivery of student services, both direct and indirect, through individual student planning, responsive services, and the school counseling core curriculum. 80% means defining the school counselor roles and responsibilities to ensure school counselors are valued as mental health professionals. At least 80% of the school counselor's time should be providing services to the students, teachers, families, and our community, not administrating tests or federal testing. Now, I did notice the LCAP draft on page 9 states mental health provider ratio is 280 to 1. How much time is each provider being given to provide mental health services to students? What are their other duties and responsibilities? How much time is a school counselor going to be delegated to provide mental health services? How much time do the school psychologists, how much are they giving to our students? Social workers? I can go on, but really my question is there a comprehensive counseling program for Long Beach Unified? Are we developing it? Are we being strategic? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Blanca. Blanca.
Thank you, board members. My name is Blanca Buena. Adding to my parent, I am a teacher from Riley Elementary. I was the only proud one to be here because everybody's afraid of retaliation. I have to speak. On my behalf, parents have spoken. I'm the one that got that concussion. Brian Moskovitz, Kim Weber have been to our school, Steve Rockenbach. We all spoken with everybody. We wrote a letter of no confidence with 75 signatures. That's from parents. 25 signatures came from teachers. Countless parent and staff emails have been sent. No response. Dr. Benitez, I got brave enough to speak up here. You were my professor at Cal State Long Beach. You taught me what's right from wrong. I am still with lots of pain, Brian, you know that, with this concussion, not receiving the adequate care. I told you guys about that during our meetings. Dr. Baker, I'm beyond disappointed in the support that we've been getting this year. It's frustrating. We need your help. We need your help. And I'm speaking to all of you, Dr. Brown, because it's painful. It's painful having to do this because I've received support and I'm gonna do it. And I think it's right. You have to do what's right from wrong. And Brian, you know that I spoke with you many times. I feel like I'm not being heard. Many of my colleagues are here. They're afraid of retaliation. They're afraid to stand up here because they've been told they couldn't. It's fine. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do what's right. Lots of parents, being the one that was here, have spoken with our administrator numerous times. No support. Our programs that were in our school are not going through VAPA, DI. I currently just got hired to be a DI teacher after my 5th position at Riley. Took me a long time, right, Brian? Because I was told, why don't you go do that interview elsewhere? Well, I asked to do it there. Not only by Brian, but also by Kim Weber, which hurts because I work hard for what I enjoy teaching. That's why I'm very frustrated and upset. But anyways, going back, numerous parents were told that Riley was a stepping stone to get to Riley, do immersion, and then go to Patrick Henry. They were given the ticket to go to Patrick Henry, not wanting that. They wanted to stay at Patrick Henry, but the support is not there. Safety is not there. you guys know. It's nothing new to you guys. Do what's right. Do what's right for our school. Do what's right for our students. Do what's right for our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ruthie. Ruthie?
Hello, everyone. I wasn't expecting to be able to speak today because I surpassed the 30-minute limit. I can say thank you for your generosity of your time. I'm sure a lot of you are exhausted because you've been here for very long hours. Don't want to take up too much of your time as my peer Lily already spoke before me. My name is Ruthie Heiss. I'm a sophomore from Poly High School, and I am a student leader of the Long Beach Green Schools campaign. We recently have been focusing our efforts on a climate curriculum pilot at Millikan High School, where APES teachers, AP Environmental Science teachers, are using the post-AP season to introduce Citizens Climate Lobby curriculum regarding student engagement in climate policy. With the systems that the sustainability are currently trying to implement, recycling, lunch waste management assortment, composting, all different types of waste management assortment. It is impossible to introduce these, the cans, have these systems in place without the education to back it, because if they have a recycling can there, kids don't know what to put in it and they don't really understand the importance of it. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I can say that a productive conversation with Mr. Rising earlier, we are discussing, as the task force moves forward following the climate policy passed earlier this summer, last summer, we are going to move into the summer regarding merging our climate classroom efforts, our climate curriculum efforts, with ones under the task force that are currently being planned. I'm excited to see that go underway. Just wanted to rediscuss this with you guys, bring this up, introduce this. Don't want to take up too much of your time, but thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Eddie. Eddie Ramirez.
Good evening. My name is Eddie Ramirez, and I work at Centro Cha as the Director of Community Violence Intervention Prevention Initiative. Today I'm here on the behalf of the Long Beach Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Collaborative. We want to offer our services in supporting students and their families with the recent violence in our schools and communities. We're concerned and saddened by the incident that occurred at Lakewood High School on May 25th during the cultural celebration, and would like to work in partnership to providing positive youth development and to reduce trauma. Moving forward, we hope that the district will solidify a valued partnership with the community organizations that can be instrumental in enhancing services and supporting students and their families with services and resources. We, as a Long Beach CVIP Collaborative, are respectfully asking for the following. Number one, the district promotes and supports community organizations by providing students and families with information on resources and services that community organizations offers. Two, to establish a partnership with community organizations in support of planning and implementing culture events at the schools. We believe that to empower student success in their educational journey and protect their safety, all systems, schools, community, parents, and the City of Long Beach need to work together on a shared goal for youth to flourish and prosper. Three, providing a space at the schools for community organizations to provide services to students and families. We are requesting a meeting with the Superintendent Jill Baker, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Tiffany Brown, the Long Beach CVIP Collaborative, and the City of Long Beach Violence Prevention Team. We look forward to further discussing a partnership with community organizations and the City of Long Beach Unified School District to support students and their families and families better. I also want to, in a side note, I also want to acknowledge Dan Craighead for attending the CVIP Collaborative meeting last month. Also, I just want to do a shout out to all the students that are here voicing, just having their voice heard. I just want to just give that space and respect to all you. And just thank you for being here. Thank you for making the time. And also, I just want to say I'm in support of more counselors, especially counselors that are culturally competent and that are representative of this of the student body. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Edith Perez. Edith? Okay. We will go to Harper. Do we have Harper? Okay. Don Cody? No Don Cody. Justin? Justin's here. Okay.
Good evening, board members. I'm Justin Sippersuth from Kamai High School. Adding on to two previous speeches by my peers, I'm here today to discuss Mr. Miguel's presence at CAMS. As his impending transfer approaches, we must first recognize that he is an extraordinary individual who has made a large impact on the CAMS campus. To start, Mr. Miguel administers many, many events. He is well organized and keeps them in order, always helping them run smoothly. He's there at every school event, whether it's early in the morning, middle of the day, evening, he's there, dedicated to helping out. Next, Mr. Miguel creates a friendly environment at our school. He goes the extra mile to form connections with students and ensures that we feel safe and welcomed. I would like to end with a personal experience as of around May. As you know, it was AP season, so I was a little stressed out about projects and tests. However, he gave me some strong advice. Stay confident and keep doing my best. I immediately felt refreshed, and I know I will remember these values for a very long time. I hope for Mr. Miguel's continued presence at CAMS and that future CAMS students will be able to experience his excellent support and guidance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Hilda.
Good evening. My name is Hilda Delgado. I'm here as a parent. I have two students, one at Naples Elementary and one at Rogers Middle School. I've been a Long Beach resident for 7 years, and my experience with the district has been horrific. And I've been documenting these issues and raising my voice for the last 2-3 years without avail or responses from Mr. Brian Markowitz or Dr. Jill Baker. And I am distraught, as a parent, not to hear the rest of the parents who have been here and were here at a decent time to come and raise their voices. As you see, there's people of color, and my issue is not particular to me, but it seems that it's a condition and it's a systematic issue of discrimination against people of color. You have failed, and I have documented how Naples Elementary and Ms. Spanker, has exclusively accepted, and I don't know who makes the decisions, but you failed to be transparent in school of choice. In the last 2 years, a Latina principal was removed, not only from Naples, but also from Catalina Island, and 2 principals from Orange County were selected to replace those principals. But another observation I've had is that you're reducing the number of students in East Side schools and overcrowding West Side schools. Another observation I've had is that you have failed to provide the funding that you receive from the state of California, the billions of dollars that you received on the backs of Latino students, because 50% of the student population and the money that you get in your paycheck comes from Latino and African American students. You have failed to provide a Latino initiative, given that, again, 50% of the students are Latino. Yet, I applaud you for creating an African American initiative. I applaud you for creating diversity, equity, and inclusion. However, you have failed to provide funding to make these programs come into fruition and benefit the students that you're serving. So for all these reasons, I ask you that you please be transparent, provide my son, which again, I have documented extensively how this principal, who has the fiduciary, administrative, and ethic obligation to serve my son, has failed him to give him access to the Common Core. Again, I ask you for Public Records Act requests, which again have failed in deaf ears. So for all these reasons, I ask you for transparency, and please serve the population that you are
I'm sorry,
entitled
but your time is up.
have the
Thank you.
fiduciary.
Thank you. Because of time and because we have students here that are going to contribute to item 19.1 under new business on our agenda, I would like to move that up so that we can honor the time of our students that are here. So if everybody will just make a note, I am moving 19.1 under 15, in between 15 and 16. So we will now turn the meeting over to our approval of Vision 2035 and Viva.
Thank you. I know folks are going to be walking in. Thank you. President Craighead, Board of Education members, Dr. Baker and colleagues, we are finally here. We're not on graduation, but it does feel like a very celebratory thing for us today. Just want to begin by saying that this has been a year-long process of learning, listening, engaging, and centering our students to imagine what is possible for our students in Long Beach Unified School District. For a few years now, the Board of Education and Superintendent have been wondering and asking each other what a community-wide collaborative process can look like. Through a strong partnership with Prospect Studio, with the strong skill sets that they bring into the table, we were able to have a very collaborative, equitable process made possible. I am pleased to share you the Vision 2035. I've been humbled to lead this process, but you will see throughout this presentation today that it hasn't been done just by myself, but with some also key leaders that could not be here today. So I do want to give a big thank you to Dr. Lucy Salazar and James Suarez. But we have great, strong leaders here today to showcase the creation and the product of Vision 2035. The document shared and attached to the board doc today is seeking for your approval tonight that is intended to be a long range. This long range timeframe allows us to step outside of the constraints of the present and reimagine the possibilities for the future. We hope this document will encourage us to be proactive and plan for changes, something we can now deeply appreciate from the pandemic. The collaborative process is to bring new energy and result in new solutions to persistent problems. So here's the agenda, and we have been here at the Board of Education quarterly to share our progress and our process for Vision 2035. So today we'll briefly share our process overall and the final product. We have so many highlights, and rather than walking through each step of this journey, we will spend our time together to do both data-driven and shared lived experiences to showcase the depth of this vision. Finally, it's important for us to spend time to highlight the final product of all the engagement we've done. I will spend the latter half of the presentation alongside with core team members to briefly talking through what is in the Vision 2035 document and how we will be, this will be an anchor towards developing a strategic plan. This process is critical by selecting the right partner that can guide us through this rigorous and thoughtful process. So I'm here excited to introduce you to Dr. Fiona Hovenden from Prospect Studio.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Baker, and senior team. It's a great pleasure to be here at this point in the process. It's been a lot of work this year, as you will hear, and I know many of you have been involved in it as well. So I'm going to talk a little bit just about the process at a high level and then leave it to others to talk more about the details. So at Prospect Studio, we work with school districts and their communities to help them to collaboratively create a vision for the future. And we partner with districts and their communities, doing the work with you, not for you or to you. One of the implications of that, however, is that it's a lot of work for the district staff. And I just want to give a thank you right now to Viva Mogi and to Dr. Lucy Salazar and to James Suarez for all the work that they've put in, to the core team who met with us weekly, as well as taking part in the guiding coalitions, to all our guiding coalition members, some of whom are right here, who gave up Friday evenings and Saturdays to work with us in this process, and to everybody who came to a community meeting, put a dot on a wall on a poster, filled out a post-it, sat down in front of a survey late at night. Thank you to everybody for all of that work. So school district staff, you know this, you're very busy, you have to be responsive to all kinds of things coming up all of the time. And so when we come into work with you, we feel like we're an excuse to take that moment to step out of the day-to-day and sort of think ahead, think into the future, think more broadly, and really kind of dream together about what you want to be true. So in this process, we explore the future. We look at the future through looking at trends, through hearing from futurists. We discuss people's needs and how they might change over time. And the reason for all of that is so that students can be prepared for their futures. So we're not preparing them for the lives that we've lived in the past or things that are true today, but for their futures. And in this process, we help districts and communities identify the future that they want for their young people. The future's always being created, right? This is one of the things we learn through the process, whether intentionally or unintentionally. This room, everything we do in this process has been sort of thought up by somebody in the past. We're living their future, and we want to make sure that we're sort of intentional about the future that we're creating together. So we work to help to build the agency in a community to be proactive about the future that they want. And the process also combines futures thinking with equity-centered design. So taking innovation and design processes and opening them up to different perspectives, different kinds of expertise, including the expertise of lived experience. We open up that participation and try to remove barriers as well that enable people to participate more. And we do this primarily because those most impacted by any change should take part in co-designing that change, because students and families know what they need and what they want, and because power reinforces itself. So to create a more equitable system, we need to keep opening up the process and keep interrogating the roots of power and really trying to undo and sort of expand the circle. I'm probably going to press this in the wrong direction because, oh, no, I didn't. Okay, great. So we're going to go to a video. Oh. Oh, okay.
The way that we are focusing towards the future is allowing us to connect the things that we are currently working on towards who our students will become and who we want our community to become.
We are participating in strategic planning, and it is exciting to think about 2035 and our incoming kinders and where we want them to be when they leave Long Beach Unified School District.
So the Guiding Coalition is this fantastic group, and they come from all around the city. So students, family members, staff. You know, it's important to think about the current state and the things that you want to let go of, but also really think about what do we want to be true, and what do we have in the system already that we might grow towards that future.
The process that we're going through takes us through the opportunity not just to live in the current work that we're doing, but to really think boldly and differently about what the future could be for our students.
A lot of what's happening now really is going to lay the groundwork for the 2035 class. Things that I see that our students are struggling with now and the things that are missing. And if we close those loopholes, then 2035 students will be good.
It's important to have students in the room because ultimately when it comes down to it,
the students are our customer. Like, education is the product that is being provided, but we need customer feedback, and having student feedback is what we need because they have a unique perspective. They are experiencing the system that we have right now, and they have their own opinions on how it wants to be changed, so we can have a more competitive education system for the future in our ever-changing environment.
One of the thoughts that I appreciate is not just thinking about what we want for our students, but what we want for our educators who are working in our system and the changes that our systems need to make to adapt and to make these dreams a reality.
So this process for me is actually really invigorating. It feels very authentic because we talk a lot about mining and amplifying the cultural and linguistic assets of our communities and our students that come into the classroom. But what's unique about this process is we're actually going to be going out into the community and bringing the voice into the system. And it's going to be listening deeply and thoughtfully before we begin to put together what a revisioning of education for the community we actually serve, not the community we think we serve, tells us.
We are looking at what's possible for the future. We're looking at what we've done in the past and how we can change and do better in the future. And it's really a different way of thinking about things and just considering possibilities.
I just think that it's really cool how this is all being put together.
It feels really good getting to know that the people going to the school that I go to and all the schools in the district will have maybe a better experience than people in the past have had because of what we're doing right now.
All right, there's more. Okay, so I'm quickly just going to go through the high-level roadmap. This is a year-long process. We began pretty much last July and August with planning with the district and doing a lot of needs-finding interviews, focus groups, hearing from different members of the community what was working, what was not working, what their dreams for the future were, what they wanted to see be true. And then in terms of the sort of the big engagement meetings, we began with students. So late September, we had our student summit. Viva will talk more about all the details of that, but we had a lot of great input from students telling us how they felt prepared for the future and ways in which they did not, and what they thought graduates needed to be true for them in the future. And then we brought together our guiding coalition. So that's a team of, it was 103 people, diverse group from the community who came together and committed to those Friday evenings and Saturdays, 3 design sessions. The first one was really our big trip into the future to hear about trends and what might be happening and to do some design exercises. And then we went out into the community as well in the first round of community engagement, asking what big open-ended questions about what people wanted to be true for students, true for the adults who supported them, who work for the school district, and also ways in which they thought the system might need to change to support students and adults. The Guiding Coalition also went out on some learning journeys. So we went on one physical learning journey up to Portland to hear from them about what they're doing around innovation, what they're doing around their Center for Black Student Excellence, and how they're implementing the work of their strategic planning. And visited some of their community partners. And then we also did a series of live virtual visits to different schools, including schools in Illinois, California, around the country, just kind of listening to different school models. And we had an online microsite with over 200 entries of different ways of thinking about the future, thinking about jobs of the future, and different school and educational models, all for the Guiding Coalition to kind of fill their minds and do some inspiration scouting to kind of hear about what might be interesting elsewhere. They brought that back with all the community engagement information to the second Guiding Coalition and started to create the first prototypes of the work that you see before you now. That work then went back out to the community in the spirit of giving us both input and feedback. So here are some emerging ideas. What do you think about them? What's working? What's not working? What's missing? We got a lot of input back from community on those and brought all of that back to the Guiding Coalition for their third meeting, where they then did the next round. So this is a sort of ongoing iterative process of trying something out, taking it out, getting feedback and input, trying it again through the process. So we've come to this point here. And then after this, at this point with the vision, then the key ideas from the vision are then sort of generated into part of the strategic plan, which we'll talk about how the first strategic plan in implementing the vision. So what are the foundations that you will put in place as a district to kind of take you to that big vision for 2035? So the vision itself is comprised of 4 pieces. The graduate portrait, so that's the center of the whole piece, what everything is built on. So what do you want to be true for your students when they graduate from your school system? And then if we want certain things to be true for graduates, what needs to be true for the adults who support them? So all the adults who work in the school system, wherever you are in the system, we think of all of the adults being part of this picture because every adult's work impacts student success. So what do we want to be true for the adults in the system? And then the system portrait is how do we think the system might need to change in order to support the adults, to support the students? And all of this process is an opportunity then to look at your core values again and see if they want to be refreshed or amplified in any way. So the Guiding Coalition at their third meeting also did a reflection on that and made some recommendations around the core values. So that's a high-level process. This has been a sort of equity design process with a lot of engagement, a lot of input from community, and as I said before, this kind of iterative process that gets us into this conversation where we're working, designing, taking things out to people and asking for reflection, and then taking the next step. So now I'm going to hand back to Viva and also to members of our core team and Guiding Coalition.
Thank you. There's so many ways to talk about engagement. So first, we're going to go into what equity design looked like in practice and in numbers. This is kind of just a high level of what we were able to do in quantity. The number in front of you are the numbers of people we've engaged with throughout the process. The 3 Guiding Coalition that Fiona talked about met on Friday and Saturday evenings, which totaled about 103 members total. This unique experience allowed this authentic vision to come to fruition. The general public also participated in the 82 community meetings. And when we speak about community, this was our internal and external stakeholders. So many principals have led and opened up their school sites to allow them to engage with their staff directly and their families. And so we know that the school sites were a great hub for this engagement to happen as well. Teachers were allowed to go and spend a week based on their time schedule. So we opened up the TRC to be able to have them to go through self-guided tours to give their feedback. We even led Zoom sessions in Spanish to make sure that it's just not interpreted for people who are, their native language is in Spanish, so that we were able to just have as Fiona said, more of a dialogue to be able to have to engage with one another. When you look at all these numbers, actually it totaled about over 100,000 data points that we were able to come together, and from there this is what the vision is coming together and to look like. The 3 surveys that we talked about were about, they were district-wide, so it wasn't just limited, but it was everyone district-wide and for our families as well to participate in. And many families did spend, late at night filling out these surveys, and it really showed how much they cared about what they want for the future for our students. The next piece, actually, more than just the data, the best part is about the lived experience. So we are going to have student voices come and share their experience and what it meant for them. I am going to first welcome, there are 4 students and 1 alumna, and I'm going to first welcome Noah Kushner from Wilson High School.
Good evening. I'm Noah Kushner. And good evening, President Craighead and members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Baker, and staff. My name is Noah Kushner, and I am a senior at Wilson High School. As a member of the Guiding Coalition, I was allowed the privilege of contributing to reimagining for 2035. I was also a part of the Student Summit to further contribute my ideas to those of other high schools, allowing me to understand I'm not alone in different issues and that we can problem solve and brainstorm together of how we can make LBUSD better. As a student leader in the Young Black Scholars, executive director, and a varsity track athlete, I felt this experience allowed me to speak up for those who may not think they have a voice, and metaphorically give them a microphone to have their voices amplified throughout LBUSD. I'm very excited about the portraits, the graduate portraits. One in particular I'm excited for is the Ready for Adult students are prepared for their futures for essential life skills. Me going to University of Pittsburgh this coming and graduating soon, I am very, these skills are very important to me in my future, and I want that for all the vision of 2035. This is crucial for adult as well as time management, organization, cooking, basic legal rights, self-discipline, and strong work ethic. They are self-directed and self-sufficient, and that's what I want to be. So thank you so much for your time, and I thank you.
Good evening, President Craighead, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Baker, and staff. My name is Olivia Zepeda, and I'm a 10th grader at Sato Academy of Mathematics and Science. I was part of the Student Summit, Guiding Coalition, and led a student engagement session at my school site. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you for letting me be a part of this experience. It truly was a pleasure working with my fellow high school students and also the wonderful industry professionals during the Guiding Coalition. One aspect of this experience that has really stuck with me was the student feedback that was given at the student engagement session at my school. During that session, we got a number of students to listen to what the plan for Vision 2035 was and how they could help us in making an impact on how the future of education for LBUSD will look like. This session also gave other students that weren't able to be in the Guiding Coalition a voice and a chance to share their own experiences. The engagement session was extremely beneficial in narrowing down the core values of students in LBUSD. This feedback came from the participation of students with a variety of backgrounds. We didn't just talk to the straight A students or the students with perfect attendance, but we talked to the kids that stood out based on their leadership skills, collaboration with others, and community involvement. This then gave us a general idea based on the majority opinions on which topics needed to be zeroed in on. These topics include future-ready adults, equity and inclusion leaders, trustworthy and respectful human beings, and so much more. Seeing these topics included on the final portraits really excites me because the more that people understand these topics and talk more about what is truly needed to make our district a better place, the better it will be for the future kids of LBUSD. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Good evening, President Craighead, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Baker, and staff. My name is Jackson Hogue. I'm a current sophomore at Sato Academy, and I am pleased to be presenting to you today. So I primarily worked on the graduate portraits, and the reason why I'm so excited for these is because we're living in a world that is changing very fast. Like, we had a pandemic a few years ago. Like, that's crazy. So things are changing fast, and there's a lot of problems going to our future. And the students now are faced with the difficult task of fighting climate change, other social economical issues, and other issues. So what I'm most excited about is the skills that the graduate portrait pertains to, which one of them is lifelong learning. So one of the skills that are needed in the future is students be able to keep up with the ever-changing world and stay competitive. And I believe the graduate portrait is a great representative of this. I helped out at school sites, specifically at Sato, and we collected a lot of data. Like Olivia said, we didn't just look at like perfect students or anything. We talked to everyone. We made sure we had as many data points as possible, and I believe that this vision is a great representation of what we need for the future. Thank you.
Hi, it's so amazing to see some familiar faces. Good evening, President Craighead and members of the board, Superintendent Baker, and as well as staff. My name is Onme Monique Olufumilayo Izumbo Amosefe Itwa. I know, a long one. And I'm a 12th grader at Long Beach Poly, and I will be attending UCR in the fall. First, I would like to thank all of you in attendance for being able to sit here and listen to me, and it reflects and reminds me of how well the district has been on working towards giving students a voice. As a member of the Guiding Coalition, along with being part of the Student Summit, we spent ample time reflecting on our years and connections to the school district and what we wish future children that look like us would be able to experience, as well as what we felt we missed in our experiences. In the Student Summit, we were asked the question along the lines of who is the person that we would go to and support and what the support looked like for us. And I honestly think that this part stuck with me the most because the person I named was never a staff member, but more like family. But if I were to redo this question today, I would list so many staff members and so many people of the district who supported me throughout my journey, especially this year. As a student leader in BSU, I'm president, CFJ, which is Californians for Justice, as well as a peer counselor and member of Pathway Link Learning Ambassadors. All these experiences have granted me the opportunity to bring the perspective of being Black youth, also understanding mental health, and as well as just the idea of social activism to the table. So when I looked at the graduate portrait, the things that spoke out to me were the highlighting of being an equitable leader, as well as also making sure that we taught students the idea of what systematic oppression is and how on all the negative aspects that affect the people around them today. And I am so excited to see that our future leaders are tapping into the healthy conversation about our backgrounds and what it means to be them, and as well as how to focus on issues as well as our ethical, as well as focusing on how students need to learn how to deal with ethical problem solving, as well as being able to be a trustworthy human being to others, because it shows that we are not leaving our students to figure out how to handle and adapt to situations on their own without having ideas of what empathy and support looks like. The graduate portrait, as well as all the other portraits, were amazing, but when I look at the adult portrait, I feel like what spoke out to me as well is the idea of pushing adults that are surrounding us in our schools to connect and adapt and learn as well and along with our students. And I think that is what makes the Vision 2035 important for us, because it's changed for not only the students but as well as adults. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Honored and humbled to round out the student voice as an alumna of the group. My name is Brenda Soriano, she Aya. I was born, raised, and educated in Long Beach, and I now have the distinct honor of working as a management assistant with the City of Long Beach. So I stand before you representing different stages of my life. Having walked for the last time the halls of Lakewood High 12 years ago. So it's very fitting that it's 12 years from now that we're talking about. So through the Long Beach Promise, I graduated with my Bachelor of Arts in International Studies and with a minor in French. I then went on after graduating to work with a community development YMCA here in the community, implementing a federal full-service community school grant at Bobby Smith Elementary. And then in 2019, a year before the grant was sunsetting, and I was looking inward and outward in the community, trying to figure out what to do next with my life, I realized that my interest really lied between education, immigration as a daughter of immigrants, and equity, and the opportunity really to improve systems designed to build systemic and intergenerational achievement gaps. And what that meant for me was applying, getting accepted into a Master's of Public Policy at the University of Chicago, and it also meant applying and saying yes to be part of the district's equity leadership team. That was about 2 years ago, depending on which one it is. And then after post-grad, I came back home. And I said yes to an opportunity to being part of the Guiding Coalition, which is why I'm here today. I said yes to this opportunity. I'm But for now, why am I here? I am here because the portraits you'll see in a bit really reflect my values and my personal career and academic trajectory. I am here because 12 years from now, my niece will be in 2035. So she is going to be part of that graduating class. And I don't want just her connection to me and my lived experiences be what assures her to have a future. I want that for all the fellow graduating students. I am here because I want to ensure that that systems portrait, the community is here to help. And not only as an ally, but as just members of the community wanting the best for our future generations. And I feel like it's bright. You heard the students speak before me. I'll be honored when I sit in the stage when my niece graduates. My brother, who's in high school, graduates on Wednesday. So thank you. Thank you. You have my support. I now pass it back over to staff.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Lamelli. I'm principal at Keller Dual Immersion Middle School. I want to thank you for your time this evening. As a product of LBUSD, the parent of 3 Long Beach Unified graduates and a principal in our district, I am very proud of the work of the core team members, Prospect Studios, our families, community members, and most importantly, our students, the amazing young people that you see here today. The work was difficult, yet rewarding. It caused us to confront inequity in our system and think boldly about how we can do better. The graduate portrait themes that you see before you reflect hours of thoughtful conversations. The themes were developed by celebrating our successes and confronting our struggles. They are the vision of our stakeholders, but most importantly, they represent the voice of our students. We had to think differently, not about our students, but with our students, about the opportunities and learning experiences that must exist to close the achievement gap. Bringing students in as partners in this work caused us to ask the hard questions. What do students want and what do they need? The theme that resonated the most with me was that of equity and inclusion leader. I learned that our students are fully aware of the inequity that exists in our system. They share the skills they need to be leaders in the community and the support they need from the adults in our system. Their tenacity and determination to become advocates for change is truly inspiring. On a personal note, the opportunity to serve on this team was an amazing experience. It really challenged me to reflect on my leadership and my professional growth and my role in making this graduate portrait a reality. In just a few minutes, my esteemed colleague, Mr. Twall, will speak about his experience on the core team. We both agree we must develop a common understanding of the various portraits and become versed in the language and a commitment to the work. In addition, we must now think about structures and accountability. I'd like to end with a thank you to the wonderful students who contributed to this process and for being a part of our Vision 2035. Thank you for your time.
So thank you for this opportunity. I have to say that, much like Dawn, this process and being a part of this work has been some of the most meaningful work that I've had the opportunity to engage in Long Beach Unified, because it was some of the most authentic, heart-filling, and engaging work that we've done. I believe I've been a part of every strategic planning team in the district since the early 2000s, and every one of them has been fulfilling and meaningful and governed the work that we do. This one felt different because of the way that we brought the community into the conversation and the way that it was a co-design with and not for the community. And so when I think about the adult portrait and what emerged, what's so different about this process is when I got my job in Long Beach Unified, I got a job description, and that job description described all the things that I was to do in the classroom. I don't know that anything ever distilled for me my way of being in the way that this adult portrait did. These are those things that we hope for and want in an adult to cultivate the graduate that you heard about a moment ago and the graduates that we see before us today. And when you look at the 8 themes, the one that really struck me was empathetic communicator. And the reason that it struck me is that the word empathy came up at the Student Summit more often than any other word in terms of the disposition that the students wanted. And as we unpacked it over the series of guiding coalitions, asking them, what do you mean by empathy? Do you mean someone that cries with you, someone that listens to you? And their answer was no. Their answer was someone that knows our story and values our lived experience. Someone that begins with the assumption that there's a reason behind the why it ended up the way it did, and asks the questions and wants to know. And I was reminded of a story actually that Dr. Baker tells of our time when we were in COVID, and she was meeting with a group of students. And one of the students told the story of the reason that I'm tardy. I want you to know that the reason that I'm tardy is not because I don't care about school. It's because I care about school so much that I have to situate my younger siblings in their Zooms before I can even get on. And so until they're situated to learn, I can't feel good about beginning my own learning. And when I think about that story and the power that has for me as an educator in reframing the way I interact with a child, I think about how cool is it and how wonderful is it to now have that be an expectation of all of us, and how to elevate the lived experience of our kids as part of our curriculum, as part of our ways of being, is in terms of how we're going to cultivate the future. Also in that one, the kids talked about having cross-cultural competence and really elevating multicultural communication and having cultural sensitivity. And in that spirit, I think about my Middle Eastern upbringing, and we have a very poetic and a very image-rich language. I'm sure many of you who've interacted with me know I love my analogies. And so in that spirit, you know, when our kinders come to us, I see them as seeds filled with potential. And it's our job as the adults in the system, as gardeners, to cultivate the potential in that seed so that we see the product that we have with us today, the amazing kids that have bloomed and blossomed. But before we can do that, we also have to make sure that the soil that we plant the seed in and that the gardener tends is healthy and is built and conditioned for the seed to thrive. And so I want to invite Viva up to share with us a little bit about the system, the soil where these things grow.
Hi, I'm the soil. I hope that, and thank you all so much for, sharing a lot, not only about your experience, but also walking through the portraits. It's so much easier to do this presentation and feel like, because this was a community-driven process, that everyone's fingerprints, as hope you can see, that was part of this portrait and through this, all the work that they've shared. The system portrait, because the system is perfectly designed to get the results it gets, if we want to improve the outcomes for students and adults in the district, the system has to be redesigned to promote these outcomes. So the system portrait illustrates the way in which district system components, structures, supports, standards, agreements, and initiatives, and cultures will be intentionally reimagined to achieve that graduate and adult portraits. The system portrait in front of you are these themes that we're using to develop the strategic plan. The portraits will guide us to achieve both the adult and graduate portrait, because we do not expect the people to change and grow without the system making the necessary changes to achieve our vision. And here are also our core values. This is the last and overarching piece that kind of in that circle is the one that was in the very last part of the circle. The core values are foundational, and we are all and when we are thinking about making the shifts we need in our system, we need to articulate the mindsets and ways of working that align with desired future. Connecting the core values to the vision makes the district ethics explicit and ensures this alignment. The core values are a combination of our current values and new values that surface from the guiding coalition by coming up with values that align with the people closest to our work, our students, families, and our staff. So how are we going to achieve Vision 2035? It is through a strategic planning process that is going on simultaneously, and it is to guide, the vision will guide and establish our strategic plan. This is a roadmap. Strategic plans are roadmaps to getting there. These are with data, metrics, work plans for the next 5 years to achieve the vision. And then we'll kind of reiterate and see where we are in 5 years from now. And we're beginning to identify these strategies and priorities right now, and currently forming working groups. And they are similar to our guiding coalition. It was intentional in the working groups that we will have families, students, and community members to help build each plan and each strategy. So what's next? With the Board of Education's approval, Vision 2035 will go into a different designing process, a more traditional one of making that the document that is shared in the board docs much more accessible and easy to read, and like different kind of formats will be coming through there. This whole process, it doesn't end with the document here. Next prior is to actually make meaning, making sure everyone understand what is in the portrait. We will build common definition together, what each portrait looks like. Once we do that, the general public, families, students, and staffs has all understand the meaning. This will orient us to achieve the targets that we need to. The purpose tonight is to hand you the definition of who we are, what we aspire to be, and where we want to go, and not to give you the actual plan. That is part of the strategic plan. The portraits will tell us what we need to put in place to make sure how we can operationalize everything. So that is all. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We are voting on this. We're voting, so I need a motion.
Actually, I do have then something to say. So it's very clear that a lot of work has gone into Vision 2035. I received this document, so I think this is probably part of what we're voting on, and I know there's just so much good, and it's very solid. At least if this is part of what we're voting on, that we're going to vote on, yes, that one, but I also received this one. That's connected to this. That is connected, right? And so the only thing is I'm concerned that feedback that was given may not be reflected in this document. I personally spend quite a bit of time making suggestions, giving feedback that I thought would be helpful, would benefit students. And I'm sad to say that there's not a single thing of feedback that I gave here. And so I'm afraid that feedback that teachers, counselors, parents, students gave, we do have many students here, may not be reflected. And so for me, I think we need, and by the way, as we know, this is going to help guide the district's strategic goals and actions for the next 5 years. So I think we need a little additional time to ensure that feedback, I believe especially, I don't know, maybe my colleagues' feedback is here, but certainly I like to have, to know that some of our feedback is reflected in this document.
Yes, I know Dr. Hoven, Fiona can help answer that question. We both edited the process together, so.
So could I just suggest a process? So I would suggest if this is up for action, that we make a motion and then that we venture into the discussion component. I just worry the process-wise. So, Madam Chair?
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
So I move to, just want clarity on what we are being recommended, to adopt this vision summary or long-term plan. What are we calling this document?
So you're actually being asked to adopt the vision that includes the portraits and the core values.
Okay.
And it was posted with the item on
Yes.
Board Docs, so it's the comprehensive document,
Yes.
not the slides themselves.
Right, I'm just referring to this because it's
Yes.
the title of that.
Yes.
Right,
Yep.
yeah. And as I understand it, just so that I get the motion, the recommended action correct, that will then be the basis for the development of a 5-year strategic plan with strategies, actions, all that stuff, right? So is that what the recommended action is? Okay, so I move.
Second.
Discussion?
Okay.
Okay. So to respond to your question, Director Lopez, we did look at every piece of feedback that was given to us from every source. So some of your feedback is reflected in the document. Not all of your feedback is in that document. Some of it seemed like it was more appropriate for the strategic plan, so it's being handed over to the strategic planning process as that kicks off. And some of it felt like it was language suggestions, some of which we took. So every piece of feedback was considered, and depending on what the actual content was, obviously we took into account over 100,000 data points, and we vetted everything with everybody. So this is the final product.
Just a process question. So thank you for that. So process-wise, I believe you checked in with all of the board?
Yes.
I recall my check-in, but just wanted to confirm that all of us were checked in with.
Yes.
And so if I'm understanding you correctly, you took our input and feedback and thoughts at that point and incorporated them here and or moved some of our comments to the actual process for developing the strategic plan.
Yeah, depending on whether they felt more relevant for
Correct.
strategic planning. Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Well, I do definitely insist that none of my feedback or suggestions are included in the document. And so I'm just wondering if there can be a motion, if I can motion to give us more time to work on this document before we vote on it.
Well, we have a motion on the floor already, so we have to complete that process.
I do have a question though, Ms. Lopez. So I'm not sure if I see I'm not sure how we're interpreting whether my feedback is in this document, because I could also say my exact words or feedback are not here either. So I'm wondering if you could just give us an example of something that maybe you prioritize that you don't feel is reflected in the document.
No, but I can tell you that when we had, at least I had, access to document before the installations, I went in, I made revisions, I added suggestions, and excuse me, at the installation, there were two evenings, right? So I walked through, I attended both of them, and I did point out, I said, oh, nothing that I've suggested is here. And I was told there was no time to print this. There was no time to change this because we needed to translate it into Kamai, into Spanish. So you should be able to see that, next time. And so the next time is now, and I still don't see it. So I'm just also afraid that during those two installations, there were many teachers, counselors, parents, educators there spending time providing feedback. And so I'm just wondering if my feedback isn't here, is there feedback there? Also, was it taken into account, or did we just waste our time? So, yeah, I insist that none of what I suggested is here, and I do have copies. I printed out the copy of what was originally there, and then I printed a copy of one with my suggestions. And so, yes, so I think we just need to make sure that the voices of our stakeholders are reflected in the document.
Mr. Otto, did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I had a comment, and that is that I actually was very impressed with the process that we went through. A couple of years ago, we tried to get information from the community about what it was that they wanted. We scheduled sessions, and quite frankly, I think it was a failure that we kept getting the same people showing up at the meetings, and I thought there's got to be a different way to do this. And I was I just didn't know what it was until I went over this process. And I attended lots of the meetings. I read carefully everything that was put out. And is it exactly like I would have done it? Well, I can't tell you that because I wasn't there, and I expect that it wasn't at some level, but I was very impressed with the community outreach. I was very impressed with the way that it was done and the participation of students, giving student voice in particular. I was at many of the sessions where students were voting on things, and I feel
Doug, you're frozen. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but technologically. So you know what? We'll get back to you. Hold that thought.
So I want to get back to sort of process and my understanding of the full document, Joe. I'm using this illustratively. If maybe you could walk us through the process by which comments, input were synthesized, organized, because I'm not approaching this as I don't see something specific here that I saw from a person or from a group of people at one of the meetings, right? I also attended many of these meetings, did walkthroughs at schools, at the middle school fair that we had, and there were opportunities for folks to comment on things that were already there, to identify potentially things that weren't there, and or all of the above, right? So the way that I am receiving the recommendation to adopt is understanding that not every single one of those 100,000 data points would be explicitly reflected. So maybe if you could walk us through process-wise how you synthesize 100,000 data points, sort of how the themes that we're seeing here with some level of detail, right? But not every single data point that was received is included in here. Just if you could walk us through that, and that would help for me to understand, okay, what are we actually adopting here versus what may show up in the strategic plan itself.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, I can do that, and I can add some clarity to Ms. Lopez's question at the end there about what happened around the community installation piece. So as I said in the roadmap, we started with the Student Summit. We got lots of inputs from the students. We got lots of input from the community engagement session. We got input from the first guiding coalition. And then we did a sort of classic social science coding process. So we look at every piece of data. My colleagues and I split the portraits up between us because that's a lot of work. And then we read every piece of data and we code them as themes. So then we have themes for each of the portrait areas, and then we bring those to the guiding coalition to look at. And we show them some other examples of other portraits, and we show them, they've been on learning journeys, all of that. So the guiding coalition, are sort of holding their experience of what they've heard in learning journeys. They have what we call a family of ideas, which is the themes from all of the work up until that point. So that's coming up to the second guiding coalition, and they have other examples. So in their small groups, they look at that as inputs, and they decide as a small group which of these areas, so each small group creates a whole portrait. So they create a whole graduate portrait, a whole adult portrait, system portrait. So they decide what they think are important pieces to be in a graduate portrait. So we have, say, 12 by the end of that session. Then we look at those and we see, are there things that show up similarly across different graduate portraits? So we kind of create a master set of those, which may have 15, 17 potential elements at that point. So we're taking the work of the guiding coalition. That's what goes out to community in that second round. And that kind of round of community engagement that's where people sort of vote on the ones that they think are the most important, tell us which ones they like and why, and tell us what's missing for them. So that's an opportunity for people to generate new ideas, bring them into the picture. And then we do the same thing. We show the Guiding Coalition, here are the things that showed up, most strongly for people. And it's guidance for the Guiding Coalition. It's not like, oh, you can only do the top 3 because those were the most popular. It's guidance for them. So, again, then the Guiding Coalition takes that information and creates the next round. So then we have, again, a sort of set of portraits that we look for. Are there commonalities, things that we can sort of integrate together because they're the same idea, those kinds of things. And that's what we bring to you as the board. And I think at this point, so we get your feedback as board members, your responses to that, opportunity for you to ask us questions, obviously, before it goes out to the community installation. Between your conversation and the community installation, obviously we wanted to do the community installation in person, and Director Lopez recommended we also did an online one, so we did do that. And obviously we want all the materials to be translated into the 3 languages that you support and printed up. And so, unfortunately, I know Director Lopez, when we met, we had a meeting with you and President Craighead, and unfortunately you were ill, so weren't able to make that meeting. We were trying to have those conversations within a period of time so we could get your feedback, to get it to translation, to get it to print. And then I think we had a meeting with you the following week, and you gave us a piece of feedback at that meeting, which went into the document for the community installation, so that change was in there. And then you took a little more time, asked if you could have some more time, and we said yes. And I sent you an email saying we might not be able to fit this, we might not be able to integrate this before the community installation, given the timeline of translation, printing. And I recognize and thank you for spending the time with the document that you did. You gave us extensive feedback. We didn't get that in time to get it into the community installation, so only the very first piece of feedback that you gave us went to the community installation, but everything that you gave us was read. And like I said, those things that felt like language suggestions went into the writing process. So that included us and members of the district team looking at that and sort of doing a write through of the whole thing, so it would sort of read like it was in one voice, all of that kind of thing. Pieces of feedback that felt like they were more for the strategic plan will show up, will be fed to the strategic planning groups. And there are other pieces of feedback that you gave us that did go into the document, and I can, I'm sure I can go back in history and find where those are. So, does that answer your question, Dr. Benitez?
Yes, but it raises, and I want to highlight the importance and the recognition of, in this case, Ms. Lopez, but it could be a teacher, a counselor, a stakeholder groups that if they ask us, we have to vote on this still, but recognizing at some point we will adopt something, right? Mm-hmm. And if someone comes up to me and says, hey, I showed up to a couple of these meetings and none of the stuff that I contributed appears explicitly in the way that my intent was, I want to be able to share with them. Watch the 6th hour of our school board meeting on June, whatever, because we had a process. All right, so that's where I was coming from. Yeah. Understanding that my exact words, my specific input may not appear explicitly, right, in this version of what we're seeing, but some of that may appear in some way, shape, or form in the strategic plan, or there's also a possibility here that my thoughts or comments didn't fall into one of these themes, one of these areas. Mm-hmm. But I do want to stress that doesn't mean it's the end all be all, because this is, as you use the word, guidance, right? It provides guidance for us. There still will be specific actionable things. And again, I'm not trying to be dismissive of Ms. Lopez, but I also want to be able to respond. If I get hit up by some stakeholders saying, hey, none of the stuff, we showed up to these things, nothing showed up, I want to be able to articulate what you just shared. So that's a long way of me saying, yes, you answered the question, Fiona.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and for clarification, I wasn't expecting my exact words on the document, but certainly the overall themes that I did present. And so I do just want to be very clear. I think I'm smart enough to know that that wouldn't happen in any given time when you get thousands of emails or stickies and recommendations. However, there's overall themes that were presented that aren't here. Now, if this document was not going to be used for the 5-year strategic plan, I think would be, maybe I wouldn't be having this conversation, but it sounds like this document will be used for the 5-year strategic plan. Is that correct?
This document, do you want to say? This document is intended to guide the long-term vision of the district. So 12, 15 years, definitely the first 5-year strategic plan.
I believe Mr. Otto has, Mr. Otto, you'd like to finish your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I understand that the internet went out somehow and wasn't what I was saying, and I'll try and say it much more succinctly, is that I was impressed with the community outreach. I was impressed with the student involvement. I was impressed that there was a real effort made to get as much input as possible. But my overriding feeling at this point is that this is the beginning. We haven't even started to strategic plan yet, and these things will inform it. But these portraits and core values will inform it, and I feel comfortable with that because I think there's plenty of time to provide more input, especially if people feel that their input hasn't been considered.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. Okay, so we will call for the vote. I'll have our...
Can you extend discussion? Because I want to feel comfortable that we address Ms. Lopez's concern and to be clear that we're voting. So I guess I'll ask it a different way, Ms. Lopez. Is there a big area or theme that you feel is not represented in the plan? I'm not in the plan, in the document that that the recommendation to approve is tonight.
Well, I think there's several, but something like, counselors, making those a priority, or expanding programs like allowing school a choice to give kids those opportunities to attend those schools that they so want to attend. Creating other initiatives for other students. We have a great initiative that is doing wonderful things. It's great. Like tonight was just a night where you just sat here saying like, wow, so much work's gone into a Black student initiative. And so wouldn't it be great to have other initiatives for other students? So I just think overall, there were some suggestions, ideas that I thought would be beneficial to our students, to our community, and I'm afraid that we vote on this document, it passes, and then those other elements that are important will not be considered in the next 5 years because we're working out of here.
Can I respond to that? Yes, okay. So all of those examples that you mentioned there are ideas that we would say go into strategic planning. So where I think about counselors, we have a theme in the system portrait around a culture of inclusion, well-being, and affirmation. A couple of the things that you mentioned would be things that could very easily nest under those things. So the vision, the long-term vision, is not about that kind of detail. It's about how do we, over the next 12 to 15 years, create a culture in which everybody who works at LBUSD, every student who goes through our process, feels like they belong to a culture that is about inclusion, well-being, and affirmation. So those specific things that you mentioned would be strategic planning related.
Is there any further discussion or any questions or comments? No? Okay. Letitia, will you take a roll call vote for us, please?
Sure. Member Benitez?
I vote aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
I'm going to vote no.
Member Miller?
Aye.
Member Otto?
Aye.
Okay, so that passes 4 with 1 no.
Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you to our students that are here who have participated in this process. We know that just by adopting this, this is not the end of it, but as we talked about, it will guide our strategic plan. I believe we need oh, yes?
Can I just give a big shout out to our students who have stayed the long haul?
Yeah.
Especially you seniors, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're better than me. Thank you guys for staying. We really appreciated your comments today.
Yes, that is a bright spot, is when we hear from the students. That is truly a bright spot. But I believe we need a break, so unless there's opposition, we're going to take are you opposing this?
Let's push through, Madam Craighead. Let's push through, and if we need to take a 5-minute break, I'm good with that, but just not an extended break.
Well, I'm not going to do an extended break, but
Okay.
let's do 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes, and we'll be back. Go ahead and reconvene. So next on the, do I not have, oh, there's Mr. Miller. Well, let's hope he makes it back to a seat by the time we take this vote.
We voted.
Yeah. So next we have consent calendar A. I'm going to need a motion.
Move to approve. Second, if Doug made the motions, I second.
Okay. Any discussion? No, I will have.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think I just have a different calendar, but regarding the education protection account, let's see.
That's resolution C.
You have a question about
C.
that one?
Yes, give me a second. It just, my numbers are off from the agenda that you guys have.
You have something different than 16.10?
Yeah, I do. Okay, so on the education protection account, that's on this calendar, is that correct?
Yes, that's consent calendar A.
So, so the governing board is tasked with determining where the monies are going to be allocated, and I think I just like a little bit more specifics. We are given a report on how $196,838,686 will be spent, and we are just saying that 100% of the EPA funding is going for expenditures related to instruction. So if we can just have a little bit more, be a little bit more specific as to what that means.
So back in the height of the recession in 2012, California voters voted on Prop 30, which required that certain taxpayers in a higher bracket were taxed at a different rate in order to provide funding to schools and in order to keep the funding kind of solid to schools at that time. So Proposition 30 comes in with a requirement that we bring to board, because it is required in the statute that we spend this portion of our funding for instructional purposes. So we bring annually to the board this agenda item, this resolution, in order to make sure that this portion of the revenue received, and it varies from year to year depending on the tax dollars that the state does bring in. So this year, or actually essentially for 23-24, we're estimating it at $196 million. And it's part of the LCFF funding source. So it's just a different way of receiving money. So we receive money through the state, we receive money for the EPA, and we receive money through property taxes. All that total, actually what we talk about a lot in here is the LCAP dollars, the Local Control and Accountability Plan dollars. So this particular resolution requires us, because the voters required us to say that of that 800 and something million that we receive, 196 million is estimated to be from those property taxes, or those taxes, and that we're going to spend that for instructional purposes. So if you look at the LCAP in our action 3, the third bullet of the LCAP, there's over $600 million of educational expenditures that are for instruction. And so in order to comply with the regulations, we adopt this resolution to say that of those are the dollars that we're using for that.
Okay, thank you. Also on, okay, I'll just, on the purchasing contracts, that's still consent calendar A, I hope. Item number 8, I'm sorry, on item number 4, I guess I'd just like to know what are the operating costs at high schools like Cabrillo or Jordan or McBride, and because I'm looking at the operating cost for CAMS is at $658,000, and then I guess my question is this out of the general fund?
And expense, it's like everything else that we do for all of our comprehensive high schools, but because this is on Cal State Dominguez Hills property, there's certain things that they do for us that we cannot go onto their campus and do. So it includes a myriad of kind of items that we've agreed to because we are on their campus lovingly and enjoy every minute of it, but we have to solidify that with a deal and pay for that with our general funds like we do all of our other schools in different ways.
Do you have other questions? Ms. Lopez, do you have other questions?
I'm just checking if you give me a moment because I'm a little confused because I do have a different addenda. Yes, on item number 41, the increasing the contract by $500,000 to a maximum of $3,025,000 for nursing services as needed. Does this benefit schools across the district? Yes, what are we talking about? And I guess I'm also wondering if we've had a recruitment fair for nurses and we just couldn't find qualified nurses, and that's why we're hiring out.
I think for us, we have a specific allocation, I think just based on, for our nurses, but we do also augment the positions that we cannot fill with outside agencies in order to support students. So for example, for students who have diabetic needs and other medical needs, always ensuring there is a staff member there who can support that student, provide assessments, so on and so forth, but also ensuring that there are staff members who can support our students' needs.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions or discussion, I'll ask our board secretary to take a roll call vote.
Member Benitez?
Aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Miller?
Aye.
Member Otto?
Aye.
Thank you. That passes 5-0.
Thank you. Consent calendar B.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Miller?
I will recuse myself from consent calendar B as I have a potential conflict of interest under Government Code Sections 1090 and 87100. SoCalGas provides services to the Long Beach Unified School District and has in the last 12 months provided a donation to the nonprofit corporation Ranchos Los Amigos Foundation, which I am the CEO.
Thank you. Board Secretary?
Member Benitez?
Aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Miller abstains. And Member Otto?
Aye.
Thank you. That passes 4-0 with 1 abstention.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we're at our staff report. And so we will be talking about the budget and local control and accountability plan.
And just for clarification, Madam Chair, this is an information item only. We're not voting on this tonight, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I'm joined tonight with Renee Arcus, Viva Mogi, and George Tsai, and we'll be discussing the budget and LCAP that will be before you for adoption on June 21st. And we've been very appreciative of the conversations that we've had over the past few months. And of course, always appreciative of the community's engagement in the budgeting process. So for our agenda tonight, We'll give a budget overview and discuss the LCAP, what's in the LCAP, the thought exchange, some of the engagement that we've done, what's changed in some of the drafts, the summary of the actions that are articulated in the LCAP, and then what's next in the process. And this is a familiar display. We are in June, and we are required to have a board-approved budget in June for next year. But June really sits in the midst of a 12-month budgeting and financial reporting process for the school district. The revenues on which the budget before you is based off of is the May revision, which is the governor's last proposal to the state legislature, and they're deliberating on the state budget right now. And so revenues may change when the budget is finally adopted. If changes are material, we have 45 days in which to revise our budget. So we'll be back to you with those changes if needed. And then we have two reports, the first interim financial report, the second interim financial report, which really tells us how we're doing in the year in terms of our revenue forecasts, our expenditure forecasts, and then we have our estimated actuals that inform the following year's budget. So there are many points along the way in which we are improving our forecasting as well as our budget. So the themes for this year's budget, the current revenue projections on which the May revision is based off of for the district really reflect an economic slowdown, yet do not fully reflect the risks to the California economy that we might undergo. Our revenue and expenditure projections continue to incorporate enrollment decline and rising costs, and I'll talk about the revenue, and Renee will talk about the cost side of our budget. And 23-24 is really the last year of significant one-time COVID relief funding that we're using in our budget. So as I said, the May revision is what our budget is based off of. The governor's budget addresses a $31.5 billion state deficit. Revenues have come in lower than anticipated, and so they're faced with a $31.5 billion state deficit. It assumes a continued but slowing economic growth, but does not assume a recession. And many foresee a recession happening in the latter half of this year. So it doesn't assume a recession, even a mild one. There are many factors of uncertainty in the economy, as we all know. The federal debt limit impasse that occurred and what may be some of the lasting ramifications of that. The higher interest rate environment that we're living in right now as the Fed tries to increase rates to slow down inflation. That could cause a slowdown in the economy. Really, the uncertainty in banking institutions, which is like really tightened credit and lending, which would also slow economic growth, and delaying of tax receipts. So taxpayers have been given to October to file their tax returns. And so the full picture in terms of the revenue for the state is really not known because of these delayed tax receipts. In the May revision, there was a proposal to reduce some large one-time block grants that we received actually in the 22-23 school year, the Learning Recovery Block Grant and the Arts and Music Block Grant, totaling about a $50 million reduction in those block grants that he has proposed. So we'll see what rolls through and what finally emerges in the budget, but they are dealing with a state deficit and based on revenue projections that do not assume even a mild recession. So here's our all operating funds budget. It's a $1.4 billion budget. We have the general fund, the unrestricted and the restricted, that's over 90% of our operating budget. And then we have our smaller funds, the child development and the cafeteria fund. So that's why we really focus on the general fund, because that's our main operating fund. General fund revenue is comprised of 66% of LCFF. That's the basis for our LCAP. And then we've recognized about $200 million in federal revenue and other state revenues of about $200 million. So our LCAP, which is covered through the LCFF, is this is why we place so much emphasis and importance on that. So the assumptions, the revenue assumptions, so how do we arrive at our revenue that are contained in this budget? Revenue is really based off of cost of living allowances and what are the year-over-year per student increases that we get. So for next year, the governor has proposed fully funding the 8.22% cost of living adjustment. We'll see if that remains fully funded. And then you'll see in 24, 25, 25, 26, 3.54 and 3.23. So we have incorporated these into our budget and in our multi-year forecast in terms of per pupil increases to funding. We have included an enrollment decline of 2.5%. This is challenging for us to project in terms of our enrollment loss. We had historically pre-pandemic been averaging about 2%. We had a few years in the pandemic of 3%. Now we're at 2.5%. So we are going with 2.5% moving forward. But again, circumstances seem to be changing, and we'll see if that 2.5% holds. Also, our funding is really based off of our attendance rate. So how many days are our students actually coming to school? Pre-pandemic, we were at 95, 96%. And we experienced a large drop in our attendance rate, about 89%. We've been climbing back upwards, and so we are assuming 92% for next year and a steady climb upwards to what were our averages before. So we'll see if that really comes to fruition. We're using a 3-year average. That's how we calculate 3-year average of the past 3 years to come up with our revenue. So for declining enrollment districts, that's very helpful because it's not based off of the current year ADA, but it's based off of the average of the prior 3 years. And they've even allowed us what we consider a hold harmless provision of allowing us to use attendance rates pre-pandemic. But the benefit of using those attendance rate in the few years in the 3-year average really drops off as we move forward and progress in time, and so that hold harmless provision will no longer apply. And we have an unduplicated pupil percentage of 64.98%. We're rolling that forward. That's an improvement of what we experienced a year ago as a 63%, and I think it's really due to a lot of the efforts that we've been making in terms of identifying students who are economically disadvantaged through our household income form process. So we will, again, double down on our efforts to have all of our students identified through that process. And this is just really showing our enrollment decline because it's really so important in terms of the district's revenue. From 2009-10, you see we're about 20,000 students higher than we are now. And so this just really vividly displays how many students we've lost over time. And we received a lot of one-time monies a few years ago, and we have done our best to stretch that money as far as we possibly can, looking at the various expiration dates of some of the funding and really wanting to sustain some of the programs that we roll out over multiple years. But you'll see here that 23-24 is really the last year of significant COVID relief funding that we're able to access. That comes from Federal Stimulus 3. And so we have $146.8 million that we're going to use in one-time resources in next year. So next year is really a pivotal year for planning for us for 24-25. We will really assess all the investments that we've made over the past few years, and we really need to align our budget to our strategic goals and priorities moving forward, seeing as we will be facing leaner times just by virtue of this alone. Okay. Now I will turn it over to Renee to talk about the expense side of the budget.
So kind of in the same vein, in the same format that we provided the revenues, we laid out the general fund expenses for you in this graph. You can see that we are anticipating about $1.3 billion in expenditures this year in the general fund. And human capital is our number one investment, and that is almost $1 billion of the $1.3 billion that we're spending. We also have lots of activities in other areas, including book adoptions, furniture refresh, shade structures, and playground replacements, just to name a few, in our other operating and books and supplies capital outlay areas. So some of the expenditure highlight what are included in this budget includes our STRS and our PERS, which are retirement contributions for our employees. The contributions for STRS remained the same from last year, and the PERS contributions were slightly higher. But keep in mind, increases to employee pay, such as the raise that we encountered this year, also increase these dollars that we are putting forth towards retirement. So while the percentages may be slightly increasing, we are putting additional dollars into this area. We are anticipating health benefit increases of about 6%. The average health benefit cost for our employees, our full-time employees, is about $25,111. That is an average because we obviously have single, two-party, and family plans. So on average, that's what we are spending per employee. We also have special education cost increases. Of course, we're estimating those to be between $4 and $5 million. Again, that is an increase for human capital. The amount of the raise is included in that, as well as some contractor increases as they are experiencing the same inflation factors that we are. What this budget does not reflect for 23-24 are any salary negotiations. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. It reflects the salary negotiations that we have concluded for this year, but what it does not reflect is any salary increases assumed for next year. So it's a beautiful thing. This is the new version. We've been using our version from last year, and now we have our new 23-24 expenditure pyramid, kind of talking about the different areas that we, it's just another way to look at the pie chart that I gave, but going from maybe the category of personnel, supplies, or contracts, et cetera, to actual programs that we're instituting. So on the bottom portion of the pyramid, we've been with you throughout the year. We've been with the community throughout the year discussing the LCAP. So all of the pieces in the bottom two portions are included in the LCAP. In the other areas, you've seen board presentations even most recently on areas such as Proposition 28 and our expanded learning opportunity plan that we provided last year. We have our special education, our SELPA plan that was for public consumption tonight. So a lot of the areas in this pyramid have been discussed more in detail in other areas, and we're kind of bringing back the holistic approach of the entire budget to you for adoption at our next meeting. And many of these items are included in the Learning Acceleration Plan, which will be revised for future, now our new budgeted expenditures once they're approved. So Yumi talked about revenues, I've talked about expenses, and the big question is, where does that land us as a district? And so what we have is the ending balances of the general fund unrestricted. If you're wondering what that is, it's the amount remaining of after we accept all of the revenue from the various sources, less the expenditures that we're planning on doing each year. So you can see our unrestricted balance dating back to last year, which was our starting point, and our anticipated unrestricted balance for the next 4 years, including how we are anticipating to end this year. One thing, if you were listening during the presentation that Yumi provided about the COLA, you'll see that we've been able to increase our fund balance in 2 of the years, but the COLAs were quite significant in those years. So while expenditures are increasing, the revenue that we received may have outpaced those expenditures a little bit. But as you start to get into those 2 out years, you'll see that about a 3% COLA does not outpace, and a loss of decline of enrollment does not really outpace the expenditures and what we're experiencing as a district. So in those last 2 years, we are projecting that we will have deficit spending, which is spending more than you are taking in revenue for the year, and we will start to utilize our reserves. So what does that mean? So ending balances are cumulative. It's a reflection of the entire general fund unrestricted. They serve as a cushion that will allow us to be more strategic. So obviously, even with negative receiving less revenue than we have expenditures, we still have a fund balance available in those 2 years. And that is what deficit spending is. And now we may start deficit spending, and in order to maintain our staffing and programs while we look at how we want to operate, especially in the era of our 23-24 ending of the ESSER funds. So as a staff, we're going to take strong look at what we're doing and try to determine which areas that we can work on for that. So what I'm going to do is turn it over to Viva to talk a little bit more about the LCAP.
Good evening. I know most folks here are really aware of what is the LCAP, but I always like to ground ourselves with why we have the LCAP, and the LCAP is tied together with the budget for approval in June. The Local Control and Accountability Plan officially defines the district goals and priorities. This plan is aligned with the bottom piece of the budget of the pyramid that you see there. In order for the local governing body, the Board of Education and the district, to use the local control funding formula funds, they must put a plan together. So this plan allows the district to set their own priorities and goals based on the local district unique needs. In addition to formally defining the district goals and priorities, the LCAP also showcases to the state and our educational partners, community stakeholders, how the plan builds alignment with state goals and how our community input is reflected in our goals and priorities. So rather than walking through every single piece of the 80-page document that is the LCAP and is posted online, I want to briefly walk through what's in the LCAP so then folks at home can actually navigate it on their own at their own pace. So when you go into the document, you will see the first is that the plan summary, where you will find the bulk of what is the entire plan in a summary form. This will look like an executive summary in a memo. If anyone would like a deeper dive into the program services, the items following the goals, measures, and actions are the bulk of the programs in detail. Since the time that we were here in May, in early May, we now have the budgeted items and LCAP tables all updated on our draft 2. And this is kind of what's been going on in a broad timeline of what we've been doing for the last 3 months. We've been coming to you and first talking about how all the community engagement and visioning work has connected to our LCAP as well. And also that we're also highlighted some of the key programs and services that we've had in the LCAP. So we walked through them in April and also during the April months. And then we launched actually it's the orange line, is the thought exchange. It was an opportunity to dig deeper with the community with specific questions in the last few months. It's to change a little bit about our engagement, but also maybe get some newer insights that we may have not heard. And then we also wanted to leave room for folks to ask us questions if they had any questions in the actual document of the LCAP. Today is the final meeting before we seek approval for the final LCAP and budget that will be coming in front of you for adoption at the next meeting. So this is also a very familiar webpage. Hopefully everyone is familiar with this. The lbschools.net/LCAP website is where you can find all the draft LCAPs from the past and the present, and the most updated version is also posted there. There is also the link there that it will provide you in the blue, light blue, dark blue, and red is the link for you to go into the thought exchange to give us feedback. Since then, and that's been live since last month. So just a little bit of an update on the community engagement. This is from what we got from this past month. As a reminder, the question that we asked was a little different. Through the past engagement opportunities, the LBUSD community voiced social emotional well-being, enrichment, and tutoring as their top priorities. To assist us in planning next year, what specifically can we do to continue to improve your child's experience in these areas? And so to kind of understand what these numbers mean, besides the 682 participants, we have to look at the number of participants and ratings to see how effective or engaging this exchange was. So the rating counts will show how active this exchange is. So according to the research from Thought Exchange, an active ratio is about 15 ratings per thought. This exchange shows that it's averaged 26 ratings for each thought and 21 ratings per participant. So when they go in and rate it. So people aren't just putting in their thought and moving on. They're putting in their thought and they're spending time rating other people's ideas, so that's the component that is more interactive. Here are some kind of walking through the demographics. We were able to deeply engage our parent groups. I just want to highlight one as, language accessibility or technology accessibility is always a question, but we did participate and work this with our DLAC members, and Spanish-speaking parents were able to fully engage with this because everything is translated in their language of preference. It's not just in Spanish, but any language that their preference. And so this is the results of kind of in detail who participated in this current thought exchange. These are the word clouds that represents the top themes that come out in Thought Exchange, and these are automated through an AI. And so mental health counselors, lower class sizes, and health, and you can see what all the thoughts have come out just by specific words that were highlighted the most. Since the last time we were here, these are kind of the updates we wanted to walk through. What are the different things that were added? When you click through the website and view draft 2, you will see the same language here in the description. So all the bullet points, so when you click on the website and you click draft 2, the bullet items will pop up so you yourself can also see from the viewer side or the user side what has been added. And today we've added additional context in library programs, EL supports, Black Student Achievement. One addition that came from community input that we wanted to make sure that is budgeted is around field trips. Most students actually were the ones who said that they wanted to see more shared experiences and opportunities to learn in the community. I know Camp Oaks is one that will be available for students in 5th grade, but when we asked ourselves how we can improve some more opportunities to be in the field, we were able to add allocation to the school sites for them to provide more field trips. In this next item is what is the current draft. So in between this meeting, we had a draft 2 and now there's a draft 3 posted. And here are some of the changes made to the document. And so we know that this is a big document to review. Same thing, the bullet points we'll see that is shown in front of you. It's basically these additional narratives that we were able to build clarity. When we went out in the community, they said, I don't see this I don't really understand certain parts of the LCAP. And so we went back and added the narratives. And so if anyone is viewing online and they may have asked that question, we hope we were able to fill that into the LCAP, and those additions have been included in this current draft. And one of the key additions we made into LCAP is to address a more holistic view of the counselors and mental health supports students receive at their school site. So I'm going to pass this along to Dr. Simon to share some more about how students are being supported with their mental health at their school site.
Good evening once again, President Craighead and members of the board. So over the past few years, you've seen an increase in support for mental health and also for trauma, which starts in 2020 to 21, which speaks to the work of our family resource centers, the 15 staff members who we have there that are comprised of social workers, counselors, and also psychologists. With our psychologists and that FTE, we have added more psychologists to support mental health and assessment, specifically at the preschool assessment center. During COVID, I'll just say this, we got behind on our assessments based on us having to pause some assessments just due to the safety of folks who are conducting those assessments. And so with that, we were able to hire additional psychologists and many other support staff to complete our assessments in a very timely way. And that also translates to more psychologists at the K through 12 level to assist not just with assessments, but also with counseling and also with mental health support as well. With our social workers, you can see in 2021, we started with 2 social workers, one who includes Susana Cortez, and another social worker, Nancy Izumi, who is retired. And then we added more social workers in 2021-22 with the addition of our high school wellness centers. We had 11 social workers who were working in that capacity. Moving to, again, our FRC, our foster youth unit, which was expanded to include more social workers. We now have 3 in that division, and also with our homeless education program to boost and elevate that program as well, to provide more social workers there too. Then we added 2 school safety clinicians who are housed at our school safety division to provide support to school sites when students were needing to be regulated and were maybe a harm to themselves or to others. So we can have those clinicians go to those sites to support our school staff as well. And now we will be supporting even more so, I can say next year, which doesn't show, but more support for our middle school wellness centers. So each middle school and also K through 8 school will have a full-time social worker to support our middle school wellness centers, which we are very excited about. And that's the support that we have just for our mental health and also for our trauma. On top of utilizing our community support system as well with the Guidance Center, DMH, and many others to help support many areas to increase and elevate our levels of mental health and support for trauma too.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Simon. So as a reminder, the LCAP includes the components in the bottom 2 sections of this budget pyramid, which is almost 70% of our district's total $1.3 billion budget. These comprise of the base, which is $739 million coming from per student funding, and $134 million in supplemental and concentration grants, based on the number and percentage of high needs students that we serve. In previous presentations, we covered the LCAP's 5 goals of basic services, schools as supportive places, academic progress, college and career readiness, and active engagement in learning. So the LCAP does detail a total of 31 measures and 29 actions in support of these goals. What we include in this evening's presentation are the 23-24 budgeted amounts associated with each of these goals and actions. And you can see there that goal 3, academic progress, is the largest one, which does include teacher salaries. So these next 3 slides are the actions summary. This serves as a community resource and provides a more condensed version of the LCAP. So both the LCAP and the actions summary list projected budgets and actions, which, by the way, are not listed by rank or priority. The actions summary does add a community priority column that you see on the right there. It should provide an easy reference for those wanting to focus on themes that the community voiced as its priorities. So whether you choose to refer to this summary or delve into the 78-page plan, both are posted and available at lbschools.net/LCAP. So in terms of next steps, a written response to questions posed in the latest thought exchange will be posted by the next board meeting, and the final LCAP draft will be presented at the June 21st meeting for your approval. So as always, we do want to thank our educational partners for sharing their thoughts and collaborating with us through this ongoing process. We hope this presented plan improves how we invest in our students and their needs, and aligns with community voices and themes of recent years.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Otto has a question or comment. I think you're muted.
I had a question for Dr. Simon. Dr. Simon, with what you were saying about social workers for next year, do you know what the number of social workers will be? It was 36 for this year, but we're going to add one for each of the middle school or at the centers.
Thank you for your question, Board Member Otto. It will be 5 additional social workers, so the total would be at 41 for next year.
Okay, thank you.
And do we have any other questions or discussion?
Did you have one? Yeah, go ahead. So I'm just trying to get a sense of the community priority last point that you just made, Mr. Sai. So if we have roughly $1 billion of our 1.3, Ms. Arcus, is going to personnel and benefits, roughly speaking, leaves us with roughly $300 million for all other program-related, service-related supplies, stuff. I'm counting, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but so I had to sort of manually count 5 community priority areas. Am I correct in that, Mr. Sai?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
So, did I miss a page, and if so, my bad, where we have the LCAP projected budget by community priority? So how much of the LCAP projected budget is going to tutoring, to mental health supports, to interventions? Is that organized anywhere on one of these? Or am I missing that?
It is
Okay.
not by priority.
Okay. I'm just wondering, I think it would be, and I can do the math here, I think it would be helpful that we also look at this, since community priority is one of the lenses. I love that we also look by where that investment shows up by community priority. So I'm sure we could just sort out an additional column that would, old school Excel, right? That we would just do a formula to do that. I think it would be helpful given, and I'll use tutoring as an example, and I'm not going to be able to say it as eloquently as Dr. T. Brown said it at our last meeting, but we've been hearing public comment and receiving input around tutoring. It's one of those areas that's also in our AI word matrix here. But there's, to me, 2 separate components of tutoring. One is it's obviously a priority that community wants and needs, but there's a component to it around reimagining the delivery of the tutoring. So just kind of wondering, if that's a community priority, we're clearly dedicating projected budget to that, but it's listed as sort of mathematics support or other support. Where does the sort of rethinking, reimagining of the delivery of the tutoring sort of show up through our process?
And that's one thing I want to caution when we do kind of pull in these pieces. You're going to find, especially these gentlemen over here will tell you, like our intervention coordinators, it's a large piece of the, of what we do in like our ESSER dollars. And they do tutoring, they support those kind of efforts, they do interventions, right? So there's pieces of those jobs that people do that may not stand out in such a way that it's directly line item in that way. So it'll be a decision kind of making purpose when we start to look at like which pieces we might want to include. Well, you could definitely include some of what they do. You could definitely include some of what our literacy teachers do into that category. So there's a lot of different places that may cover different bases. You could end up with, if we put all of those in this category, maybe missing another category. But we can definitely look at a way to kind of point out some of those items, maybe not so specifically by dollar-wise, but by who's doing what. And maybe that'll help, but we can figure out something there too.
And I think maybe that's more of a Dr. Baker sort of, as we're thinking through where these things show up, because I think it's always important for us to refer back to let's say 6 months down the line or 10 months down the line, next academic year, okay, we had it under, again, just illustrative example, $1.3 million going to mathematics support, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's, one or two things that are doing that. It could be spread out either by grade level, a school, a particular initiative or intervention that we have. So I think it would be helpful, Dr. Baker, particularly when we have our level office reports and presentations, to refer back to where those dollars are actually showing up, Renee, because I think that's part of the understandable frustration that I'm hearing from our public comments, that from a big picture perspective, okay, it's there, where does it show up? And I'm just gonna play me, at my fifth graders' school, if at all, right? Or is it showing up in an enrichment opportunity, if we could sort of follow, not to the cent, right, obviously, but because I've also heard, well, some schools, through their school site councils, may have some flexibility in how they want to do that, but then we're lacking either parent capacity or enough sort of a process for folks to understand that's the $20 million that was over here that our school got $300,000 to do X, Y, and Z for, but at that level, it may be $30,000 that parents are wondering, okay, why do we have to use this $30,000 for this over here without understanding, well, that's, the reason your principal may be highlighting that is because it's attached to one of these community priorities, right? So again, not to that level of dollars and cents, but I think it would help as folks are coming and then wondering, okay, we saw that $1.3 million was going to mathematics tutoring. Where did that end up?
Yeah.
All right.
I think the feedback that you're giving, I'm back on slide 15, and I think about how we got to the pyramid as representative of the budget, along with, and I'll just hold up the Learning Acceleration Support Plan, which is a non-required plan, which was an attempt, the first version, this year's version, an attempt to take multiple plans, some of which are required, some of which aren't, and to try to simply communicate the investments that we're making. So it started as, in its first year, was the way to communicate our COVID relief funding. And then as we learned our way into it, we thought, that there's an opportunity for us to really, so the feedback that you're sharing, it may not be LCAP specific, but it could really help to inform the way we're thinking about the September release of the Learning Acceleration Support Plan that pulls together more of in a community way of how to think about it, even if it's close estimates and not exact figures. Yeah, so
I think that's great, Dr. Baker. But I do, again, want to stress how appreciative I am of this version of the pyramid, because you all remember 4 or 5 years ago, I was just like, we basically had 3 or 4 things on the pyramid, right? So thank you for that, Dr. Baker.
That's good feedback.
All right, thank you, President Craighead. First off, thank you everybody for just the conciseness of the slides. I think that when I first came on board, one of my biggest frustrations was we weren't speaking everyday parent, teacher, student language, and I think that we're doing a better job at it. I think that there's still obvious room of growth. There's too many smart people in this room and smart people to put this thing together to not still use the over-articulate language that we often do. But in the same token, I think that this is a very concise breakdown of what's going on with our budget along with the LCAP. So first, I just wanted to thank you all for putting this together. One of the things that we have seen quite often over the past, I'd say maybe about 2.5 months, especially in our public comment, is a number of both students and counselors alike speaking to their everyday experiences and or the benefits of school counseling services or the additional need for school counselors because of the overwhelming administrative roles that they feel from time to time. But then on here on slide, I think 29, we're talking, there's a breakdown of the mental health provider to student ratios. Now, I won't go into the, I guess, the everyday operational component of what a school counselor is. I'll speak from the macro level and talk from the philosophical piece. Can someone speak to our decision in the number of social workers in contrast to school counselors? I'm just kind of philosophically curious on how we got there and or what our plan is to continue to support our students.
I can speak to that. I think that first, this slide on slide 29 is really important. We heard it referenced several times during comment this evening. In fact, it was said that this is not a transparent slide.
Yeah.
So something that's really important when looking at the assignment of mental health providers is that we're not just looking at the workload of any one person or any one job class, but we're looking at the overall opportunity for contact for students with a mental health provider. And that's why this slide is both absolutely transparent in terms of what we're providing to staff, but also really causes schools to look at how the needs are being allocated across the providers that are available. And the increase in social workers that you see came specifically out of a need to staff our wellness centers and staff those wellness centers with people who have the experience and training to access community resources, engage with community, go into community. Social workers are very known for doing work outside the building, and that was really what our community, our students, our staff and adults were really screaming for at the time. And so the increase specific to social workers is directly correlated with what the needs were, but something that we need to use from what we're hearing, specifically from school counselors, is to bring back to schools a conversation about how we're looking at distributed workload, not with respect to what the adults are needing, but with respect to how we are creating the most access and opportunity for students to engage with mental health providers. So we heard from a counselor at Cabrillo a couple meetings back in public comment, and he spoke about his workload. But to use Cabrillo as an example, if we think about a school with 1,700 students, and we think about them having 6 or 7 counselors assigned to the school, a position, an FTE of school psychologist or 2, a wellness center, who is staffed by a social worker, then you take Cabrillo and you have a 1 to 200 ratio in terms of the opportunity for students to engage with a mental health professional. But any one person in that building, a school counselor in that building or a school psychologist in that building might feel some overwhelm in their workload.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And I want to make sure that I ground my questions and maybe a antique way of thinking to a certain extent, because I'm thinking about my upbringing in the district, and we didn't have access to these mental health providers. This is a evolving space, and so when I think of support for our students who are having food insecurities, when I think of students who are having housing insecurities, when I think of a student who is having a mental health lapse, there is this direct correlation for me in the way that I was brought up that it is a school counselor who would help address that. And so just understanding the philosophical decision to expand that with maybe a subject matter expert in a school psychologist and or social worker. Once again, I think that just speaks to the philosophy change of the district in contrast to maybe some of my older, not to say that it's necessarily wrong, it's just an older philosophy. So I was curious about that piece. Thank you.
Since we're on the topic also, I'll also address that, and this is not related to mental health support, but there was a question I think that was brought up either tonight or in the last meeting about supports for students related to college and career readiness. So this also does not include $1 million a year investment that you all have approved for our USC college advisors. So every high school is also staffed with a full college and career center, a USC advisor that does everything from FAFSA applications to guiding students in their writing to connecting directly with colleges. And in addition to that, in the high school office now there is an HBCU TOSA that also works with all of the college and career centers with the advisors to ensure that there are also significant development of pipeline to HBCU colleges in addition to those college and career centers. So trying to be narrow, and I appreciate what Dr. Brunn said in terms of the transparency. Also, there are many other things that you might have in your past thought of as, I would have gone to a counselor for that, we're not even touching those in terms of telling even a fuller story about what supports students have.
And with those USC counselors, I'm assuming that they're highly educated,
I was going to intervene and I didn't do it, and now I'm going to have to, Mr. Miller. So the USC support, Dr. Baker, just to be clear, is not just supporting students to go to USC.
They're not creating a specific
They can still go to the better
pipeline
school, right,
USC.
Dr. Baker?
Right. They connect with all colleges.
Okay, do we have any more questions?
I just think we need to be able to distinguish academic counselors with social-emotional counselors. So I think that hearing some of the students over the course of the months talking about counselors, they are talking about wanting a counselor that's going to support them with, their course selection. So academic counselors. So I think it's just important to point that out. And also, just as we are seeing the trends in student enrollment drop, and knowing that we're going to have shortfalls in the upcoming budgets, I just wonder if we should be creating new admin positions for the following years. And that's just a comment that I have.
In addition to what has been shared tonight, I also have tremendous appreciation for Yumi and Renee, who work hard to simplify a very complex budget. And so, as is now a best practice in our district, with all of the budget postings are the memos in their attempt to really simplify things down. So just for public consumption with the budget, in addition to the slides, there's a comprehensive memo that makes transparent everything that was said tonight, and I'll just encourage, it's what you receive, but it's also what the public receives. And so there's that for public consumption, and I think it's a best practice and a way for the public to access very complex information and bring it into an understanding for all of us and for the public.
I believe Mr. Otto has a question or comment.
Yeah, Diana and I at the classified picnic or whatever you want to call it, sat with some people in research who were talking about a program that used to exist, which was when you got into, I think it was 9th grade, you would have explained to you what the A through G requirements were, and at the end of the year, they would tell you whether you were on track or not. And then that kind of went away. Jill, I brought this up to Dr. Baker at some point, and I thought, wouldn't it be nice if people have those kinds of questions, you could take a whole swath of academic counseling that wouldn't need to be done if that was done. I know there are costs associated with all of these things, but so there's more. All I'm saying is there's more ways to address these kinds of needs than just saying hire a bunch more counselors. You got to figure out the cost of these things, but it's just more complicated than we think. I hear a lot of people saying we social emotional needs and you do all that. But you can do things more efficiently than just hiring a bunch more people. I don't get me wrong. I think more social workers is a great idea, especially post pandemic. We're still really suffering from what happened, and the good stuff goes on in a classroom, and it's very important to make sure that people are having that experience.
Mr. Otto, your reference is to the college and career readiness guides that used to exist that Dr. C. Brown's team, I think, made reference to you and Mrs. Craighead. So you want to give just a little background on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So the College and Career Readiness Guides was a collaboration between the district, the core data systems, and a vendor. The vendor no longer produces that guide, but actually there is a much better website called California Colleges that we are now sharing data with. We piloted this year, and it will actually track students from 7th grade forward. We will share all the data with the student with the website. It's free. It's funded by the California Department of Education, so it's a service that they are providing to all districts, and it's much more robust than our old guides were. Counselors can log into it, see how students are doing, teachers can log in, parents can log in, and of course the students can, and actually when they're seniors they can apply straight through the website, so they can see where they fall in A through G. Their transcripts will be in the website from us, and they can just apply to California universities right there. So it's like the College and Career Readiness Guide, but instead of being a PDF piece of paper that they looked at and then who knows what happened to it, it's an interactive website with information and their own personal data linked to it. So that should be rolling out next year, and I'm in the process of sharing with Dr. Baker, who will probably share with the board, samples, so with sample passwords you can get in and look at it and see what it would look like if you were a sample 8th grade student or a sample counselor or whatever.
Dr. Brown, do you know if it will be reflective of the ongoing changing eligibility index for CSULB through the Long Beach Promise?
I don't know that. I'm hoping that since it's a collaboration of the CD and all of the junior colleges, the Cal States, and the UCs, that it will be reflective of that. But I don't want to promise work that lives outside of my office.
Well put, well put. Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much. Viva, I know you were thinking after the Vision 2023, woo, I'm done, but no, we kept you. So thank you for staying with us. As we know, that reflects a lot of work and a lot of staff, so thank you to everybody involved. Next on the agenda is 19.2, approval of revisions to Board Policy 5123, promotion, acceleration, and retention. We had a report on that at our last meeting, and now we're going to be voting on it. So I just need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Could we have Mr. Moskowitz just cover the scope and breadth of what the revised policy is attempting to do, Ms. Craighead?
Yes, we can.
Absolutely, thank you. And because my brain is a little foggy after 7 hours, I'm going to invite my colleagues to jump in as well, if need be. So the board policy, as I shared, as Ms. Childs and I shared at the last board meeting, has been in place for over 25 years. With very little revisions. There were some additions to it. So what we've done is we've gone back into the board policy that was in place and made revisions to the language that really no longer applies. So we struck through language that we think should no longer apply, and we added in some language that adds just a little bit of specificity. And just to remind you, this is in alignment with education code that requires us to have a board policy. What we've done, though, is based on the data that we looked at that showed that over time, students who were retained in our district didn't necessarily fare well later on through college or through high school compared to those students who could have been retained but weren't. What we did was we went back to really the minimum of the of the education code. But also what's important to remember with this is that with any board policy, there is often an accompanying administrative regulations that we develop, staff develops, once the board passes the policy. So we're prepared, once the policy is passed, to develop the administrative regulations that really go into what interventions would we provide to students who may be recommended for retention. It could be our literacy teachers. It could be a Sunday system that you just approved for students with dyslexia at the Tier 3 level in elementary schools. It could be after-school tutoring, Saturday school. So that will be within the administrative regulations. It will also delineate, as we referenced last time in the AR, what the expectations are for daily and ongoing designated and integrated ELD for our English learners, our multilingual learners, so that before a multilingual learner were to be recommended for retention, the teacher would have to certify, if you will, that they provided this level of support. So it's some checks and balances, and the AR is really where the accountability for the teacher comes in. I think the old policy had a lot of accountability for students. And what we want to do is take kind of the onus off the student and put the accountability on the teacher and the adults to ensure that quality core instruction is taking place, that the proper interventions are taking place, that ELD is taking place. And then through that, teachers by ed code do have an opportunity to recommend a student for retention, and then we would run it through our system that would be developed in this administrative regulations to ensure that all of the proper instruction was provided, all the interventions were provided, to determine whether or not the child would actually be retained or not. So that's just a little bit of an overview of where the kind of the intentionality is aligning more to the education code, and then knowing that we will develop the administrative regulations to accompany that.
Just one follow-up question, Ms. Craighead. So not bad for a foggy brain, but let's see if it's foggy now with the question, Mr. Moskowitz. So given that we've established that for many students, retention is not a best-case scenario, right, that the evidence just shows that, and understanding that not being proficient, not knowing how to add and subtract by the second grade, that in and of itself might not be the best indicator to be the only criteria for which a student is retained for at that level. Would the ARs, as you've described them, account for not just whether supplemental instruction or tutoring or what have you, whatever intervention may be needed? Would the AR or Rs, plural, also include, for instance, if we're going to use language like minimally proficient or minimal proficient, right, and we're not going to be specific as to, well, if you don't know how to add or subtract, that's a proficiency. How do we account for then what criteria we are using to establish minimum proficiency, Mr. Moskowitz?
So that's a great question, and that's exactly why the board policy tends to be more generic. Mm-hmm. For example, 2 years ago, we didn't have iReady. So if we put in right now iReady, and then next year we decide there's a better program, then we have to go back to the board policy and revise and take out iReady. So the board policy is intentionally vague in some ways. The administrative regulations then create the specificity. So specific to that point, you'll recall Ms. Childs referenced that we've been working with our teacher council, and this is an elected group of elementary teachers, to look at what would be the criteria that we would want. What would be the assessments for our foundational reading skills and our iReady assessments and our achievement report scores. We've been working with our research department to say what would be within each of those assessment areas, if you will, what would be kind of the criteria, the cut points, if you will, that we would want to consider for minimal proficiency. So it's not a perfect answer I can give you right now, but it is intended to be in alignment with the overall holistic approach to student achievement. It's not just about one assessment like we used to have. It's about multiple assessments. It's ensuring that they're receiving quality instruction and intervention if need be. And then it's looking at the data with our research team, with our teacher council to say what do we think the cut point should be, and those could evolve over time through the administrative regulations without needing to come back and revise the board policy each time.
So what you're saying is, as of right now, we wouldn't know what the minimum levels of proficiency at each grade, what they are. Is that correct?
So we've already started to develop that. I think part of before we finalized the administrative regulations, we were waiting for the passage of the board policy. The administrative regulations follow the board policy, but I can give you as an example. We're looking at students who scored, as an example, maybe a 1 on a scale of 1 to 4, a 1 on their achievement report. Students who are not making growth on iReady. students who are scoring on their foundational reading skills who are not meeting expectations. So really across multiple assessments, they're not meeting expectations and not showing growth. So that's already criteria that we started to run through research as like a, what am I trying to say? Like, yeah, almost a test to see how many students might be eligible for retention if we use these various cut points. So whereas before we had one assessment and we said a student had to be at this one level on this one assessment, now we're being a little bit more holistic and looking at multiple assessments, multiple measures of academic progress.
So that information would be available to the schools, to the parents, to the teachers.
Absolutely.
By August.
Well, yes, when the school year starts, that will be published and available to everybody, all stakeholders, to be able to see what the criteria is. So it's very clear and transparent. There wouldn't be any kind of confusion about what would qualify a student to be recommended for retention.
Okay, because what we're revising is pretty clear to anyone who reads I guess what we're trying to revise, the document that in the past, kids had to perform at the end of a certain grade, right, in order to be promoted.
Right.
So.
But that was on one assessment. We don't have, we can't in a board policy call out every assessment that we're going to use and the criteria, as I said, because if we changed any assessment, we would have to come back and revise the board policy each time. So the administrative regulations will create the criteria that will be very clear and transparent. And again, these are criteria being developed with teachers as part of teacher council. It will be, we already started, went to a parent forum a couple of months ago, shared this process with them, Ms. Childs did. So it's kind of an evolving engagement process. And once we land on the specific criteria and put that into the administrative regulation, it would be available in board docs for the public, and we'll make sure we share that with parents as well.
Well, we know that criteria that is set for, let's say, for next school year stands the entire year versus changing it in the middle of the year. I think for me that would be important, and I think that would be important for.
Yeah. So we will start the year with the criteria. It'll be our first year running it through that, so we may learn from that into the second year. There could be some revisions into the second year. The other thing with students who are recommended for retention, just because they're recommended for retention doesn't mean they are actually retained. Parents can appeal. Frankly, teachers can appeal. Even if the child doesn't meet criteria, the teacher can recommend that they not be retained. So there's still opportunities for us to kind of test out, if you will, the first year of that and learn from that into the second and years beyond.
Mr. Moskowitz, as you said that, it also works the other way, that this isn't just about criteria for retention, because we also don't want students to move forward if they're not minimally proficient, because then we're setting them up to not be successful in that next year, right? And here I'm speaking specifically around sort of our learning acceleration goals, that if students are 2 or more grade levels behind and they're moving forward without the supplemental instruction or tutoring, or et cetera, then we're really just passing the buck on to the next grade level.
So we're really trying to find that sweet spot, right? We don't want to retain too many kids to the point where 10 years later in high school, we realize we retained thousands of kids and now they're not on track to graduate and meet A through G. But we also don't want to just automatically say every kid goes regardless. There's that in between, and that's what we're trying to account for. And because we're switching to multiple assessments, multiple criteria, it is going to be a process over a couple of years to probably find that sweet spot. But that's going to be the work with our teacher council and our parent groups to continue to provide input and feedback, work with research to figure out what is that number. And that's where the AR may evolve over the next couple of years, where the board policy can remain intact as it's listed here.
Okay, I think we're ready for the vote. Madam Secretary?
Member Benitez?
Aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Miller?
Aye.
And Member Otto?
Aye.
Thank you. That passes 5-0.
Thank you. We are now at board reports. So Mr. Otto, we'll start with you.
Yeah, and I'm not going to give a report tonight because it's gotten to be so late. I think this was a very good meeting. I think that there's a lot of stuff that's a lot of balls in the air that we have right now, and so I'll just leave it at that for tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I've already spoke to and sent my congratulations on our first Black Gradders. I thought it was a really awesome event. There were a lot of folks working behind the scenes that had a lot to do with the really just appreciation of our Black families in the district, which I think was something necessary. So I just wanted to thank those folks, both the forward-facing folks that we're talking about, the people who presented, to the people who were awardees, to the folks who were behind the scenes. The band. I know that was something that Mr. Zaid helped with. The lighting crew. It was a really fantastic event, and I was humbled to be there and to really fellowship with those families. So that was really, really cool. And then another event that not necessarily is school district related, but I thought was important to acknowledge, at least from a community standpoint, as we continue to just evolve and uplift, I guess, our underappreciated communities. I attended the Ron Settles recognition event, the second recognition event for Ron Settles. And for those that don't know the story of Ron Settles, he was a young man in his early 20s who just happened to be traveling in Signal Hill and was arrested, and the officer applied the chokehold, and he passed away. And so this was in the, I can't remember if it was in the late 70s or early 80s, but regardless, it was an injustice that really infuriated the Black community. And so very similar to what we experienced with George Floyd from a national standpoint when you had the cameras and everything else. Unfortunately, this was a time before all of this fancy technology, but it was very well known within the Black community. And so for many years, this injustice went unrecognized. But after, I'll just say, a number of diligences, they recognized that it was not only a wrongful arrest, but a wrongful death. And they corrected a lot of those efforts from a police standpoint, but in the same token, that young man never came back, obviously, and that family is always been affected. And so I was appreciative of not only the fact that they hosted that event for him, but that the city council of the city of Signal Hill was in very much recognition and appreciation of the family's willingness to tell their story after all the trauma they experienced. And then the new police chief was open to acknowledging the failures of that police department. And so I thought that was a really humbling and a powerful space. And so I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize that event, because it was fantastic. And I just felt that it was something that needed to be shared. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez.
Yes, I will try to be really quick, but I got to acknowledge a bunch of things that I was fortunate to participate in. So was able to meet with our Long Beach Education Connection folks who raised priorities and concerns around our EL work, around our parent and family engagement work, tutoring, and many of the themes that we hit on in terms of community priorities for our LCAP. I also met with the Long Beach Alliance for Food and Fitness, who are working on raising sort of awareness around improving our healthy and nutritious options. Right, so they've been in conversation with our nutrition services staff for a while now, just trying to think outside the box, given that there are some, it's really the feds that determine how much money we get and sort of guidelines. But since Long Beach leads on a lot of things, just raising issues around sugar content, particularly in our breakfast, and what options we have for lunch within the parameters of what policy and legislation there is out there. So thank you for that meeting. I met with teachers at Signal Hill who are doing awesome work around literacy. And so I want to give a big shout out to all the teachers that I was able to observe behind the glass at Signal Hill. Was able, as I shared earlier today, to be a part of the Black Student Celebration at Wilson. Big shout out to Principal Calverley and all the staff there. It was something to behold and be a part of. And I shared this with Dr. Brown afterwards. My sort of, what I bring back is, why can't we do that at every school in the district, right? So challenge to all of our high school principals, but to all of our different levels, because I think we can do a version of that across our district. And lastly, as was mentioned in public comment tonight, I was able to participate in the 9th annual Long Beach Literacy Fair. 20,000 books were given out to families to start their own home libraries, and I got to read bilingually, kind of lifting up our multilingualism, Lupita's First Dance. So thank you to all the organizers, all the contributors to that event that make having books at home possible for many of our families that not would otherwise. So that's my report for tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Well, I'd like to start by taking a minute to explain my my no vote to parents, to teachers, to community members. So my no vote tonight to Vision 2035 is the direct result of what I believe is the district's failure to include recommendations to the document. As stated earlier, I did spend quite a bit of time providing suggestions and feedback that I thought would be helpful to our students. And not seeing any of my suggestions made me wonder if the feedback that was provided from teachers, counselors, parents was taken into account. So I do want to explain my no vote there. And on another note, I'd like to thank Elizabeth Gallo for inviting me to Dooley's Leadership Drum Circle. I thoroughly enjoyed my time at the event. I was super impressed by the students from Lindbergh who came over to Dooley to lead them in their, I was impressed by the leadership skills because they came over and they led this drum circle. And so it was great to see a collaboration between a middle school and an elementary school. I also had the opportunity to attend the spelling bee at Hughes Middle School, and kudos to Christina Mabin for putting together such a great competition. It was such an intense competition because all of the students were just so wonderful. They were phenomenal. And then finally, I'd like to send a shout out to Emma Wynn. Emma, you did a great job at Milliken with the night market. President Craighead and I were there, and we really enjoyed the performances. The food was great, and you did an outstanding job, you and all the students who put this together. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to do a Reader's Digest version of my report. Yeah, you had your turn. Congratulations again to our classified employee of the year, Martha Jenkins. We heard from her. I attended a very special event at Newcomb with Mr. Wells. His 8th grade algebra students gave presentations on ground speed calculations using cosines. I didn't understand it then, I don't understand it now. But he had a Top Gun pilot that I don't even know how he arranged it, and it's secret. I can't mention who it was or where he came in from, but he had a Top Gun pilot fly in to Long Beach Airport and present to the kids. One of the things that was a part of the presentation was Mr. Wells had compared the results that the students came up with, compared the results against a flight computer results, and he showed a kind of an Excel spreadsheet. With the exception of rounding, the students, in every case, 100% of the time, were correct in their calculations. And this was compared against a computer, a flight computer. So 8th grade students doing pre-calculus work, they are fabulous. There was one student that was dressed as Sir Isaac Newton. It was a whole production, let me tell you, and it was wonderful. Shout out to Adon. And then there was a female student, Abby, who delivered a very moving speech about her Filipino heritage and the role that American servicemen played in her family's history. Anyhow, I really wanted to mention that, even though I know it's very late. Congratulations to the Pacific Islander Education Voyage for their inaugural event for student celebration and career fair. Is it pronounced Pacifica? Anyhow, there were dance performances by Jordan High School Pacific Islander Club, the Lakewood High School Pacific Islander Club, keynote speaker Tiana Leo Fau, a featured choreographer from So You Think You Can Dance, choreographer, consultant for Moana and Disney on Ice. She talked about the elders as culture keepers, and if you dance without feeling, you're just moving. And we had a demonstration of dancing with feeling earlier this evening. I think we all remember, although it was a long time ago. But and there was a special lay ceremony with Malaya Coleman. She's the one who created this Pacific Islander Education Voyage. She also makes all the lays by hand for each of the students. Incredible, wonderful woman. And then the AAPI Festival Night Market at Milliken, again, fabulous. And it was student-led. I talked to one of the students. I think there were 4 students that created the event, and it took them basically the whole school year, and it went off without a hitch. I thought it was wonderful. We talked about our inaugural Black Student Achievement, student graduation, fabulous. I feel that the significance of having these specific cultural celebrations, and I just happened to be a few of them that were inaugural events this year, is to uplift, enjoy, and connect with all those who identify with that specific culture, celebrating with culturally relevant music and traditions. That's what makes it special. And if you can find a way to be in those spaces, you will enjoy it too. And congratulations to Doris Robinson. She was honored with the Sankofa Award for her work with the Math Collaborative and everything she's done for many years and for many of our students. Thank you to Alyssa Taylor-Stewart, who we heard from earlier, and the BSAI committee for making this event possible. And finally, speaking of Alyssa Taylor-Stewart, she was acknowledged by the Long Beach Council PTA with an honorary service award for her work with parent engagement, the parent engagement of Black families. And also Long Beach Council PTA acknowledged Wilson teacher Miss Marianne Drummond as an outstanding teacher, MacArthur principal Maria Yepes, outstanding administrator, and the Long Beach Council PTA Teacher of the Year, Mr. Sanchez from Riley. Congratulations to everybody. Our superintendent's report.
Thank you. Lots to be proud of and to celebrate. I just have a couple of things to add to that. First of all, we have the inaugural Youth Poet Laureate has been announced. She is a student, Claire Bealey from Wilson High School. And I'm just going to read a quick paragraph from Mayor Richardson's announcement of her. Claire Bealey is a writer from Long Beach, California. Her work is published or forthcoming in Block Party Magazine, Polyphony Lit, and Chinchilla Lit, among others, and has been recognized by institutions like the Scholastic Art and Writing Awards and the New York Times Learning Network. When she's not reading, writing, or volunteering at her local library, she's being crushed by a dog bigger than she is. So sounds like she's got a great writing life and also someone in her home that maybe she likes as her dog. But congratulations to her. I bet Mr. Itzen will feature her in some kind of upcoming celebration, so more to know about her. And then I had an opportunity last week to attend a Historical Society of Long Beach event, which was a conversation with Carmen Perez, who is really an icon in our city, and just to sit and be reminded of the life she has lived in our community, the role she has played in the history of our community, was really just humbling and such a great reminder of what is good and how our community got to be the community that it is. So she was interviewed by Susan Wasserman from the Port Commission, and just a really lovely conversation to sit and listen to. Lastly, we are about to see 5,000 plus students walk across stages starting tomorrow. I know the board, senior team will be out and about across our city to celebrate those 5,000 plus graduates. Really important time for us to look in the eyes of our students and to be reminded of the why we do this work and what it means to our students and to our families. So look forward to seeing lots of pictures and celebrating with our students. It's also a time of encouraging our community, our students, and families to be really vigilant about safety. Slowing down in communities, we'll have families walking all over the place to get to both our graduation events as well as family events, so really being vigilant for your own children to our community, but also for all of our community members. It takes all of us to keep our children safe, and this is a time when we do not want any tragedies to happen because someone has lost sight of even the little things that keep our students safe. So just excited to look in the eyes of our students and to celebrate this huge accomplishment for them, which is a step towards the next thing that they will encounter in their life. So on that note, it's 10:15, and this, I can speak for the senior team. They'll be back here in just a few hours, and so that's my report.
Thank you. I would also like to mention, we still have audience members. I can't even talk anymore. Audience members, thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking it out. You can roll up your sleeping bags now. We're about to go. Unless there's any kind of opposition, then we're going to adjourn this meeting. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is June 21st. And on that note of everybody being safe, I encourage all of our graduates to celebrate safely. We want you to be healthy for the next chapter of your life. Thank you, everyone.